Good morning. It got quiet all of a sudden, so it must be time to start. So anyway, thank you all for joining with us, and we apologize for a little bit of a late start this morning, but we've got a full agenda and trying to make sure we got everything organized. So I'd like to take a couple extra minutes before we start. So with that, again, welcome to everyone who's joined with us this morning, and I know we'll have folks in and out of chambers during the course of the day. We have a full afternoon as well, but we're glad you're with us, and with that, I turn to our clerk and ask her to call the roll, establish a quorum, and make a couple of brief announcements, and then we'll do the Pledge of Allegiance and dive right into the agenda. So, hello.
Good morning. Supervisor Cerna?
Here.
Kennedy?
Here.
Peters?
Here.
Frost?
Here.
Natoli?
Here.
And you have a quorum. This meeting of the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors is cablecast live on Metro Cable 14, the local government affairs channel, on the Comcast, Consolidated Communications, and AT&T UVerse cable systems. The meeting is closed captioned and is webcast at www.sacmetrocable.tv. Today's meeting will be repeated Friday, June 9th at 6 p.m. on Channel 14. A DVD copy is available for checkout from any local library branch. Members of the audience wishing to address the board may fill out a speaker slip and hand it to staff. When the chair calls your name, please come to the podium. Also, please silence your electronic devices at this time.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Newton, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please? Thanks.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, let's go first to the items to be dropped or continued, and I will turn to board members. We've got speakers on, I think on the consent items. No, not on the consent items. And so, Flo, any items to be dropped or continued in the consent calendar?
Okay, so for today, for your consent matters, items 1 through 38, I do need a motion to drop item 22, proposed Fair Oaks Village Property and Business Improvement District. You were going to be adopting the resolution of intention to form the district.
So moved.
Okay. Moving second to drop item 22. I had no one signed to speak on that item. If nothing further, then please vote.
Unanimous vote. Next, item 23, I need a motion to continue this to June 13th. The proposed Antelope Property and Business Improvement District. It was also a resolution of intention.
So moved. Second.
Okay, moving second to continue this to June 13th at any particular time.
No, this is a consent item.
An item. And are we going to take that calendar? That's our budget hearing day, is that right?
That is correct.
Yes, it is.
So just so if people know, so the consent calendar will be taken up in the morning pre-budget, or is it going to be taken in the afternoon?
Actually, we're modifying that schedule, so right now, tentatively, the consent matters will be in the afternoon.
Okay, all right, thanks. All right, please vote.
Unanimous vote. And then my final note is for item 25, I need a motion to continue to June 13th, the proposed Watt Avenue and El Camino Property and Business Improvement District.
So moved.
Okay. Chair with second. Moving second to continue that likewise to June 13th. Looks like it'll be an afternoon
Correct,
session.
and it's a consent item.
All right, please vote.
Unanimous vote. And that concludes my notes.
Okay, let me turn to my colleagues here. I know we've got some folks here for a presentation, so we'll get to that in just a moment. But turn to my left, Mr. Sir.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Item 13, if the clerk would please read that.
Item 13, authorize the execution of a retroactive First Amendment to Personal Services Agreement with Blyce and Company Incorporated for expanded real estate appraisal services and increased compensation required to complete an appraisal review report.
Thank you. I had a last-minute question about the balance in the Neighborhood Revitalization Fund. We all received the answer. It's $1.2 million, right?
That's correct.
Okay. I'm asking this of our CEO, whether or not you think it might be time for a overview of what's left in the fund and what it can be used for. For me, this is a reminder in the staff report that we have this available to do carry out a number of initiatives in our respective districts. And I, for one, wouldn't mind probably well after budget, probably later this summer, to not necessarily have a workshop, but maybe an update from the CEO's office. And I don't know if there's any other interest shared in that regard by this board, by other board members, but again, I just want to keep our finger on the pulse of what resources we have available for quality of life initiatives in our districts.
Okay. We'll do that.
Thank you.
Okay, good. All right. Any other items of concern? Ms. Kennedy? Yeah. Ms. Peters?
Yes, thank you. I'd like the record to reflect I'm recusing on number 2, the potential conflict of interest. And then just wanted to note that number 30 is the final plan out of the Sunrise Park District for Cabana Park in Foothill Farms, which is an old swimming pool that was abandoned and now is going to become a park with a lot of dog park in it.
Yeah,
There were a lot of
dog
other
park, I saw
things
that.
planned in it, and they all got booted out for dog park. So there'll be a lot of dogs woofing over there, but it's right next to the freeway, so they can't be any louder. Anyway, I'm very proud of the district for getting that done.
Yeah, I did see that on the dog park. Boy, it was the emphasis. I guess they had a couple of community meetings and, take out the
Yeah.
shelters, take out the playground. We want plenty of room for the dogs to roam, so, yeah, good work.
No
Okay.
gardens, no,
Just more room for the dogs to roam.
yeah.
Okay, very good. All right, Ms. Ross? Yes, okay. I did have just a couple of items, if I could. A question on item 8.
Item 8 is a resolution of intention to lien delinquent storm drainage service charges for the city of Citrus Heights.
It's not.
And I guess my question is actually a comment. When I see, we typically get a chart with these, Mr. Gill, that shows, the annual year-to-year kind of fluctuation in delinquent accounts and those that actually get resolved. And I don't know what magic Citrus Heights worked in 2016, but they got the delinquent accounts down to less than, looks like about $5,000, $6,000. And it's kind of an anomaly. I look at all our charts for water liens and garbage liens and even county stormwater. So I don't know what took place in the city of Citrus Heights that was such a positive, but they certainly got their delinquent accounts down to almost zero. So maybe we can have a discussion with the city manager, or I don't know what occurred there, but or maybe Ms. Frost.
We have a previous
maybe it was a new
city
supervisor
council
from the
member.
4th District that had something to do with it. I don't know, but anyway, just a positive note on that. So, and then if we could call item 17, I would like to offer comment on that as well.
Item 17 is the amendment authority to increase the fiscal year 16-17 pooled contracts with BHC Heritage Oaks Hospital, BHC Sierra Vista Hospital, and Sutter Valley Hospital's Sutter Center for Psychiatry for $6,623,330 to provide inpatient psychiatric services.
I guess my first comment with this is a fairly regular item on the board agenda. And I know that we've had plenty of conversation about this, and certainly working with the hospitals. I know some of my colleagues on this board have, over the past couple of years, in addition, obviously, to our staff, we've had discussions about strategies that we would employ and so forth. I would just say that I still find this concerning that already mid-year we added money on an order of magnitude, if I'm not mistaken, of 4 or 5, maybe $6 million. Now we're adding another $5 million. We've got some things in the works that will hopefully show some cost containment, but maybe some better triage for folks that are in distress that would fall under this category. But I guess part of the question I have as we enter budget next week, that we need to be realistic about the expectations. And when I see that we're going to basically, we're now this fiscal year at $27.7 million, almost $28 million, and that we're going to budget for $15 million next year. I guess, and have twice this year, maybe even 3 occasions, at least twice this year, we've amended this on the order of magnitude of almost $10 million, if memory serves me correct, maybe more than that. And so even with the things we have in the works to get, some smaller facilities and do things with mobile crisis outreach, and again, I certainly commend the department and the community for their efforts and our mental health board for their support on this. Is it realistic to think that we're going to build a budget around a $15 million allocation next year, even if some of those things come online? And so I kind of pose that question as we go into budget next week, because again, we're hopeful, but we did that this past year, and I guess I'm not feeling that we're going to, even with the progress that's been made, and I think that's anticipated, that we're going to get anywhere close to that number. So we ought to build a budget that realistically, I think, frames that. So I don't know if you have any comments or...
That's for next week. We'll discuss it.
And I guess the other thing I would just say about this is that we've had ongoing discussions with the hospitals about this, and we've had some pretty spirited discussions from this dais with certainly members of the hospital, representatives from the hospital community, but also medical providers, and certainly with our staff. And they continue to charge a rate, and you look at the bed days, we're at 23,000 stays. It continues to increase, and we're paying the tab for those folks. And so I think anything we can do that will help us contain the cost, but also provide for good outcomes and good care. It's in the best interest of certainly of everybody, both fiscally as well as treatment-wise. And so I don't know, are those discussions, you were involved, I know Supervisor Kennedy and others were a part of that. Has there been any ongoing, continuing dialogue with the providers?
We have not had a meeting in a couple of months, and one of the main reasons is that a lot of the work is back with the county. We have a budget that you'll see that honors the commitment that we made for the last couple of years on tune of about $6 million. Second piece that we're working in is the siting of the facilities, and Mr. Lake and his group have been working with it. As need be, we'll pull the hospitals in when we need to have a further discussion. Siting is a key component right now that we're working on.
I guess I'm not so sure that getting 15 or 30 more beds, that somehow you're going to have a $10 million reversal on this. And so I guess that's why I call attention to the item. And again, this is realignment and general fund expenditures for psychiatric services under a broad umbrella of those things. And I guess I raise the issue because I'm concerned that as we go into budget next week, we'll be back. If we approve the $15 million figure, I trust we'll be back by February of 18. Make another budget amendment as we've done in the last 4 years. I think we had $5. It's not just $1 million; it's $5 or $6 million on that order. This year was $10 or $11 million. So, anyway, Supervisor Kennedy.
Yeah, just to comment on some of that, keep in mind that it's more than 15 or 30. We're at least 45 beds short of where we thought we would be right now. And so if you do the multiplier of 900 plus a night, and these are short-term beds, so we're going to be rotating people in. It's actually a significant amount of money. That's number one. Number two is we've identified, I really think that the, whatever we're calling it now, the full-service shelter is going to significantly help us with those navigation services, not to use the N word, but because we've already got the data that identifies the highest users of our systems, particularly mental health. If you look at the top 250 users, it's at least, and this is not counting mental health services in the jail, it's at least $45,000 per person per year. The higher you go, it's a curve like this. If you isolate the top 75, which we've been talking about targeting through the full service shelter, you're looking at as high as $150,000 per year per person that we're currently spending. Right. So that's money that once we can divert people into the right location, it will significantly decrease not only that number, but the number that we're spending on that $900 a night.
Thanks for that information. Okay. All right. The only other, and if there are no comments on that item, then thank you for that, Supervisor Kennedy. I'd just like to call item 31. I need to offer a comment. I'm going to ask that we hold that over for.
Item 31 is the resolution appointing director to Slough House Resource Conservation District.
Okay. Briefly on this, I've spoken with both the county executive and with county council in advance of this meeting, and I don't have any issue with the nominations been put forth. Obviously, this board, by virtue of the arrangement with the resource conservation districts, makes the appointments to those boards with the appointing authority. And so I have no contest with the gentleman that's been nominated. But I did have the opportunity to be at the meeting a few weeks back where they were actually interviewing the candidates, and there was quite a bit of discussion by their board, certainly some prompted by audience input, including some of the prospective candidates to fill the vacant seat, regarding the expansion of their board. Apparently they have the authority to go from 5 to 7, and there was a good deal of discussion about that. They had 4 eligible and qualified candidates as far as I could ascertain from the discussion that day. They obviously made a decision. The day I was there, they actually had postponed until they had one more director there. But the reason I put this out, that I know that there's been some concern expressed since that time by at least one of the parties who was a candidate for that particular position, but also by others that have been tracking the activities of the Resource Conservation District. And it's their strong belief that the board would be well served, as would the public, that in the area where the Slough House Resource Conservation District is active, by having a expanded board. The other part of this that I would like to have a little more information on is that what they've chosen to do is to not to expand the board, which obviously is their choice, as I understand it, from talking to council, but to have an associate director. There's some provisions under, I guess, either state or federal law that provides for that, but not real familiar with all the details, and apparently they're actually having discussion at their meeting this upcoming Friday about that. And I think it would behoove this board, and certainly the broader public, who I think certainly has seen a much more a broader profile about this district in their activities with groundwater and so forth, which is a good thing, to at least have some understanding about what associate directorship means, and why or why not as far as expanding the board, which is their choice. And I would note that there was on the recommendation we have a dissenting vote, and I don't think it would pertain to the candidate as much as it did to the filling of the vacant seat and the addition of 2 seats. And so with that as a backdrop, I'd like to invite somebody from the district to be here to talk about their associate directorships and, board expansion or not. And again, I don't want to hold this up indefinitely. And certainly they, again, they have a qualified candidate. They had qualified candidates that they had a pool to choose from. And I'd like to hold this over till next week. And I talked to you, Nav, about maybe logistically so that we didn't interfere with budget hearings. But I don't want to put this over till July, and I don't want to send a signal that I have a problem with the candidate. But I do want to have a discussion about their board.
Supervisor Natoli, if board so desires, we can hear this item on June 15th. We're meeting at 1 p.m. to select an assessor. Okay. And we can put this item after the selection of the assessor. Okay. All right. So, and again, I would want to duly convey to the district that, we invite them to be here to talk about, board expansion potentially, but also the associate directorship, so we have some understanding about that. And I know there are some interested parties that may want to attend that as well. So. And so I would, as a part of this, I would move that we'd hold this over till June 15th in the afternoon, probably 3 o'clock, 2:30? I believe so. We have 3 candidates to interview. All right, so let's say probably 2:30 then, at least. Okay. That would be my motion, to hold this over till June 15th at 2:30.
Second.
Okay. Any other comments? Please vote.
Unanimous vote?
Okay, thanks. All right. I had no one sign up to speak on any other items on the consent calendar, so unless there's anyone wishing to address any item on the consent calendar, acknowledging the recusals and the actions already taken on the consent calendar, we have the balance of the consent calendar before us. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Okay. Moved and seconded then to approve the consent calendar. Nothing further. Please vote.
Unanimous vote, and let the record reflect that Supervisor Peters recused from item number 2.
Okay, very good. All right. Now we got some presentations.
Okay. Your first presentation is a resolution recognizing World Refugee Day in Sacramento County, June 20th, 2017.
Okay, we have some folks, if they'll join me at the podium, and then I know we got some presentations, and we got we've got a number of folks with us this morning, and I think that they each got a bit to add to the presentation. And I want to certainly thank my colleagues in their offices. I know the resolution was contributed by all members of the board or their staffs, and so again, we have a group here that will be introduced, and I think Diane Rosenblum will do the honors of speaking first and introducing our folks, and then we've got a presentation on behalf of the board. So with that, I'm going to turn to Diane. Go ahead.
Diane Rosenblum. I represent Amnesty International, Sacramento chapter. And special thanks to Supervisor Kennedy for sponsoring the resolution, and special thanks to all the rest of the supervisors for considering it. We appreciate how hard the supervisors work to enrich the lives of all the residents of Sacramento County. You know that immigrants bring fresh perspectives and new ideas and contribute to the diversity of our region in so many ways. Refugees in particular, because they've had to escape violence and cannot return home, are very motivated to build a positive and productive life here. The Amnesty International Sacramento chapter has actively encouraged this resolution to support refugees in Sacramento. We visited with all of you and your staffs in the past few months, and we found that you really did know a lot about the refugees who lived in Sacramento County. We believe, as a human rights organization, that all people deserve a safe place to live and a place to safely raise their family and work. We appreciate especially our 5 refugee organizations who are represented here today, who work tirelessly to welcome and settle those refugees, and they are indeed our newest residents. It's through their efforts that people can go from having the label of refugee attached to them to just becoming a resident of the wonderful county of Sacramento. Please, I hope you will join me in lauding these organizations. Thank you very much.
Good morning. My name is Hannah Messick. I'm the Volunteer and Donations Coordinator representing the International Rescue Committee. As you know, we resettled over 1,500 refugees, nearly 1,500 refugees last year. And one of the things that I want to point out is, as these people are escaping war and violence, who we're resettling, 70% are women and children. At the IRC, we have women's and children's programs, and that our role as a resettlement agency looks like, and all of ours looks like, picking individuals up from the airport, enrolling their children in school, and economic empowerment programs. Just last year, 70% of the refugees who went through those programs in our office were fully financially self-sufficient within just 6 months of their plane arriving here in Sacramento. So we're very proud of that. I know that all of the agencies are working diligently in those ways. A majority of clients as well have a secondary degree, and so, as Diane mentioned, these are individuals who are ready and eager to support and contribute to Sacramento. I also want to thank you for the World Refugee Day resolution, as well as invite you to our World Refugee Day celebration on June 20th from 5 to 7 at the New Roots Farm. It's in our neighbor West Sacramento there, but all 5 agencies will be present, and we'd love for you to join us in celebrating this as well. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Christelle Peak. I'm the Director of Operation for Opening Doors, which is one of the 5 refugee resettlement agencies in Sacramento. I want to extend our appreciation for the partnership we had with the county in the past 6 to a year, where we were able to partner with all the Department of Human Assistance Office to educate about the refugee resettlement process on our end, and also they educate us regarding the eligibility of those refugees for services. And we met last week on our quarterly meeting that we have with them, and I believe it was very successful, and I think all the agency can attest to that. We also have built good relationship and able to benefit those refugee families. As you already heard, Sacramento has a high level of arrival. Our agency also going to hit 1,000 for arrival this year's, which is double our capacity from last year's, and everybody is going through that growth. We also would like to welcome the fact that our ability to discuss and be part of that process for the resolution today. And we also have been incredibly supported by the community in Sacramento. I think the Sacramento community has been very welcoming, and donation volunteers from this community have been increasing every year based on the needs for those refugees. And finally, I want to thank Supervisor Peters that met with us last summer. Bye. As well as Supervisor Kennedy and Cernat. I met with the Refugee Resettlement Agency regarding the process, and we're looking forward to build a relationship with Supervisor Frost and not only in the future. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Robin Simpson, and I'm with Sacramento Food Bank and Family Services. I'm our Director of Volunteer Services and Community Engagement. Our organization added refugee resettlement as one of our 15 programs and services about 2 years ago. So we're definitely one of the newer resettlement organizations in Sacramento. And I wanted to just take a moment to thank and give huge kudos to the other resettlement organizations in Sacramento as we've settled into this new role, adding this as one of our services. We've just been absolutely impressed at how it's a united front. The organizations are extremely united and have really welcomed us in as a resettlement organization and taught us the best practices because we all have the same goal of really making Sacramento feel like home for all the refugees that we are all welcoming and resettling. No one has mentioned yet, so I wanted to, that Sacramento is the #1 destination in the country for Afghan SIV holders, special immigrant visa holders, individuals that worked for the U.S. government in Afghanistan. So these are, often outstanding individuals that have given a lot to our country, and they're resettling here in Sacramento. So that's the majority of folks that are resettling in the Sacramento region. Sacramento Food Bank and Family Services is the smallest, I believe, resettlement organization. So far this year, we've just resettled 160 individuals, but that number is expected to go up. So there is a great need. We absolutely appreciate the support of the Board of Supervisors. So we just wanted to say thank you so much for considering the resolution.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Dustin Cooper, and I'm the Refugee Reception and Placement Coordinator for Lao Family. As Robin stated, we are the newest agency. They are the second newest. I just want to thank all of the other RAs who have been able to support us thus far, as well as all of the Board of Supervisors for this resolution. It has been an honor and privilege to resettle our clients in this very welcoming county, and I have seen firsthand the welcoming culture of this county from the neighbors up to the representatives, and I know that our clients appreciate that, in their transition. The best thing we can do is welcome them from, the ground up. As the resolution states, Sacramento has a long history of both welcoming and benefiting from immigrant and refugee populations. This welcoming and accepting culture is a strength that embodies and ideals the values of America that are so necessary in this current time, where more individuals are displaced from their homes globally since World War II. Just want to thank everyone again for the opportunity to support this resolution, as well as invite you all as we ask for the World Refugee Day at the IRC New Roots Garden, and hopefully get a chance to speak with you more on a one-on-one basis. Thank you all.
Good morning. It's good to be here this morning. 10-year resident here in the county, last 8 years in Antelope. My name is Kurt Lewis. I serve as the director of the Sacramento Field Office of World Relief. Since we opened in 1989, our staff, along with thousands of volunteers from churches in the community and the community at large, have had the honor of assisting over 30,000 refugees as they begin their new life here in the city, in Sacramento, the majority of them right here in the county. On behalf of our 40-plus staff and interns and hundreds of current volunteers and dozens of local church partners and other community partners, we want to express thanks to each of our county supervisors for what we hope will be your full support of this resolution. Acknowledging the significant legacy, and it is a legacy, as we were sharing before, we were talking about, seldom do you recognize in the moment that you're in a historic moment, but we are in a historic moment. and we're building upon that legacy. A legacy of this county, both in terms of the warm and gracious hospitality of those who have received and supported our new refugees, as well as our refugees themselves, which have enriched our community and contributed by lending us their presence, their giftedness, their commitment to contribute to this county and this nation as a whole. In a time when the worst of human nature is being courted daily through the propagation of baseless fears and stereotypes, we need clear voices sourced in knowledge and compassionate wisdom. In short, the best of human nature. In taking this action today, you have joined your voice with many others in this community and across this nation who affirm a vision of a diverse people who are endowed by their Creator with dignity and freedom and an opportunity to achieve our common hope of a place called home. With more and more of our elected leaders taking action like you are all I'm hoping that you all do today, in resolution, it already happened. There we go. So, thank you. We hope that this collective voice that you have already lent today will grow to overcome those that promise security but only deliver a society marked by volatile loneliness. In a time of unprecedented human crisis, as was mentioned earlier, may the values of hospitality, diversity, hard work, may those values be what is ultimately remembered by our posterity here in Sacramento County. Thank you.
We certainly thank each of you certainly for your comments and for the efforts that you personally, but certainly your organizations and those that assist you do, and certainly assisting folks who come to our community from faraway places, often under very stressful and terrible situations, and come certainly to this community for not only a better life, but for a safer situation for their families and become a part of the fabric of this community. So we, again, thank you for your efforts. The resolution does recognize World Refugee Day in Sacramento County on June 20th, and certainly we've had the invitation extended by most of you to attend that, and the resolution, without repeating all the whereases and some of the things that have been said here, does recognize those who have come and settled in Sacramento over the generations, the work and contributions that they certainly have made in a very positive way. We certainly continue to welcome them and offer our support certainly for the efforts that are made by each of you and your organizations, but many others, to help them get settled here and become a part of the fabric of this community. So with that, the board unanimously approved the resolution. We have framed copies for each of you, and again, with a lot of goodwill and good wishes, we offer this to you today. So, Diana? Yes, we need a photo. There you go. Good to see you. Dustin, good to see you. Kurt. Thanks.
I think they want us to meet.
Could we stand over here and get Sacramento County?
Yeah. Why don't we all go down and let's all take a picture right there.
I know before we call the next item, maybe board members want to make some comments. So,
thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, I want to express my gratitude to all the organizations for their great work here in Sacramento County. I think goes without saying, but I'll say it anyways, that I think we oftentimes take for granted what we have here in the United States. It's hard to fathom being forced from your home country due to war, conflict, and violence. It's not something that many of us here in the United States have encountered, and so it's that much more important that we have organizations like you, individuals doing the great work that you do, remind us of that. And that's what this resolution is, for me, is really about today, is a very poignant reminder that this is a global responsibility that we here in Sacramento County, the state of California, and the United States have a role to play in. So thanks for that. I do have a question now. Unfortunately, I see that our Director of Internal Services has left. And the question I had for David was, looking at our public website or public portal for this hearing, I clicked on the item and there's no material shown here. So I'm wondering why there's no at least digital material.
Well, maybe because we were typing it last night, so.
Yeah, but and there's also nothing in agenda to go. So, but it just
it was just a late resolution.
I understand, but it would be nice if we can somehow maybe think about how to maybe change our protocol a bit on when things get submitted, so that the public does have an opportunity to read important resolutions like this, at least through a electronic means here.
We'll make sure we get it loaded up.
Great, thank you.
I just want to thank all of you for the work that you do. It's unimaginable what some of these refugees have possibly gone through, and the courage that they had to in their own country help our country in some situations and put their lives of their families in danger. And it's an honor and a privilege to have them here and to welcome them, and thank you for your work.
Good. Thank you once again, and certainly we invite folks. You want to give the particulars one more time for the June 20th? What time is the? Sure. Yeah, why don't you come in? Could you hand me? That'd be great. Just give me.
It is World Refugee Day, celebrated by community members, as well as all 5 resettlement agencies will be there. It will be from 5 to 7 p.m. on June 20th. That's a Tuesday. It is World Refugee Day. And the address for that is 491 Regatta Lane, I think, West Sacramento. You can also find more information at rsvpwrd.splashthat.com. That's how you can RSVP. All the event details will be there. Refugee-owned restaurants, refugees, all the resettlement agencies and major supporters of this effort in Sacramento County will be present. So we hope to see you there and the public there as well.
I'm sorry, could you repeat the website just one more time?
Sure. RSVP, then the letters WRD.splashthat.com. Or you can go to rescue.org/Sacramento, and there's information there.
Well, and to Mr. Arsena's point, maybe what we can do is get that link put on the site today, so that way with the board action resolution, we can get that linkage made so people can find out about the event and not have to search too far to find it. So we'll do that. So
thank you very much.
Thank you, Hannah. Thank you all once again. Thanks.
Okay, item 40 is the presentation of resolution congratulating Catherine Shurtleff upon the occasion of her retirement.
And I believe Robin Dravon, our county counsel, is going to make some introductory comments, and then we'll invite Kathleen's already up here.
Good morning, board, audience. Kathy, I just wanted to say that one of the truly endearing things about the county counsel's office is its ability to recruit and retrain just exemplary employees, and a poster child for that, recruited in her legal infancy and retained for 38 years, is Kathy Shurtleff, who's retiring. She's retiring after a wonderful long career that experienced a variety of both locations of county council office and many of the duties primarily in juvenile dependency, for which we are very proud of her contribution. And reaching escape velocity is something to which we all aspire. And she and her husband are headed off to wonderful, good adventures. And as long as he can stay vertical and stay off the roof, we think they'll have many, many fine years doing those things. And with that, I want to hand it over to Don for our resolution. Thank you.
Well, thanks, Robin. You can sit. Well, I am pleased certainly to be joined by Kathy, and I see Mike in the audience, and other colleagues from the office, and maybe other family members to, as Robin said, to recognize someone who came to the county very, very early in their career, and actually made their career in serving the people of this county. And I think it really demonstrates certainly commitment on her part, and I think the ability to have worked through a number of different county councils, to have served under them, but obviously to have really focused in an area where helping families and children was her forte, and something that she did very well, and I'm sure could recite many times both the frustrations but also the satisfaction of working in that regard, certainly within the juvenile dependency system, and all the various facets that go with helping hopefully families heal and get better, but also to sort out situations that obviously are very difficult and sometimes probably overwhelming. But nonetheless, with I think the intent of making a situation better certainly for the children that become involved in those situations, but obviously for family members who come from a variety of backgrounds and a variety of circumstances. And throughout her professional career, as Robin said, that she has made that her focus. I noted in the resolution that we approved here this morning that it was, again, kind of on a humorous side, but that her office setting has varied over the years, including, I guess, working in the vacant space in the courthouse to an area that was actually I guess a modular unit out of juvenile hall. A couple of those.
Trailers.
Trailers, yeah, trailers for lack of a better description. But certainly in recent years, once we moved over to the Granite Park facility, an opportunity to have a setting that obviously had kind of a full service approach to, but one where her office space, I think, was befitting of her work and her efforts over the years. And again, I think I made note of it already, but in ensuring the safety and security and hopefully good outcomes for children and their family members has been the focus of the law that you've and so dutifully carried out, but done an excellent job. And I know that as we're in retirement, that you and Mike are going to stay active in your community. You have a very strong family. I've had a chance to attend a couple of functions over the years that Kathy and certainly Mike and their family have been a part of, and that strong family bond certainly is a good footing, but also their work with the Conservancy, the Sacramento Valley Conservancy, and the Folsom Lake folks, the Adopted Trail. And I think just an opportunity to maybe have the chance to sleep in once in a while, have a cup of coffee, and to do things that you want to do in a little more leisurely pace. And so, with all that being said, on behalf of the people of this county, a grateful people, we want to offer our congratulations on a distinguished career of 38 years in service to the people of Sacramento County. Want to wish you well. Hopefully you have good health, much happiness, many blessings, and the blessings you've been to this county return to you manyfold, and we want to wish you well and thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Good. We'll get a picture in a minute.
Now, I'm quite notorious in my office for giving long-winded speeches at service award presentations, but I'll spare you that today. And I'm sure most of my colleagues are very happy with that. They tend to get the hook for me. But I do want to thank this board for this resolution, and especially Supervisor Natoli, as he indicated. Supervisor Natoli has known a part of my husband's extended family since he was a child, and so it's very special to me to have Supervisor Natoli present this resolution. It's been an honor and a privilege to represent this board and Children's Protective Services for all these many years. As indicated, I did start early on in my career. I was an intern in my second year of law school with CPS, with their system at that time. And I'm very proud of the fact that in my understanding and belief, that I have the longest legal career in juvenile dependency in the state. And that's something I'm very proud of. It was very exciting to be on the ground floor when having legal representation in juvenile dependency cases was just starting to be the norm. Prior to that, sometimes there'd be a county council would come out for a case, and sometimes they wouldn't. It would just be whether or not the department thought that they needed them. But of course, everyone at this point in time is lawyered up, and everyone has an attorney to represent them, each parent, each child, as well as the department. And I've also had the pleasure of working alongside and teaming with very dedicated and hardworking social workers. And they are the core of this system. And they oftentimes don't get their just due. And they are hardworking, dedicated, and have the children's best interests in mind. And it is through them that we are able to do the work that we do. And of course, I'm indebted to the clerks, the office managers, and especially the secretaries who have supported me along the way. And lastly, there are my fellow deputies, who I will miss dearly, miss talking and interacting with them on a daily basis, and mostly commiserating with them. This is a difficult job. It can be a very intense job. And it's nice to have your fellow employees, or fellow deputies to talk to about these situations. Then that's going to be one of the hardest things to walk away from, is the fellowship and camaraderie with this basically legal MASH unit that we call juvenile dependency. And again, thank you. It's been a ride, a glorious ride through humanity, the good and the bad. And I hope that I have done some good for the children of Sacramento County. I know that we, the deputies, the social workers, and the support staff have done a good job for the children of Sacramento County. And I appreciate all the support, and I appreciate the resolution, and appreciate having this career for this long of a time. Thank you.
Family and colleagues are joining you. Mike, want to come down and join the picture?
You can take a couple pictures.
There we go.
Come on.
Come on, Mike. Come on down. Yes.
Step.
Serving.
Step.
You're not doing a selfie. There we go.
Good. Thanks, Jake.
Your next item, for item 41, is the invitation to the Board of Supervisors to attend the 2017 California State Fair.
Morning.
Good morning. Rick Pickering, CEO of Your California State Fair and Exposition.
Hi, Rick.
Honorable Chair Natoli, distinguished supervisors, CEO Gill, and talented executive leadership of the County of Sacramento. Thank you for your ongoing dedicated service, not only the people of this great county, this city, but this entire region, and being a leader in the state of California. Along with you as the Board of Supervisors, we at Cal Expo strive to help build stronger communities. In noting items on your agenda today, I was asked to point out a few things that we do for the community as a whole, in addition to the things that we do as a state fair. So just a very short list. We were recently activated as a regional shelter for feeding operations and sheltering operations, as well as assisting with animal rescues during the Oroville Dam incident. We conduct the largest single blood drive in Northern California in concert with Univision as well as Blood Source. We recently conducted more than 2,000 people participated in a free dental clinic at Cal Expo property. Our California State Fair Farm is now providing farm tours to thousands of elementary school children where they're learning about seeds, soil, farming, how to wash vegetables and produce. And again, we want to thank Supervisor Kennedy for his personal support of the Farm Tour program. And we were able to glean and donate to the various food banks almost 7 tons of food from our 5-acre farm just this last year alone. In concert with the Salvation Army, we worked together to provide food and clothing and gifts during the holiday season to more than 2,000 families this last holiday period. We're also proud to continue to be the home of your Sacramento County Fair, which had a great run last weekend. Fantastic job. And we continue to help celebrate a number of cultural legacies, cultural festivals, Hawaiian festivals, the Hmong Festival, Chinese Lantern Festival, Latino festivals. And this year, our website went prime time, and we now have 9 separate languages that you can view our website in, and we're continuing to expand that outreach as well. We also, as you're well aware of, one of the largest owners of American River Parkway land of over 400 acres. You may or may not be aware, we're also the national pharmaceutical stockpile for Northern California. So should the zombie apocalypse reach us, we are in fact designated as the Northern California pharmaceutical stockpile for the federal government, and we're also designated as an alternative fallback seat of government for the state of California. So just a few of the small things that we do along with you to constantly help build a stronger local community. Your California State Fair has been a one constant setting for celebration and showcasing the best of California for more than 164 years. And roughly 162 of those years have been right here in Sacramento County. 2017 is very unique in that it represents the 50th anniversary of the State Fair's move to the new fairgrounds known as Cal Expo. So that celebration actually began back in 1962 under then Governor Pat Brown. Instituted a Senate resolution to acquire the property, and he put together a blue ribbon design team which included Walt Disney himself as well as executive members of the Disney design team. So our 50th anniversary poster, which each of you have a copy of today, it's available on our website as well, is a celebration of the rich heritage of California, and it's also showing movement in a forward direction. So you'll see the tie of the monorail, which the Disney designers encouraged us to do. And then at the bottom of the poster, you'll see the iconic California letters, which we're very honored to receive from Disney and place at the front of your California State Fair. You also have a recycling bag that says California State Bag for when you go shopping. You can take that with you. Also in that bag, there's a number of other items. There's California fruits, the map of California. There's olive oil, which we took out of your bag. We'll have some California award-winning wine delivered to you at a different point in time. The concert lineup, as well as other pieces of memorabilia. One that's very exciting to us is the magazine, which you each have a copy of. This was last year's award winners. This year's award winners will be published in about 2 weeks, but this magazine, along with our website, identifies the finest wines in California, the award-winning craft beers. I love the rainbow sunglasses. Thank you, Supervisor, for being a model.
I can barely see you. They're very dark, so they work.
Actually, I probably look better through really dark sunglasses, far, far away. But award-winning cheeses, award-winning olive oils. You also have our concert lineup in front of you as well. This year...
Okay, boys, down there. Come on, you got 3 with the rainbow glasses on here.
I think this is worth a photo for social media here.
And I can't see it all, Rick, because I haven't got my other glasses on. So
glasses were a huge hit at last Saturday's Pride Parade. So thank you for supporting the Pride activities as well. July 14th through 30th this summer, we're doing a special celebration and recognition of the rich contributions farm workers have made historically to the state of California agriculture industry. The agriculture industry in California today is more than $47 billion strong. We'll also be showcasing and recognizing Cesar Chavez as a state holiday, but also his contributions in starting farm workers, being there at the beginning of the farm workers' labor movements in California. We have a time capsule. It's our 50th anniversary, so people can submit information, be part of the time capsule. We're working with FFA in South County to actually help weld together the steel time capsule box that will be placed on storage with the state archives. We're doing a salute to dinosaurs, and you think, why is California thinking about dinosaurs? Well, actually, the Brea tar pits, important part of California, is the third largest tar pits in the world. So look forward to that. And our equestrian programs this year will be doing a salute to Hollywood. And you think, well, okay, Hollywood's California. The moving picture industry has its roots to some guy named Stanford who made a bet, does all four horses leave the ground at the same time or not? And you know the answer?
Yes, I do.
At one point in time, all 4 feet leave the ground, but he actually hired a gentleman who set up tripwires, so as the horse ran by, tripped the wire, the camera exposed, they then took all those pictures, laid them side by side, then put them together in a pile and flipped through them, and it became a moving picture or a motion picture. So horse racing in California, Stanford in California, movie industry California.
And that was in the late 1800s.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
So tying that all together in our equestrian programs will be exciting for it. Supervisor Cerna, we're pleased to announce in a partnership with SMUD, we'll be installing 14 electric vehicle charging stations. The uniqueness is the charging stations will actually be located underneath the solar panels. So you'll have sun on top of the solar panels, and you'll be charging your car beneath the solar panels, shaded parking. We're also promoting a very active Bike to Your State Fair program with a bike valet program on weekends, as well as meetup groups meeting throughout the region to ride their bikes to their state fair. We've been able to add a third community stage. We're increasing the number of community acts performing this year. We're even inviting you out to enjoy a very popular local band, Unsupervised. If you'd like to come out and cheer on one of your own.
Got to wear sunglasses.
There you go. Sunglasses and a sing-along, I think, would also be important. You have a listing in your packet here of the 17 free concerts. They're free with admission, but acts like Melissa Etheridge, Trace Atkins, Ozzo Motley, Smash Mouth, who many of you may remember from the Shrek movies, Belinda Carlisle, because some of us were alive in the 80s, Sheila E., Blues Travelers. It's a great time will be had by all. Sac Republic will be playing a league game. And
don't forget the Marshall Tucker Band now.
And the Marshall Tucker. We can go through the whole list, but I've looked at your agenda. It's quite long today. Sac Republic continues to grow. They have their new leadership involved, or their new ownership involved, but we're excited about the things they're doing on the field. And then several of you came out and toured Cal Expo a couple of months ago during the holidays with us, and we pointed out that we have signed a franchise agreement with the Rock and Brews Family Entertainment Restaurant, which will be located at the corner of Expo, Arden, and Ethan, and it will go hand in hand with the synergy of the Century Theater complex there, the new restaurants, Nordstrom's Racks, Home Goods, etc. So we're looking forward to that. We also want to thank the county, thank you as the Board of Supervisors for continuing to support the community fireworks celebration on the 4th of July. Between us, the state, the city of Sacramento, and certainly the county of Sacramento, have about 20,000 people that we know of that enjoy those fireworks shows in that local area. And so thank you for your contribution. For the folks listening, the doors open at 5 o'clock on the 4th of July for folks coming out to actually be on the property. We know a lot of people surround the property and watch the show as well. We did something new this last year. We're continuing it this year. We're calling it the Blue Ribbon Brunch on Sunday, September 10th. So it's after the fair closes, but it's part of the Farm to Fork calendar that'll be coming out from Visit Sacramento. So Blue Ribbon Brunch on Sunday, September 10th. Members of the public can purchase a ticket. You can come out and you'll be served the best wine, the best olive oil, the best craft beers, the best cheeses, some of the best recipes. Last year we had best brownies and best cookies recipe. It was amazing. We also had sponge cake, and then it rained on us, so you can appreciate the irony of sponge cake in the rain. But this is open to the public, and it ends the big celebration of Farm to Fork at the end of the month there. We have the State Fair Gala coming up June 22nd, in which we recognize the Agriculturist of the Year, the Vintner of the Year, Technology Champions of the Year awards, a number of awards which are certainly, we encourage you to come out and enjoy helping us recognize the best of the best. So we want to thank you for all that you do for Cal Expo. We're a very large state-owned facility that receives no funding. Our infrastructure is 50 years old now, so it's actually catching up to me at some point in time. So we're always looking for funding. We're not asked here today to ask you for funding, but we appreciate all the cheerleading you do for your California State Fair, the Cal Expo facilities, and the strong partnership that we have with you and your staff. And actually, I withheld this bag because Gil, Mr. Gill, CEO Gill, has done a great job of supporting us through the years. So we also have a bag for him.
Good, thanks, Rick.
This makes you the bag man. Unless you have questions or comments from us, we have our Chief of Staff, Tom Martinez, is with us, Margaret Moore, our Director of Marketing. Your California State Fair, for the second year in a row, won the #1 marketing award in the world for fairs and festivals. It was unheard of when we won it the first time 2 years ago, and to win it 2 years in a row with the Blue Ribbon Campaign. We're sticking with the Blue Ribbon Campaign. It's pretty good stuff.
You bet. All right, Rick. Well, thanks for being with us, and we got some comments here, so we'll stand by. So, Supervisor Kennedy and Supervisor Cerna.
Yeah, just real quickly, Rick. This is a lot of 50s this coming year. We've got the fair, we've got the airport, and a couple of supervisors.
Thank you for reminding me.
I just want to say that, as you know, I kind of grew up at the fair through my grandfather and learned to drive on the fairgrounds, learned to ride my horse on the fairgrounds, and it goes on and on and on. So I got my first job at the fairgrounds. And so I've seen a lot of general managers and a lot of leadership come and go, and there's been none that have been as good as you.
Thank you.
And your recognition of the multiculturalism of California and our region in particular, and just all the great amenities that you've brought, and taking really a challenging 50-year-old infrastructure and doing the best you can, but making it better. So I want to thank you for your leadership and that of your team.
Thank you.
Thanks, Pat. Phil.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'd certainly like to echo my colleagues' comments. I think we've been duly impressed each year, Rick, that you come, not just when you come here to explain the theme and underscore all the great agricultural products that are associated with the fair, but as consumers of and folks that up here that enjoy attending the fair with our families and really seeing for ourselves how sustainable the fair has become, as you mentioned, rightfully so, that you're not general funded, so you are an enterprise fund of the state. And so you have to operate like a business, and that means being very careful about your spending, and being very thoughtful about your revenue generation, and to see it grow, to see the fair's success continue to grow the way it has over the last several years is very impressive to us, and I think to the entire community. So please keep up the great work, and unsupervised looks forward to playing again.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks.
Rick, I would just extend thanks certainly on behalf of the broader community for all the efforts, because obviously you're much more than just a state fair. You're certainly award-winning, many rights. You're recognized for your marketing campaign internationally. But I think the list that you went through, which I'm sure was a short list of your engagement, and I think the ability to pull from different geographical regions of the state, but certainly to highlight what's best about the people and the geography and all the things that we really hold dear as a state, but interjecting fun, and I think learning and all of that is as well as giving back to the community in so many ways. really is an important aspect that we shouldn't forget, because again, it's not just the 2-week run, it's all year long that you're doing this. And I just want to again offer my congratulations that's been added already for your leadership out of your team, obviously, and all the folks who work year round to make the fair a great event, but also then to give back in so many ways. So thanks for being here today. Thanks for the goodies, and we look forward to a great run. Hopefully the weather will be very cooperative, and you'll have just the right kind of summer atmosphere to enjoy all the activities from dusk to dawn. So
it's Sacramento in July. We love it.
Yep.
But thank you not only for your support, but your cheerleading means an awful lot to your state fair, being the home county of the state fair. Actually, the state's constitution was amended to require the state fair to stay in this county, to stay in this capital city. And that was done because of the support the county and the city were showing us. So thank you for all that you do. The sunglasses look spectacular. I can see them out on social media now. So be cool and come to your state fair this summer, July 14th through 30th.
I see a couple of backup members unsupervised over here.
Well, that could happen. They could be
cool in the game. There we go. All right.
If only we could dance.
Good. Thanks a lot. You guys appreciate it. Okay. Again, with thanks to Rick and his team and being here this morning. And with that, then that concludes the presentations, and now we get into some of the hearing items. Well,
Item 42, authorizing execution of a sales and purchase agreement, certificates of acceptance for the grant deed and the easement for ingress and egress and public utility, an agreement for right of first offer, and a memorandum of understanding between Farm to Future Associates LP and the County of Sacramento for the purchase of approximately 12.64 acres of vacant land located in the unincorporated Old Florentown area of Sacramento. The environmental document is a notice of exemption.
Okay, Mr. Pahuli, good morning.
Good morning, Chair Natoli, Supervisors. Chris Pahuli with the Office of Planning and Environmental Review. The item before you for consideration continues efforts to develop an innovative, affordable housing, urban working farm community in the Old Florentown neighborhood. In March 2016, the board adopted a resolution allocating $1 million of 2014 housing-related park program funds, HRPP grant funds, from the state to partner with Farm to Future Associates LP and their parent company, Domus Development LLC, to build approximately 200 affordable housing units along with a public park and urban working farm, which would provide job opportunities for the housing residents. Since then, county staff representing multiple departments have worked with Southgate Recreation and Park District and Mia Kong, the owner of Farm to Future Associates, to develop the deal structure presented in your board package. It is relevant to note that Ms. Kong, formerly with Domus Development, is now with the Related Companies of California, and she has formed Mia Kong LLC, which has assumed ownership of Farm to Future Associates. The action before you this morning authorizes the county executive and director of general services to execute various documents which will allow the county to purchase 2 parcels totaling 12.64 acres from Farm to Future Associates. These 2 parcels are envisioned to be the public park and farm sites. The documents attached to your board package include a sales and purchase agreement, an agreement for right of first offer, and a memorandum of understanding, and an easement for ingress and egress. The highlights of the arrangement are that the county will purchase the 2 parcels for the appraised value of $650,000. The right of first offer grants the county the right to purchase the affordable housing sites in the event Farm to Future fails to develop an affordable project and chooses to sell the property. The MOU was prepared to outline the county and Farm to Future's commitment to meet regularly, secure competitive funding for the park, farm, and housing developments, and reiterate the county's right of first offer. It is important to note that through a subsequent action, likely in the early fall, the county staff will ask the board to consider conveying the 2 parcels along with the residual state funds to Southgate Recreation and Parks District. That concludes my remarks. I'm available for any questions, and I'd also like to acknowledge that Mia Kong, owner of Farm to Future Associates, is here, as well as Ward Winchell from Southgate Recreation and Park District. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Chris. I see Supervisor Cerna has wishes to speak, maybe others as well, so if you'll stand by. So.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. So first of all, thank you, Chris, for all your hard work that you've put into this project. And I know it has evolved, it continues to evolve. It's a complicated one. It has a lot of moving parts in terms of the parks component, the affordability component, and I am very supportive of it. I do have some questions, and I know this is a long-term project. I guess the first question is how do you? I mean, we've had a lot of discussion at this board in the last year and a half about affordable housing. How do we increase our inventory countywide? How do we maybe shift some SHRA resources so that we begin to prioritize some of the housing resources for formerly chronically homeless individuals and families? This conversation about this project started with a very novel concept that part of the property would be dedicated for an urban farm. The housing component could function to accommodate formerly homeless individuals. So that's what initially, caught my attention, is that we're celebrating our legacy here in Sacramento County in terms of our agricultural history. But at the same time, we're also responding, I think, very affirmatively to the need for more affordable housing. So how do you see the project as it currently is being proposed satisfying, especially that intent for us to expand our inventory for deep targeted affordability?
I think that's a great question. The housing site itself is included in our housing element as a affordable housing site. So we are counting on it as being an affordable housing site, and there are requirements that it be developed there. However, as you mentioned, the sort of working understanding that we've been under in working with the developer has been that we're really looking for a deeper target for affordability. And I think as we move forward with trying to secure competitive funding for the site and looking at different housing resources that might be available, we're going to continue to try to structure a project that meets the goal of having a deep target for the project. We can also have the developer speak to her thoughts as trying to secure those funding resources to do that deep level of targeting.
I'd like to hear from Mia here in a moment. What about the housing authority's involvement? Is this currently structured so that it does welcome that and maybe some new creative ways? That seems to be, again, a theme that this board is interested in, given our recent public discussions on the subject.
Absolutely. It's certainly, they need to be part of the discussion. There's been some preliminary discussions with them as part of structuring this package that's in front of you. But as you may note in the MOU, we're committing to regular meetings with the developer, with Southgate, and we would include the Housing Authority in those discussions as well.
Okay.
Could I just add to that, just that point? I mean, even the premise going back a number of years ago for the study that was done in Old Town Florin that laid the groundwork for opportunities for housing, for reinvestment for businesses and so forth. The SHRA was, in the time you were there, I don't know if you worked on this project, but they were very much a part of it and have been a part of it, obviously now we're talking specifically relative to the housing, but I wouldn't want to lose sight of that either, Chris. I don't know if you didn't mention that, but I mean, they they laid the groundwork for the planning effort. I think SHRA, along with the county planning department, but paid for some of the studies that actually kind of set the stage, and certainly have been a big contributor through block grant monies and also in partnership with some of the grant applications that have been made both through DOT and through SACOG that have brought money into Florentown for infrastructure improvements, as well as, and obviously Supervisor Cerna and Kennedy represent those areas now. But nonetheless, I mean, they have historically a strong presence of support and engagement. So kind of said, when you're going to involve them in the meetings, it would seem to me that they would be part of the ground floor to Supervisor Cerna's question of the discussions about how to move forward and secure the financing that's going to be necessary to do the project. So
That's absolutely true. Yeah.
Okay. All right, Phil.
I'd like to hear from the developer.
Okay.
Good morning, Board. Mia
Morning.
Kong
Morning,
with Mia Kong LLC. We're the owner of Farm to Future Associates. This project has been around for over 2 years as far as its concept. There's been a lot of investment in the property. I know that there has been a long planning effort in Old Florentown for new housing in this area. I think it's an area for growth and an opportunity that is a priority area under SACOG's blueprint also, as far as opportunity areas, and transit also has an opportunity to improve there. And of course, the county's already invested infrastructure dollars in improvements on Florin Road and new sidewalks and improvements. So it seems like a great opportunity to sort of launch off of all of the previous efforts. As far as housing funding, we all know it's very challenging. We have no redevelopment, and we have whatever efforts are underway right now with the governor and the legislature in terms of additional affordable housing funds. I believe that there will be some support in the legislature this year for new additional funding, but we do have at our disposal now the beginning of the No Place Like Home funding. And that, as everyone knows, is very well targeted for the type of supportive housing we are looking for to deliver on this site. And so I think in collaboration with the county, I know the county's been very active. We've spoken with Cindy Kavanaugh, who's working under your programs now to sort of develop, I think, the county's program. I think, frankly, this project can help define I think a new model for supportive housing for the county. I think a new model that hopefully we can be creative and flexible about and work together to arrive at that. I think now with your action today, we can solidly move forward on a plan that brings a collaboration effort together both with the county, I think your various resources within the county, as well as transit and a conversation with RT. That's another piece of this. And so the goal is to try to build a cap and trade project out here. It does score well from a scoring standpoint. It's what's considered a disadvantaged community and still stands that way, which will help its rankings. And I think with the collaboration and the fact that the project is already entitled, so it has the entitlements. We won those last year with the design review, so it's been approved for the housing that's been shown, and with community services and lots of open space. And the idea too is that it's a place that's pet friendly.
Great, thank you. So I appreciate that summary. And let me connect some dots that may be obvious to some, maybe not so much to others. So you have a very supportive supervisor here in whose district the project lies. Now it's across the street from Supervisor Kennedy's district on the south side of Florin. But also with Supervisor Kennedy, you have someone that has been appointed to the No Place Like Home Advisory Board. And then thirdly, I believe since the last time you and I and my staff went down the path of trying to have a discussion with RT about how they play a very prominent role in terms of perhaps reconfiguring the location of various bus stops. That was with a previous administrator. And so I don't know, Mia, whether or not you've had an opportunity to speak yet to Henry Lee, who I think has been at RT, a little over a year now. So with those three things, and then don't forget to, you also have a member of the Air Resources Board here, and you mentioned cap and trade. So you've got a lot of support and I think interest from a lot of different decision makers. And so I think, grab the next gear on this thing. What I'd like to suggest we do is maybe, and if Supervisor Kennedy, who's also on the RT board, is interested in doing so, we sit down with Henry Lee to figure out that part of it. And then at some point, I'd like to also have you join me in a meeting with some of our executive team at the Air Resources Board.
Okay. I look forward to next steps. I think this is very exciting. It's a wonderful step today. Thank you for your support.
Thank you.
Thanks. Other questions, other members of the board? I had one question relative to the support for project. Have we looked into the idea of sewer credits, since we're sparsely sewered in that part of the world there? It was never included as part of the regional formation or sanitation district. So is that part of the package that we're looking at?
We have not yet looked at that, but that is something, as we look to try to structure financing for the project, we'll be looking at all available incentives, including those.
Because there's some there's some clocks ticking relative to utilizing those, as we're well aware, for some of those sewer credits. And so I do think that that this would be, in that part of the world, an important consideration. I don't know what it would mean to overall project costs, but I got to imagine it would help some. So, okay. All right. I didn't have anybody else or anybody signed up to speak on this. So, unless there's any other comments, Supervisor Stern.
Move the item.
It's moved and second to approve the staff recommendation as outlined, and thank the folks for being here. Should I ask Ward, is there anything you wanted to add on behalf of Southgate?
No, thank you, sir.
Okay. All right. Very good. So with that, please vote.
Unanimous vote.
Very good. Okay, thank you all, and we'll look forward to hearing some more good progress on this particular project. So, all right, next item, please.
Item 43, authorize an agreement with CalWin Client Correspondence Printing and Mailing Services to BIT California LLC, doing business as Document Fulfillment Services, for the amount of $9,440,694.
Okay. Good morning, Ann. We do have some speakers signed up on this, and so I know that Ann's been at this podium before on this item, and we have a related item on the agenda as well that you'll probably touch on. I think item 66 is a receive and file, but it relates certainly to some
I will be
follow-up.
addressing that as well.
Okay. All right. Very good.
So good morning. Ann Edwards, Department of Human Assistance, and I'm here as follow-up to our December 13th hearing regarding the printing contract with DFS and the findings of the Department of Finance agreed upon procedures. In December, you approved a contract extension to allow time for the Department of Finance to complete their agreed upon procedures using source file data from CalWin to verify print images, which are the largest portion of this contract. Since then, the Department of Finance has completed their review, and you have a copy of their report, as well as the responses from DHA. In December, there were some allegations that DFS was fraudulently billing Sacramento County, as well as the other counties in the consortium. The Department of Finance did find some disallowed and questioned costs, as well as some underbilling, but there was no evidence of fraud. Using the source file data from CalWin, the Department of Finance found no discrepancy on print images. This is significant, as this is the largest portion of the contract. The Department of Finance did find some overbilling regarding the TDD endorsements, totaling a little over $124,000. Once this problem was identified, it was immediately corrected, and there were no additional TDD charges after July 30th of 2016. The Department of Finance also found some overbilling relating to postage, totaling $14,457. Extrapolated over the life of the contract, totals little over $312,000, due to incorrect postage rates being applied on 14 invoices. It is important to note that the accurate postage rates have been applied for the last 2 years of the contract. Unfortunately, DHA has to take some responsibility for failing to validate the postage rates on invoices, and we are now doing a thorough review of all invoices. In addition to the disallowed costs I just spoke of, there were some question costs related to postage, a folding charge, and other services not identified in the contract. The costs are questioned by the Department of Finance, as they were services provided and paid for, but not outlined in the contract. This is, again, at least partially the responsibility of DHA for not amending the contract or having contract language that is broad enough to account for these often legally required services. One example of the legally required services is our requirement to include voter registration materials in mailings to our customers. This was not included in the contract, but we are required by law to include them. We asked DFS to provide the service. They provided the service, they billed us for the service, and we paid them for a legitimate service provided. All areas of contract out of compliance in the contract, DHA was either aware of or we specifically requested the services. Finally, the Department of Finance found that DFS undercharged DHA for our Notice of Language Services. This is a two-sided document included in all of our notices of actions. DFS failed to charge us the two-sided rates, only charging us for a single image, totaling an undercharge of over $595,000. When you net out the overcharge and undercharge, the county owes DFS approximately $144,000. Finally, the department is recommending we proceed with the original contract award for DFS for 5 years. DFS had the highest score of the bids received, has provided DHA with excellent customer service, and continues best practices to maximize efficiencies. DHA has taken proactive steps to ensure increased clarity and compliance with the contract and looks forward to applying the Department of Finance's recommendations and improving contractual language, monitoring, and compliance to ensure resolution of all issues. We have already amended the current contract to address the postage issues and the duplex printing issues, and we are validating all invoices. And all of the Department of Finance findings will be specifically addressed in the new contract. So that concludes my remarks, and I'm happy to answer any questions. I know I will stand by as other people talk, and we have staff here from my department, from DTEC, and from the Department of Finance.
Okay, thanks, Ann. I do have a couple things to follow on to your presentation. Could you walk through again how you went from underbilled, overbilled, disallowed, to the county owing to, basically calculating the county owes DFS $140,000. If you could just kind of, structure that and do it in a little more detailed fashion. I know it's in the audits and the staff report, but I think for certainly benefit of this board, but I think for clear understanding, particularly in light of some of the questions that were raised back in December hearing, the ongoing review, and I think some of the findings that were made in both the auditor's report, but also by DHA in making a recommendation. If you could just step through that again.
So I'll do my very best,
Okay.
and if you have more specific questions, the audit staff are here that could help as well. So we took the findings from the first agreed upon procedures and then all of the allegations that were presented to us and used that as the starting point for identifying what things the Department of Finance was going to look at in their next review. And that included the print images, the TDD, the postage, and I might be forgetting one other thing.
Okay.
Oh, and then the notice of language inserts, that came to our attention, which wasn't looked at the first time around. So there was some overcharging on postage rates when we were able to compare invoices to source documents, and we did find there was some overbilling of postage on an invoice. And then what the auditors do is they extrapolate that over the life of the contract, which is why a $14,000 disallowed cost came to a $312,000 disallowed cost.
Okay.
On the TDD, that was a fixed amount. There's no extrapolation on that because it was a fixed time, and we were able to validate 100% of the invoices that had TDD on them, and that's where we came up with the $124,000 figure. That is not extrapolated because it was for a finite period of time.
Okay.
The question costs, which we actually didn't even include in the net out, are the costs for services that DHA specifically asked DFS to provide, but they weren't noted in the contract. So it's an auditor's responsibility to identify that as a question cost because it wasn't in the contract. But I think it would be a bit unfair to not pay them for services that we specifically asked them to provide and they provided for us. The notice of language insert, we're required to submit that with every notice of action, which is a letter to a client saying that they're not eligible for service. We have to include that two-sided document, and they picked it up as a one-sided document, billed us for a one-sided document over the life of the contract, and it is in fact a two-sided contract. And so a two-sided document. So if in fact they had charged us for that, it would totaled $595,000. So when you take the disallowed costs and the underbilling and net it out, that's how you get to the $144,000.
Okay, and just as you touched on, so the blank page is considered a two-sided document. Is that what you just said?
Yes, so we amended the contract to account for the blank page issue. So when we asked them to print in duplex, because so many of our documents are two-sided, and even if you have multiple single-sided documents, it's more cost-effective to print in duplex. So there are blank pages in there as well because of the fact that we do duplex printing and not simplex printing.
Okay. That's an assumed cost going forward. You went back and made that, I guess, finding, but the original contract didn't count for paying for blank, the language wouldn't have accounted for paying for blank pages, or would it have?
Well, it didn't explicitly.
It did explicitly, okay.
But we knew that that's what's
right. You know,
happening.
you said that.
Yes.
I just, again, going back to trying to, what questions have been raised, and particularly in the light of that now we're saying there's $595,000 that were underbilled for, I guess, the duplex pages. Is that right?
Not for the duplex.
Not
No.
for
Well, yes, because it's a two-sided document, and they only charge us for one side.
That's what I meant. The two-sided documents that may have only been printed on one page. Okay.
Correct.
All right. Thanks. And then just on the postage piece of that, going forward, then what assurances are put in place? Because we had this discussion too about metered postage versus indicia, and I would just, I guess, as a final question I have, at least for now, explain that. But going back to the postage, so what is being built into the contract going forward? Because if you look at the samples that were in the audit, and I appreciate the work that certainly Finance did on this, that again, 2014 backwards is where we found that. I guess coming forward, you haven't, at least in the samples that were pulled, haven't found any postage discrepancies, either because of change in process and/or adjustments. But certainly going back from 14 back to July of 2010, there were significant, overages in the charges, and that was, basically. You extrapolated that, and that's how you get to $320,000. So what was put in place in August, at least the sample, but in 2015, that now assures that there won't be those sort of deviations, whether they be very small or very big, in the future?
So I think that DFS could probably answer that more directly about the things that they've done internally.
Right. Okay.
What we are doing now is the postage rates are identified in the contract, and they're identified in the invoices that we receive from DFS, and we are now validating all of that. Each and every single invoice, we're validating the postage rates.
Okay, so there is a truing up.
Yes.
Pretty immediately. It may not be that day or that week, but it's done currently.
Upon receipt of the invoice, yes, before it is paid.
Okay. And then just about the last question about the indicia versus the metered rate and how that is applied, and what sort of assurances go with either or of those relative to not only to the date it was mailed, but obviously the date of receipt is very critical, and we rely on the U.S. mail to make sure that it gets there. But people have backing off of what it takes a day or two in county to get mail to most of the folks that are receiving that. So could you just take a moment on that particular piece? That has been a point of contest, obviously, and it still is, even in the communication that we received late yesterday, and probably we'll hear from the podium this morning. So
we have had the greatest way I can describe the success on the indicia in terms of the mail actually getting to the customer. So when we send a mailing, particularly notice of actions or renewal packets that customers are required to complete to continue their benefits, if they get discontinued or benefits get cut off because they did not receive a piece of mail, we get that call immediately, and we don't get those calls. So I know that's not, it's a little subjective, but they're not calling us. The mail is being received, and it is date stamped on the bottom of the envelope. I've seen it personally, so we know the date that it went out, and the customers are receiving the mail.
Previous contract that required for a metered approach, and
it has been amended to include either meter or indicia.
So
the current contract,
it's an either or?
It is either or.
Okay, and what would be the plus side of the metered over the indicia if we were still with that, or is there a downside?
I'm actually not convinced it would be a plus, but again, I'm going to let Eric or someone from DFS respond to that.
Okay, all right. Thanks. Any other questions for Ann or staff at this point in time? Okay, good. Thank you, Ann. Did we want to have anybody from finance? Is there anything that needs to be put forward before we hear from the parties?
I don't believe so at this point.
Okay, all right. All right. Okay, I have 3 speakers signed up, and I'm going to take these in order that I received them. I have Sherry Lambert, Glenn Morgan, and if either they can decide who wants to go first, and then also Greg Thatch. So, okay, Sherry? Okay. Good morning, Sherry.
Hi. Good morning. I'm Sherry Lambert. I've been with KP Corporation 31 years. And I'd like to address the board. I had planned out here what I was going to say, but there were a few things Ann brought up, so now I'm kind of out of order about the whole thing. But I'm going to go back to my original plan. I want to make sure the board understands that even though it looks like this is a $9.4 million contract, that in actuality for Sacramento County, with the possible 5-year extensions on there, this is over an $18 million contract for Sacramento County. The other counties that participate in CalWIN piggyback on this contract. So in reality, this contract is worth well over $50 million, which is one of the reasons we have dug so deep into this when we see the findings from the audit. So what I wanted to really get into is I'm here to ask you to vote no on the award of this contract. And the main reason being, there were 2 recent audits done in the last 9 months, and there's outstanding findings in both of these audits. And these findings revolve around 3 main areas. One is invoicing, vendor financial review, and metered postage. So I'll enter into the first one about the invoicing. The first audit that was dated October 4th, 2017, found errors in 2 out of 3 invoices. At that point, the Department of Finance recommended DFS implement written policies and procedures for its invoice, claim submission, and cost allocation projects. When you're dealing with postage, it's a variable amount of money. Depending on how many pieces qualify to a 5-digit area code, zip code, you get a better rate. If they're 3 digits, it's different. It's a fluctuating thing. So it's very important so that the county reimburses accurately. There's a way to check this postage, and that the way invoices are created, there's a written procedure and there's documentation that backs up how much postage was actually spent. So they recommended this, and DHA agreed. Yes, there should be written policies and procedures and backup documentation for every invoice submitted. So here we are now at the second audit that's dated, it's on this agenda, it's dated April 24th. And one thing that Ann mentioned when she was up here, that there were errors found in 14 invoices. The thing she didn't add is that there were errors found in 14 out of 17 invoices. And these errors found were actually in the county's favor. When we add the issue of the undercharging for the second side, that would make all 17 invoices incorrect. So there's a huge history of incorrect invoicing. And these errors, some go for the county, some go for DFS, but the point is they total $1.2 million. So you asked Ann if she had the breakdown on this, and I have it here. $124,680.38 were for the TDD endorsement. In a previous contract, DFS was allowed to charge a penny apiece for this. When the contract was awarded to them the second time, they were not, but they continued to charge it.
Sherry, I'm going to give you 2 more minutes, Sherry, because I know you got some presentation. Your time could go on 3 minutes. I'm going to give you two more, so that's right.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to give you 2. I'm going to give you 2. That's right. I'll give you 2 more minutes. Okay.
Okay. So I'll go through that. So I have the breakdown. We'll save it if you have questions for it. And then there's the $595,000 that they say they were undercharged. And I have a few questions about that. If DFS did undercharge for 6.5 years on, I don't know, hundreds, maybe 1,000 invoices, they undercharged. Can they really go back in 6.5 years? I mean, sometimes there's rules on how far a vendor can go back, but that's not my main point. I want to move on a little faster. Main point about the invoicing is that in the second audit, DHA now states on the second audit report that this is not a cost allocation contract and that written invoice claim submission procedures are unnecessary. I find that really hard with this amount of money and the errors that have been found, that they are saying these are unnecessary, especially after at the first audit they were necessary. So the current recommendation now is simply for the preparer and the reviewer to sign and date the invoice. I really want to stress the documentation. Next item, financial statement review. The first audit, there were no audited financials from DFS so that DOF could do a financial review. They recommended in the future contract those be required. DHA agreed, and in this second audit there's no mention of whether or not audited statements will be required for the new contract as agreed to in the first audit, which I think it's extremely important considering the relevancy of these documents, the timeliness, the number of lives it affects, that your vendor be financially healthy and it's followed up and verified that they are. Final, metered postage. Department of Finance discovered that the mail was not metered as per the contract. The contract states the contractor shall be reimbursed for postage metered mail at the same discounted postage rate that is actually applied on the letters. This protects the county so that they get the best rate. If those pieces went at the lowest 5-digit rate, they get that. If it went at the 3-digit rate, they get that. The county pays the actual postage. As soon as you stop metering, there's no way to know the actual postage. Every meter is tied back to a meter machine issued by the post office with a serial number so that you can track the money. With an indicia, you've lost control of tracking the money. You've also lost control of the date the mail piece went out and the ability to see if your vendor has mailed the piece on time. The mail date on the meter is the date the post office accepts it, and it's recognized by the post office. Stamping any other date on there is not recognized.
Sure. Need to wrap up, Chair, please.
Okay, so my final point on this is that I request that you resubmit the RFP with declaring the meter, so all vendors are participating on a level playing field. When we participated in this RFP, it was understood it was metered. There's a cost to that. So our bid and anyone else's would reflect that, which would, I think, make the RFP unfair. But most importantly for the county, I would reissue the RFP with all the items we have discussed here. 1, demand written procedures for invoice documentation. 2, audited financials to make sure that your vendor is healthy financially. And 3, to clear up the metered postage and exactly how this postage is documented and make sure the county is paying the actual postage.
Okay. Thank you, Sherry. I would just note that we did, based upon some of the information that was submitted, got a response back on it. I think Anna can address this at the end of the testimony, but that to the point about requiring audited financial statements, that is a requirement that will be in the contract, and so I understood that point. Whoever the vendor would be, that's a premise, and I think you legitimately raised the point, and it's my understanding, and we'll have Ann come up and address some of the other issues as well. But your request is that we reissue the RFP under different setup.
So that it'll be fair.
It is 6 minutes in.
Yeah, I know. Okay, we're done. Okay, thanks. I was just trying to answer one of the questions. That's what I was doing. Okay. I have next then Glenn Morgan and then Greg Thatch.
I just want to say I'd like Ann to address many of the comments made, even though you've already done it, but in a summary fashion, so you can prepare yourself after this.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Morgan.
Thank you. My colleague, thank you, Sherry. I'll keep my comments very brief. KP's been doing work for the Medi-Cal beneficiaries for 10 years or so, a little bit longer, in 36 different counties. We understand how difficult this type of work is. It's not easy. Delivering these informing materials, making sure that the postage right is correct, that the materials are accurate. We understand that. What we're looking at is when we looked at the process that we've gone through in the RFP, there are a number of changes that have taken place. When we look at the audit results, we've been through audits before with KP. If we have 17 out of 17 invoices, we would be in a position where we would certainly understand that the idea is that you'd want to make sure that you had a very thorough response. The challenge that we have, and that what we ask for, is for the RFP to be reissued just so we can account for all of the recommendations that were made, the changes that are being made to the contract, that those be included in the overall RFP, so that it is a level playing field for everybody that's involved. And ultimately, at the end of the day, we just want to make sure the county has a vendor that is qualified, that can execute on that promise and get you the best deal.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good. Thank you, Glenn. Okay. Then I have, and I just, Robin, I'm going to call Mr. Thatch up, but I would ask you, if at some juncture, I'm going to ask you about that last point about changes in the RFP and so forth. Okay, Mr. Thatch. And I will allot you 5 minutes as well, so.
Good afternoon, members of the board. Gregory Thatch, and it's my privilege to represent DFS here today. We do have a lot of people from DFS here, so the degree to which I cannot answer questions, they are certainly available to answer questions. DFS is a local business, as you know, residing here in Sacramento, and I believe, Mr. Cerna, in your district. They are committed to the CalWIN program and have had this contract and performing this work for 12 years, since 1975. Their work is highly regarded by DHA. Some of you may have had an opportunity to tour the facility. I know I have. It's pretty remarkable. The technology is pretty remarkable, and you could eat off the floor. It is so clean. This latest RFP, let's keep in mind that DFS was the #1 rated competitor in that RFP. And these are not just county evaluators. The other counties served on this evaluation committee too. And not only were they the top rated one, they were the top rated one in every category. There were some audits that have been conducted, and Ann has identified those audits and the outcome of those audits. There were some postage errors, but DHA has acknowledged that they were not checking the bills terribly well during some of those years. That is not to forgive the fact that there were errors on the part of DFS, but the fact is that there are no similar problems with the other counties, and that is because they hear from other counties. Every bill that goes in has complete backup data that allows each individual bill to be audited in any fashion. Since 1914, there have been no similar errors. And the reason for that is further automation of the facilities.
Since 2014, I think.
Did I? What?
1914.
1914.
I think it's 2014, but maybe you've been doing this for 100.
I have a little gout in my foot today, so I feel like I was born in about 1914.
Mr. Thatch remembers 1914.
Yeah, maybe he does. Okay.
Almost. The question costs. Ann has also identified those. These were things that DFS was asked to do, important things, wanting to provide good customer service. They did them. I believe in the new contract there will be a methodology to deal with those rather emergency necessary items that go forward. But the bottom line is real simple here, and the bottom line is about $144,000 is owed to DFS, and it is willing to negotiate with respect to that amount of money. DFS has continued to provide quality services throughout all of this audit period, through all of the time that your board has been deliberating on this. It has been a long, long haul. Now, we are aware of KP's actions. They have made many allegations of fraud, which have been disproved, allegations of dishonest activity, which have been disproved. The two-sided issue, it's interesting that they raised the two-sided issue because they too have contracts with the county, and they too bill for a blank page. The sole distinction, and I have it here, the sole distinction is on their back blank page, they type the words, "This page intentionally left blank." That's the only difference between their blank page and the blank page that we are talking about for DFS. Let's keep in mind what automation has done here and what duplex printing has done. It has done some pretty remarkable things in saving the county money. Printing on two-sided pages obviously saves money in paper, but it also saves money in postage. It simply weighs less. The other item that DFS has been able to do is to household these, so that if you have more than one piece of information going to that household, it can go in the same envelope. There have been significant cost savings going forward. The county has benefited from those cost savings, and it has been a good and positive relationship. We believe that the future is bright. I think the DHA will be looking at these contracts in a more careful way, and certainly the automation will continue and will allow DFS to continue to do a good job and improve on that job. I'm here to answer any questions you might have, be it about the indicia, the two-sided copying, or any other questions.
Okay, thank you, Greg. Okay, Mr. Cerna?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Greg, for your explanation of your client's disposition on this matter. I have a follow-up question for you, and perhaps Ann will note it so that she might elaborate when she comes to the podium as well. And that is, you mentioned that other counties enjoy perhaps a richer, more robust means of communication and double-checking things. What are some of those protocols that we may want to consider, and do we know whether or not there's of that subset of counties that are having those regular check-ins, which ones have the least number of errors?
I don't know that I can answer your latter question. I can talk to my client, but I can tell you that, and I've looked at these billings. When these billings go out to a county on a monthly basis, it's not just a page with the bill on it. All of the information, all of the data is attached to that so that it is auditable. I am told that there are counties that go through it with a fine-tooth comb. They call if they have questions or concerns. I think it is understood that this county, for some time period, didn't do it. I think under current leadership, it's clearly going to be done, and we think that would clear it up. If, in fact, it was this board's wish that somehow we talk to these other counties, and I'm sure Ann can do that better than we can anyway, and find out what they may be doing. But it is really pretty easy to take a look at that bill and audit it. The information, as you may know, goes to HP. It's generated by HP. That information then comes to the contractor for printing and mailing. And that is one of the very good things here, is that we know that that lines up totally. So you can look at it, you can easily examine it and audit it. Mr. Cern, if you wanted more detail, I'd have to get somebody else up there.
No, I appreciate it. And I'll look forward to Ann's response when she comes up here in a minute. But I'm looking through the list in our board letter, the list of the 15 counties. And I just want to make it clear that we're not apples to oranges here. These are analogous counties as far as I'm concerned. There's Alameda and San Diego, San Francisco. So they're not small rural counties that are doing far less. In fact, they're probably doing more printing and mailing than we are. So if they're actually doing that at a greater volume and enjoying greater success in terms of fewer errors, I think it's incumbent upon us that if it's the will of the board to go with staff's recommendation, that we understand where and how the success has sustained itself in other counties. And I'm hopeful to hear more about that from Ann. Thank you.
Just one question, maybe this is not so much for you, Greg, but why, once again, do the other counties piggyback on Sacramento County?
You're right, it's not for me.
Okay, all right. Thanks. Any other questions for Mr. Thatch? All right, if not.
Thank you.
Good, thanks, Rick. Okay, those are all the speakers, I have a question for council, county council, but Ann, maybe you want to respond, and then I'll.
Sure. Let me start with the other counties. I want to be clear that the other counties do not piggyback on our contract. They piggyback on our procurement. So when we select the provider, then they use that procurement to take to their board, but they negotiate their own individual contract with DFS. So their terms may be different. The contracts are completely separate and distinct county by county. So that's an important thing to note. In terms of how other counties do it, I mean, I said it earlier, we've done a terrible job at DHA in terms of validating invoices, and we are doing it now. We have the information we need to validate it.
We're not doing a terrible job now, right? We're doing it differently now.
We are doing a great job now.
Thank you. Just want to make that important distinction.
Thank you. But we, in the past, have done a terrible job. And other counties have a wide variety of ways in which they monitor their contracts based on their county's policies and procedures. Every single county that contracts with DFS is aware of both of the agreed upon procedures performed. They have all been given copies of both reports. I'm the co-chair of the CalWIN board, and at every monthly meeting we talk about this and where we are, so everyone is completely and 100% aware of all that is going on. But they have their own internal policies and procedures around monitoring contracts. The other thing I wanted to address is it was stated that DHA stated in our comments that we didn't think there needed to be written policies and procedures around invoice. That's not accurate. On page 1 of 9 of the audit, we indicate that we don't need policies and procedures for a cost allocation policy, because this is not a cost allocation contract. It's a fee-for-service contract. So we do agree there's no policy required for that. We do also agree that there needs to be policies and procedures around invoicing, and part of DHA's standard invoicing process and contract language includes those practices for invoicing and the requirement of a signature on each and every invoice. And we will require that in any contract. Also, regarding the audited financials, the contract historically, this contract has not required the provider to present audited financials. The new contract will absolutely require that annually, and we will receive it, review it, and respond as necessary. And those were all of my notes. I'm happy to answer any other questions.
Thanks, Ann. I wanted to just go back for a moment and maybe Councilor Travanka weigh in on this as well, is that did the RFP call only for a metered postage application, or did it provide for indicia? I understand what you said, that it is either or in the contract, but did the RFP, and if so, are we able to, through the award process, and to the point that Mr. Morgan made at the podium a moment ago, that somehow that may have changed the playing field as it relates to people's submittals, and whether it was DFS or KP or anybody else. And so I want to be sure. Again, that was not a point that I'd seen raised previously, and so I want to be clear as to what we asked for in our request, and then obviously the responses that were given that were weighted upon a variety of things. But then now what you've just mentioned here today, that it could be metered or indicia. It sounds like indicia is the preferred methodology, whether one agrees or disagrees with that. And so I want to be sure about, as we approach making some determination here this morning.
So if I'm understanding correctly, the RFP said metered? Yes.
It did.
I would just say that this began its generation as a standard general services contract, which provides a broad latitude for amendments or changes with all parties present or communicated to in that process. So I would say getting from A to B is within our discretion because that latitude is granted to us in the negotiation of that RFP and eventual award.
Okay, well, let me ask you the question this way then, it's hypothetical, but it does apply. So what if as a responder, and I chose the metered route, and that was several $1 million more to do that, but the indicia was less, and I don't know, again, I don't want to be exaggerative here, and I submitted to the RFP and was graded down because my cost was a lot higher. I don't know if that's the case with the folks who are in here. And so then I get not recommended to proceed because my cost is so much more based upon what I chose as in responding to RFP. If I hear you correctly, the latitude then is there. So indicia, in this case, happens to be another methodology. It may not provide that sort of economies, but even so, and if I contemplated that in my bid, I'm going to use that, even though it wasn't what was called for, and I based my submittal on that, how is that given within the latitude then, Robin? Because that seems to be, just practically speaking, it seems to be a bit outside because you can get screened out because you take into account and you use an indicia method that was not what we asked for in the initial request for proposals.
All I can say is that the legal significance, provided that I don't have it in front of me, but usually there's a circular communication about those things which are pointed with the bottom line being the dollar value. And if it qualifies under that appropriate mechanism, it can lead to looking at the bottom dollar line.
Yeah.
So it's my understanding that the cost difference is insignificant, but I can't quantify that for you today. But I'm also told that if the cost had been significantly different, it still would not have changed the outcome of the overall score and thus granting the award to DFS.
Okay, I understand that, Kay, but I think for clarification, and I appreciate what you've offered here, but if we ask for something and people provide an alternative response and we consider that ought to be made clear because, again, my experience has shown me that, that at times we are very rigid because, well, this is what we asked for. If you didn't meet the request and you get basically, you are called out. That wasn't the case here, obviously, but I think we need to be, whether it's General Services or DHA that's doing the contracting, then if we're going to allow flexibility, or you anticipate there may be there, that we don't, because, again, I've had conversation with you recently about another set of RFPs where, because the pages weren't numbered right, they got basically thrown out from the get-go. And so, again, I don't want to draw all that into this today, but it seems to me that if we're going to be rigid or flexible or both, that needs to be consistently applied, not just for DHA, but for General Services. And I point that out because, again, I've got examples we've talked about on another front where I thought we were a bit rigid with regards to the application of that. Okay, that's a question. Ms. Peters?
Thank you.
Yeah.
And I didn't have the staff report when we met, so I didn't get a chance to ask you this question. And it's attachment 1. I was trying to determine the significance of it, and it's the estimated annual print images. And Sacramento County's is 22 million, and and these are CalWin counties. The next closest is 14 million, and that's from San Diego. So we're a lot more than the other CalWin counties, and
that's because we have our renewal packets sent through this process, and other counties send their own renewal packets. So we give more of our printing business to DFS than other counties do.
Okay, so it's really not apples to apples here.
No.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Anything else to add in responding? Okay. All right. I can't take any questions from the audience. We're not going to do that, Chair, at this point in time. Okay. Let me ask board members then, any other comments? You have a recommendation before us, and we certainly have heard from speakers on this, so I'll turn to my colleagues.
I'd like to move staff's recommendation.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to approve staff recommendation, and any other comments by board members, I would just comment that I think that certainly some of the questions that have been raised throughout the process have brought some enlightenment to action we're taking here today, and albeit I understand the concerns, I intend to support the staff recommendation. And I guess I would just ask one other question before we vote. So is it normal to go with a 5-year and then another five potential year extensions to a 10-year contract on something like this? Is there a normal? Is that not a very lengthy period of time to go for potentially a decade?
Probably a question for Ann.
Yeah. So maybe I should have asked you when you're down here before, but that's because again, it's healthy to have the competition, and obviously we have it in here in this room this morning, and so that seems to be like a fairly lengthy potential period of time. So.
It is lengthy, and the process of doing this kind of procurement is costly and lengthy as well. So it was our opinion as well as General Services, and this is sort of standard for this kind of contract. And it certainly is a 5-year contract that allows 5 years extension, and as over the course of the 5 years, we will be validating, auditing, making sure that we're getting everything that we are supposed to get, and that it's all happening accurately, and we'll then to make that decision near the end of the first 5 years.
Maybe I could ask, again, this wasn't part of the motion nor part of the staff recommendation, but that at that 5-year juncture, before we extend, that we could have a report to the board, because again, that is a fairly lengthy period of time. It would allow the opportunity, certainly, you're going to do this annually, I understand. You're going to be much more assertive in making sure that things are adhered to. But I do think in light of, certainly this conversation we've had over the past 8 or 9 months now since this first came to the board in October of last year, or was proposed to, I do think it, when we look at that period of time, certainly a change out of board members potentially over that period of time, over a 10-year period, if that were the end result, I think it's important for contracts that have, a $2 million a year price tag assigned to them, and whether it's this one or other ones, that maybe, a juncture check-in before extensions are entered into beyond the initial 5-year term. And I would ask that if the maker of the motion would be okay with that
yeah.
Give that direction. Seconder? Okay.
Happy to do that.
All right. So we'll include that in the motion. All right. If nothing further, please vote.
Unanimous vote.
Okay. Thanks to all parties, and we'll move to the next item. Thanks.
Item 44 is the report back on the operations of Gibson Ranch County Park and authorizing the Director of Regional Parks to execute the First Amendment of the lease agreement.
All right, Mr. Leatherman.
Thank you, members of the board. Jeff Leatherman, Director of Regional Parks. Just by quick summary from the last couple of weeks, again, the board gave direction after receiving notice from GRP to continue to look within the confines of the lease structure on how we might amend the existing lease agreement to allow for the continued operation of GRP at Gibson Ranch. During our last board meeting, when this item was continued, the board gave direction to staff to revise our recommendations and looking at changing out the recommendation for increasing the fees to an alternative recommendation. What you have before you has changed, with that one exception, in that we've taken out the recommendation for an increase in fee schedule and substituted that with an option for county staff and or a county contractor to take on certain types of maintenance responsibilities at Gibson Ranch. With the exception of that change, the remainder of our recommendation is the same as it was before the time we were before you 2 weeks ago, and I'll just go over those really quickly. That the county would continue to pay all utilities for the park operation, including water and the utilities associated with the pumping of the water. We would maintain the wells and the well pumps at Gibson Ranch. We would provide an annual allocation of $50,000 for the capital improvement structures and facilities there at Gibson Ranch. We would be installing an automatic fee machine that would allow Gibson Ranch to continue to collect payment when the kiosk isn't staffed with personnel. We would then, this is the revision, take on some maintenance obligations, and I'll touch on the details of that here in just a second. And the lease expires, normally would expire in 2021. That would be revised to 1-year lease agreement with potential 4 additional extensions for a total lease term of 5 years. In our recommendation for the maintenance obligations, we haven't defined that in your staff report, and the process that we would undertake for exactly what either county staff or a county contractor would do would happen here in June and July. We would work with Mr. Ossie to identify specific maintenance responsibilities that would be of minimum impact to his overall operations. For example, where Mr. Ossie does a lot of his weddings and special events kind of in the upper terrace near the ranch house. Having additional maintenance staff, either whether it be county or a county contractor, potentially working in that area could have a conflict or create conflict with his special events. So we want to be able to work out with Mr. Ossie where it makes the most sense for us to be working with the least amount of impact on his operations, define what that would be, and then continue to work with him to have a final definition of what those maintenance responsibilities would be. What we're looking to do ultimately is offsetting his operational cost by $60,000, and that would then be a county-operated cost associated with the regional parks budget in the coming 17-18 fiscal year cycle. Did I explain that clear enough? If there's any questions about that.
Okay, was that clear enough? Oh, Ms. Frost. Jim.
And then the fees would stay the same?
That's
and,
correct.
Do you have any idea of what the details are on the maintenance, or are you?
As Mr. Ossie and I have talked about this concept, really what we're forecasting right now is, again, a way to minimize the impact. And how I define minimizing the impact is cutting grass in the open turf areas where there's a lot of picnicking but not a lot of special events. Mr. Ossie would potentially continue to retain the underground work in the irrigation infrastructure so that contract staff or county staff isn't actually digging ditches out in the park where Mr. Ossie would have special events. Looking at the pastures that are formerly the grazing pastures now used for special events and other parking operations, potentially mowing or cutting the grass on a seasonal basis in those areas, and being able to structure either contract or county staff work to work around the special event schedule to make that work. Those are the ideas that we're talking about right now. We're going to define those, assuming that the board moves this item here in the next couple of weeks as we move into the summer. Our goal and target is not later than October 1st that the county would be resuming some of those maintenance responsibilities, as well as it would line up with your final budget deliberations in September as well.
Thank you for figuring it out, and I'm prepared, if there's no further questions, to move staff's recommendation authorizing the Director of Regional Parks to negotiate and execute the First Amendment to the lease agreement.
Second.
Okay, it's moved and seconded. Jeff, anything else you needed to add? Okay.
No other comments, sir.
Mr. Ossie's here with a tie on, so I don't know, we want to give him a chance at the podium here. Good morning, Doug.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members. I am adorned in attire that I don't normally wear, and the sooner I can get back to work, the better. Any questions, I'll be happy to answer.
Okay. Any questions? Seeing none, we do have a motion to second then, and thank all the parties for their work on this and the quick turnaround. Then nothing further. Anyone wish to address this item? Seeing none, then please vote.
Ms. Peters?
I thought I already did. Sorry.
Unanimous vote.
Okay. Thank you all. Very good. All right. Next item, please.
Item 45 is the Transient Occupancy Tax Grant Program Scoring Process and Review Panel.
Mr. Givens.
Good morning, Chairman Natoli and members of the board. Troy Givens with Sacramento County Department of Economic Development. I may have a few overheads as well. I'm here to provide follow-up information regarding the TOT grant program. I'll give you a short background, a profile of the submitted applications, and then staff recommendations on a review panel, scoring criteria, and a process. As your board is aware, Sacramento County collects a 12% transit occupancy tax generated from nightly room stays for hotels and motels in the unincorporated area. Historically, the board has distributed these funds to community service programs, neighborhood programs, civic programs, as well as the general fund. During years where additional TOT dollars were unallocated, the board would accept requests from various organizations to support programs and capital projects. That practice was halted a number of years ago when we had a significant decline in TOT revenues due to incorporations as well as a significant economic recession. This year, members of the board asked that staffs again revisit this with a board workshop and make funds available once again. So I have a little bit of a timetable here on the overhead.
Troy, if I could just make a note for the record one more time that the reductions in revenues just got transferred to another account because revenue neutrality still brought that to the county general fund. It just didn't come to the TOT. Correct.
That's correct. The
lose
color of
a lot
money
of
comes in differently to the county.
Yeah, so it just was not in this money because it got transferred with the city incorporations or annexations, but it still was coming to the county through another route. Thanks.
So in February, there was a board workshop to discuss TOT allocations and policy that resulted in a handful of criteria and the directions to set aside $1 million in the upcoming budget. We received 149 applications. Staff was directed to get the word out. I think we successfully worked with Kim Nava and others to make sure that all organizations were outreached to. In May, after your board reviewed those application packets, you provided the county executive with some additional feedback requesting additional definition on a process. As I mentioned earlier, there were a total of 149 applications received. They totaled about $18.5 million in requests. On page 2 of your staff report, you have a little more detailed breakout of those categories. There were 9 categories, including animal care services, arts and culture, workforce development, community development, economic development, health services, human services, and parks and recreation and youth development. Each of these applications were screened by both economic development staff to ensure that they met the minimum criteria that your board had established, as well as county council to ensure that these organizations were eligible to receive county funds. Based on that additional feedback to the county executive, staff has come up with a series of recommendations. First, that there be a review panel made up of 2 board members selected today, as well as you may choose to augment that process for the panel with county staff or subject matter experts. We've proposed a scoring methodology that's included in page 3 of your staff report. There's a 100-point total on this matrix. This matrix was developed not only from your board's feedback, but from also reviewing documents and interacting with organizations such as the Sacramento Region Community Foundation and others that apply best practices in this process. This scoring methodology is really designed to assess the organization and governance of these entities that have applied for funds, detailed analysis of the project and program assessment of their funding capabilities, and scoring on community need and support. We also heard at that hearing that feedback to the board that one or more board members expressed concern that funding may be dominated by one or more categories. So we suggest that you may want to consider funding at least one project per of the 9 categories.
Does your scoring allow us for, again, people submitted, again, we gave them the floor at $20,000. We allowed for the 2-year implementation. But folks, there was a wide range. Some were upwards of $500,000 and others were at $20,000. But there may be a framework, particularly looking at the funding piece of this, where folks could still do a portion, maybe a significant portion of what they proposed for a lesser dollar amount. You're not going to know that. The panel won't know that, though, from the application submitted. And that may allow for, obviously, for a broader distribution of funds, still, making sure that, the tasks that were outlined could be addressed by the organization as they proposed. But it would, So what sort of...
That is correct. And,
yeah.
and in the application process, and one of the questions that we asked is, what if your organization did not receive the full funding amount requested? So we could get an understanding of whether they could deliver a portion of those services or whether they could bring in matching funds to augment those services and so forth. So we tried to capture that, but there is additional information that could be gathered through that panel process as well in order to address that. But it would allow the flexibility to potentially fund more organizations if they were not fully funded and you had additional information and feedback.
Okay, thanks. Supervisor Frost, question?
I want to, I guess, request that on the review panel, it talks about 2 board members. I'm good with that, but I wanted to confirm that all the districts are represented, so that there's a representative from each district, or each supervisor is represented, either they themselves or their chief of staff, so that each district is represented.
They can't be themselves. That's the whole point of having 2.
I know, but I don't mind if my chief of staff represents. I don't have to be one of the 2.
Yeah, you said themselves or their chief of staff, so we have to have it just only 2 members of this board. You can't
Pardon
have
me?
You can't have a third. That's a Brown Act violation.
I know. I just said I would like to have each district represented either with the supervisor or their chief of staff, and there can be only 2 board members represented on the committee.
You mean at the committee?
At the committee, yeah.
Yes, because of the Brown Act, but at minimum, each district is represented.
I'd like to understand from county council if that's even possible. For there to be 2 voting members of the committee from this board with a 3rd or 4th or 5th member from this board, even in the room.
And even chiefs of staff
No,
is
that's not what
That's
not what I'm saying.
No.
That's not what I said.
No.
What I'm saying is that each district is represented either with a supervisor or a chief of staff. The committee can only have 2 supervisors.
Okay.
But it still may present an issue because it's the serial communications,
Right.
and we talk with our chiefs of staffs as people would expect, and so but we want to be represented, and so it may be that you have to do this in a notice fashion, whether you have 2 board members, 1 board member, or all 5 of us and or our chiefs of staff, because I don't see how you're going to get around that, very frankly, as I thought.
That's the trouble. You're building consensus for the people's business, i.e. distributing money under this program. So the criteria, like this discussion over what kind of criteria you want to utilize for making those decisions, could be recommended through staff, but I think the decisions for how those rankings will be occurring is a board decision, the way you've set it up.
I mean, I would see the 3 chiefs of staff for the non-represented districts by a member of the board. It's all coming as a recommendation or a sorting out process. They're not making the decision in the committee.
They're just vetting the applications under a scoring criteria and then presenting it for a final decision by the board.
I don't know.
I think you got a serial meeting problem. I mean, I defer to our attorney. But
Well, if we can't have equal representation of all the districts, then vetting under a scoring criteria by the staff would be my next. But I don't understand if in the beginning why we were going to do chiefs of staff, or all of our chiefs of staff were going to vet these applications, and then there was 1 or 2 board members.
And that still could be problematic, I think. Again, not that they can't do work on our behalf, but I still think that when it comes to funding decisions, potentially, and so maybe you just do it in a notice fashion. You set aside a hearing room and let people do their work, and if people want to sit and watch their work, I mean, that's
Mr. President, tell you the date that we had suggested was a public notice meeting.
For?
July
18th. But that was for the board to take consideration.
But that's for the committee.
Oh, the committee?
If we're going to do a committee, we had anticipated it would be a public meeting, anybody can attend that.
Okay.
And then whatever comes out of that still has to come back to the board for the board to make the final approval.
So that July 18th, I thought we put it on the Board of Supervisors calendars as our session.
We did not know which, if you went with that option, which two you might want. We wanted to reserve the time. That's why we asked for that date.
Well, if it's a public meeting, can all the chiefs of staff and two board members do it?
And, whoever wants to be there.
Right.
No, we anticipated that this might be an issue, so we made a public meeting then.
Okay.
That works.
Well, then, how can we use chiefs of staff for all the other things that we do? To take meetings for us on subject matter, to make recommendation on committee members? I'm really not, sorry, I'm just not getting this.
Well, they do the interviews make a recommendation on the interviews for, boards and commissions. They do take briefings, as Supervisor Peters correctly states, as it relates to some of the advisory commissions that this board appoints. They do meetings, again, and report back to us. But I guess I would just say what maybe a distinguishing factor here is this involves a funding.
And that was my criteria. But these are funding decisions, and $1 million is being distributed as opposed to appointments of personnel, which ultimately do come to this board, but you have a public process for reviewing it. If the decision for the award is accepted, that decision is the same as a board decision.
Sure. What if each supervisor is already making decisions relating to their TOT funds, and so this is just TOT funds, set aside for community and economic development? If we were to divide it up, $1 million between 5 districts for $200,000 for each district, could each supervisor then make their individual decision or regarding the funds that are going to their district?
If the board sets that policy and makes that decision and grants that, you would be granting board authority discretionarily to each board member for the...
We do that already.
Right.
Right.
But that's not what we decided on this process. We decided to go to a broader process that would certainly involve all of us, and it wouldn't necessarily guarantee any particular, organization or geographical area that they'd get, a 1/5 proportional share. That we were going to vet this in a way that would allow us to take a look at community benefit. Certainly, it's not all geographically based, either unincorporated or incorporated. We opened it up pretty broadly. I think we're finding out, obviously, it requires, a good deal of attention and time. I would just say I'm okay with the process. If you already noticed as a public meeting that two of us and or all of us, if we want to be there that day, for the scoring and or through our chiefs of staff, I'm fine with that. Just if it's publicly noticed, it takes care of the issue. I mean, basically, you're going to do scoring, betting. People can come in there if they choose to. I imagine it's going to be a pretty full session for a better part of a day. I would imagine.
I don't know that the hearing rooms are going to be big enough.
I don't either. So maybe you reserve the board chambers then and let people work up the dais here. That's fine.
I have another request, and that would be in relation to the scoring criteria. I'd like to request some, it doesn't have to be exact, but some equal representation. I'd like to talk about, I guess, with my colleagues, unincorporated versus cities and equal district representation. I'd like to hear your thoughts about that. I'm excited about money going to my district, obviously, and I'm sure we all are. So how do we, can that be included in the scoring criteria that says one minimum of one applicant approval for each of the 9 categories? So we're segregating out that each category has to be acknowledged in the decision making, but we're not talking about districts.
Okay, that question's been put out on the table here. I will get a chance to respond. I think Supervisor Kennedy wanted to weigh in, and we'll come back to that soon.
Yeah, so I'm going to try to stumble through, because I wasn't very articulate the last time this came up, and I tried to explain my thinking on incorporated versus unincorporated, district versus non-district, and that's if you look at the applications, the 149 applications we got, almost every one of them crosses all over the place. And just because an organization has an office in one district, which is probably what it says on the application is their office headquarters, doesn't mean it doesn't serve an entirely different district or all the districts or 2 or 3 of the districts. So it's impossible to categorize these as district by district. I mean, most of these provides countywide services. Same thing with unincorporated versus, they don't stop at the city lines. Yeah, so I mean, these are countywide organizations, most of them. So I just don't see the logic in trying to define city versus county and district versus district.
Okay. Supervisor Cerna, and I assume we'll come back to Supervisor Frost, obviously, pose a question. So.
Okay, thank you. First of all, I am not interested in serving on the committee, so there's plenty of other interest here, just because of the time demands. But I will tell you that I think staff put a lot of thought into the recommendation, and I know that our CEO has been very careful to touch base with all 5 of us and our chiefs in the development of the criteria and the recommendation. So I'm feeling pretty confident that, and I also trust my colleagues. I also feel like there's enough understanding up here about what's important to the broader county, geographically, by subject area. I think the fact that staff is looking at a scoring criteria that would capture kind of the 9 general categories as they've been developed based on the type of proposals that have come in is a good addition to the overall process. So I'm feeling fairly confident that this will get worked out. I think having it worked out in public is a lot stronger than having it worked out in private. And I think, in fact, that the process would certainly benefit from having it be a publicly noticed meeting with anyone desiring to be in the room, literally, when the committee convenes and has its discussion, to hear what is being said and to even contribute. So those are my sentiments, Mr. Chair, but I think this represents a good start. And again, I think there's an acknowledgement generally, but certainly from me, that this likely will be refined over, if this continues to be of interest generally to the board over the years, it will continue to be refined over the years. Thanks.
I just make a quick quip here that one way to make it easier is to put more money in the pot. So,
okay.
One way to make it easier is to put more money in the pot.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Don't disagree with that.
Okay, Supervisor Peters.
Yeah, thank you. I'm not interested in putting more money in the pot. We have so many other interests. I assume you were kidding about that.
Well, that's what I said, a quip. Yeah,
a quip. I thought the points that were laid out in the staff report were pretty good. I think another one worth considering, I'm not saying this is flat out, is to maybe have one large gift and that is $250,000 so you can make a significant gift each year, and I mean that could be a category, and then a couple in the 50,000 range. I would use the first 500,000, in other words, to split up into larger gifts, largest, medium, large, and then spread the rest out into smaller gifts, just so that if one particular district has a community center that just needs $250,000 to go over the top, that kind of thing, I think that should be considered. And if there isn't a group that would make, that's just right for that in a particular year, then it wouldn't need to be a hard and fast rule, but a suggestion. So other than that, the only way I see to really, and then also in that would be in the other 500,000 that perhaps 250 of that or 200 be divided amongst the board members to go into their district funds.
How much?
200,000 divided by 5, whatever that.
In addition to what's already appropriated?
Yeah. So some large, so you've got 250 for smaller gifts, a certain amount to go into the district funds, and then a large and some medium-sized gifts. I'm always buying streetlights and pavement in my district, so those don't generally qualify under this kind of activity category.
Would you consider, in terms of this small, medium, large concept, something that maintains some proportionality to the number of areas that we're considering? Because here's my concern with that, is that we have 149 applications. We've got, the staff has divvied those up into 9 kind of program areas or 9 subject matter areas. And I'm feeling like with that number, and if you were to, because we only have $1 million to work with, if you take $250,000 out of that, you're working with $750 million or $750,000.
Now you're with Don.
And then, yeah, right. I actually wish I was talking about $750 million. But then you would take out some for our districts, another $250, right? And so pretty soon you're talking about a pretty small amount to spread over 9 categories. And so that's kind of my concern with the larger chunk. I don't necessarily disagree with it in concept, but maybe a little smaller than $250,000.
My thought about that was I don't particularly agree that we have to give one in each category, because every year the categories are going to change. So I mean, I think this was helpful to understand, but next year maybe we'll have 149 animal care requests, Don.
Yeah, then we probably just have a fundamental disagreement there on the way the 9 categories have been presented.
Yeah, well, I mean, the way this is entitled, you could combine health and human services, community development, economic development could be one category. You know, those are, and youth development might work into workforce development. I mean, so I just see the categories are just what this is this year. So
they're based on the current crop of applications, correct?
But that's what I'm saying about maintaining some proportionality. So, for instance, if you had 4 categories as opposed to 9 next year, it goes up by the big pot would go up some proportional amount, given the fact that we only have 9 categories or 4 categories that come in that year. If it were to go up to 15, you'd have a smaller amount. That way it's always kept in check.
I believe the county executive had mentioned coming back with a report back at some point where we could do some additional analysis and look at a concept like that, and how if the board chose to identify 4 major topic areas that they were interested in, how that could be applied, certainly.
Our work plans to come back in January, do a status update. What did we learn from this? What kind of changes we see going forward? So each year we're going to keep refining this process.
Yeah, we threw the doors pretty wide open as far as the solicitation of application, which was good. Again, I think that was positive in the sense that maybe a lot of applications, and we're trying to sort through the process just as we begin winnowing us down a bit. But I think it shows there's a lot of quality of life type of endeavors, and they range of at least the 9 categories here. But you could combine those or break them apart further, and I just think that shows there's a lot of opportunity for us to invest.
Some of these categories have crossover. Huh? Some of these categories have crossover.
Yeah, but there's an opportunity to invest in the community for $1 million. However we ultimately do that wasn't there even this time last year. So I think that's a positive, and this won't be any probably relatively easy task. I don't see that. I think it's the scoring in itself. I mean, if you get to this in one day, you're going to be doing, whoever it is of us and others, that is going to be doing well to get through it in that amount of time. And I wouldn't feel confined by the categories, I guess. I think that's a...
You would what?
I wouldn't feel confined by the categories in the sense that if we're going to start scoring these, that we do our best to try to, look to...
That's why I kind of went for amounts, because that spreads you over just different kinds of organizations.
But I don't even know to amounts. I appreciate the comment, though, that, if you get one significant award, maybe some others, but that would be in the medium to small size category. I guess the recommendation here, I'm for purposes of today's discussion, I'm okay. It's a starting spot. We may end up back at this board having to, go back and forth about, well, we got this many got scored this, and yet we only got this amount of money, and so what do we do? And I guess I'd like to hear from some of the folks, though, and that's my point. I guess I'll just leave with this, that there may be ability to provide some seed money here that, again, whether they get matching or otherwise, allows them to do some things that they couldn't otherwise do. And whether it's $20,000 or $250,000 or something in between or more, it's money that, again, is going to be available for them to do projects and services in this community. And it may be a little bit of apples and oranges in the comparison, because some of these, might stand up well over here, but not as well over here.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that the monetary categories I'm suggesting are hard and fast, but I think it just would broaden the discussion.
Some guidance.
Yeah, some guidance, and 250 large, 250 small, 250 medium, and 250 to board offices.
There was mention in the report about matching funds and that they would be given, could possibly be given priority. Did we include that in the application process? Did they know that if they had matching funds, they would have those projects would take priority?
That's correct.
As long as there's someone from each district on the committee, I'm good with whatever we decide together for the rest. That's my big thing.
Mr. Gill, you're going to sit through all of these, correct?
Correct.
No delegation.
I didn't realize I had an option on that.
Okay.
Did you have any other slides, Troy?
No.
Okay.
That concludes my presentation.
All right, thanks, Troy.
Well, I'd move the staff recommendation with the added direction to have the categories as suggested, and I'm open to discussion on the amounts in the categories. That's just kind of a starting point, too.
Okay, we have a motion.
And that includes representation from each district.
By all members, all district offices.
So we would come back and talk about the amounts later? The big amount, the small amount, all that? So you're not making your motion, Susan, with 250 in mind?
Well, that's my mind. I have it in mind, but if you had mentioned earlier that you might want to discuss the amounts for each category.
Maybe the committee could decide that.
Yeah. Actually, it'd be great if Troy's office, you can, on your magic computer, tell us how many fall in different categories.
We do have a breakdown of that. We can provide that.
I'm not saying it's hard and fast. I just...
So you offer some guidance.
It's the notion.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I'm happy to support it, but I think as we continue to refine this, I guess, the idea of having a large award is fine, it's good, and I understand the rationale behind it. I just think keeping some sense of proportionality so that the balance of the other categories don't kind of get short shrift.
I didn't have the information on how many projects.
Yeah, I think there's a table that is in the board letter, right, that shows it by category.
That's just aggregate, so it doesn't provide the amount of detail that Supervisor Peters is requesting. But we can provide that to your office.
Okay, some general guidance that, to look to large, medium, small, and some district allocation, again, without necessarily assigning numbers to that for the committee direction, for the purposes of at least embarking on this and recognizing it's all going to come back here anyway. So, I mean, but that may help us in at least refining the information that's then ultimately submitted to this board by either via recommendation and or some sort of, list of, ranking or whatever that is.
We could provide an executive summary that has that information to both the board and the panel, if that would be of help.
You have to move the stand up. I can't hear you very well today, Troy.
What he was saying is that we can provide that information to the committee and to the full board.
Okay. All right. Okay. And the 16th of July is intended to be not a formal Board of Supervisors meeting, but a committee meeting. Is
Committee
that?
meeting,
Okay.
which is public.
And then today, do we want to determine which board members pick the straws, or is that something we want to talk about later?
Well, the four of you can pick straws.
Everybody's in the pot.
We would like to have
officially
a decision
taking
today,
myself
but
out of the running.
You start doing that.
Last member standing.
We're down to 3 then.
Yeah, no. Pick a number between 1 and 10. Chair's rule here.
First, may I throw out the name? I'd like to do it, and I think Patrick ought to do it. Then you've got unincorporated, and you've got city membership.
Yeah, don't kick me, but I was thinking the same thing, Patrick.
That you're at this meeting and you're getting picked. Usually we pick you when you don't attend.
Well, I'll have an opportunity. That's fine.
Yeah, I don't have to be there. I'm good with sending my chief.
And again, I think any one of us can be present for all or part of that day if we choose to. I think that's, again, and I think we'll have it in these chambers. And so as that, we got 2 board members, as suggested. I'm fine with that. But if
we could all be there if
we
it's
could
a
all,
public meeting.
of course. That's right. So if we choose
So why
not
are
to,
we picking? Or I guess.
Well, I don't know about you, but if I can show up, I plan on being held to my 3 minutes. So
You'll be sitting out there.
But you could be, again, if we're calling this as, we're advertising as a Board of Supervisors meeting, it won't be any final decision, but it'll be, it'll be broader in the committee. Because if you have a 3rd or 4th, or even a 5th one in the audience, again, that, because if we choose not to assign the chief of staff to do the task, then we could, very well, you could have 3 or 4 or 5 of us up here. It's not like 4 of us at most, but.
So I'm confused. Are 2 of us coming? 2 are coming.
These 2 are for
Patrick
certain.
and
Yeah,
Susan?
they have to be here. The others can, of us can.
Okay. We can decide what we want. Okay. Perfect. That's good.
All
I'm
right.
happy.
Okay.
And then who from staff is going to be the scribe? Is that you? No, it's Nav.
We will.
It's Nav, that's right, yeah. Mr. Gill.
It would be me or a designee.
Okay. Well, you better have some folks in the audience, because I think, and is there a notice going out to folks?
There will be a notice to go out to all 149 applicants.
Should someone from Community and Economic Development be on the committee?
Or
Yes, that would be Troy.
Right. So you're going to be sitting up.
I will be here.
Up here. Okay. So Troy will be up here. It'll be a committee of 6 at least. Okay.
it's growing.
All right.
All right, thank you.
Well, yeah, 5 represented and then Mr. Gibbons. Okay. All right. So we have a motion then, I think, with that guidance and with the fact that Ms. Peters has volunteered Mr. Kennedy to serve on the committee, and he's going to get back at her somewhere along the line.
I think he's lining up several chits over there.
Yeah, I can see it's already lined up. All right, and then with the understanding, we'll notice, folks, is it July 16th or July 18th?
18th.
July 18th, yes. And what time will you be convening in these chambers?
No, right now we have it on hold for 9:30.
Okay.
Projecting that it might take all day.
Yes, I think that's a good idea. So you make arrangements, and it may be that as you begin to winnow this down a little bit, that so people don't have to sit here all day. Maybe there's a way to break it up in a way that at least they can say you be here after 10 or be here after noon. Maybe you can do it in a way that doesn't.
We'll work with the county executive.
Yeah, they can come and be here all day if they choose to,
some-
but at least give some guidance, because you have nonprofits, you have public entities and others who
Sure.
may have a little bit of difficulty sitting here for 7, 8, or 9 hours, even though they may have potential, striking bonanza. But okay, all right, we have a motion and second.
If Patrick and I are on the committee, it will not be a 10-hour meeting.
We'll start at 7.
No.
Okay. All right, so with that, if nothing further than, I guess just with direction, just please vote.
Unanimous vote.
Thank you.
That may be the last unanimous vote on this particular item, but with good hopes that we will get the unanimity on the rest of it. Okay. All right. Thank you for that. And let's go to the next item.
Item 46, adopt salary equity adjustment for the Sacramento County Employees Retirement System.
Okay, we have a staff recommendation. I see Mr. Fowler here, president of the retirement board, is here, along with the executive officer or interim executive officer. So did you want to do it for them, or are we just going to go to Rick?
Said Mr. Fowler present. I think we know what the issue is at hand.
Okay. Rick, good afternoon. Good afternoon now, and thank you. We did receive your correspondence and certainly appreciate you being here.
I'm Rick Fowler, honored to serve as the president of SCRS, which happens to be among one of the best retirement plans in California because of my retirement board colleagues, a great staff, and you as responsible employers. Whether measuring service to retirees, funding level, expenses, or returns, SCRS excels. The county has been a responsible employer in our multi-employer plan, responsible with benefits promises, responsibly meeting its payment obligations in good times and bad, and responsible appointments to the Board of Retirement. I serve with 9 members of a very diverse group of elected and appointed board members. They are dedicated, committed fiduciaries. Several are here today. The issue before us is that we're in the process of recruiting a new CEO for SCRS. We lost a chief investment officer and a chief executive officer for below market pay. Their skills may not be fully replaceable in any one person with bottom half market compensation. Additional contract help may be necessary to procure at higher cost. Other contract help may be required for other positions. So we now face a critical hiring decision in a limited amount of time. We're fortunate to have one of the best recruiters in doing a national search. We're fortunate to have the former CEO of another plan as interim CEO while we do the search, but we won't have her for very long. We're fortunate to have the opportunity to address CEO comp with no incumbent affected. We must hire the right talent to protect the county and its retirees for the next 10 to 20 years. We're here to seek your approval of a broad pay range that permits appropriate discretion to hire the right talent. And that means talent that may not be looking for a job or even in the market, but that our recruiter approaches. We want to permit setting the appropriate initial pay while having growth opportunity for success as that person, who we don't even know yet, considers whether they're going to come take this big task on of running an $8 billion retirement system. We do not plan to pay at the top range, but we certainly need a range for attracting the right candidates and making sure that we have a successful recruitment. So it's a unique exempt position not funded by the county's general fund. My most important message to you is that you make a pay decision today rather than harm SCRS' recruiting effort with the delays suggested by staff. That was the non-action taken previously that drove away our previous CIO and CEO and created higher costs for SCRS today. I'd like to now introduce to you the interim CEO of SCRS, Annette St. Urbain, who's the former CEO of the San Joaquin Retirement System.
Okay.
Annette?
Thank you, Rick. Good afternoon, Annette.
Thank you, Mr. Fowler. Good afternoon, Chair Natali and Supervisors. It's a pleasure to meet you today. Again, as Mr. Fowler said, I want to assure you that I'm not a candidate for the CEO position of SCRS long term, and I will not personally benefit from any decision you make today regarding the salary. My willingness to accept this assignment on an interim basis is primarily due to the quality of the SCRS board and its governance and the outstanding executive management team currently in place at SCRS. As Mr. Fowler mentioned, prior to joining SCRS, I was the CEO for the San Joaquin County Employees Retirement Association with $2.5 billion in assets, a little over 12,000 members, and about 20 staff. Yet my compensation there was 20% higher than the current salary range for the CEO at SCRS, though the system itself according to asset size, was just over a quarter the size of SCRS. In the past 2 years, SCRS has lost its 2 most senior executives due to compensation levels well below market. The former chief investment officer was nationally recognized for innovation in institutional investing. And the most recent CEO left for an increase of 25% in base salary in a lower cost of living area of the country. SCRS is a well-funded, effectively run retirement system because of your strong leadership in setting the terms of the pension benefits, the dedication, commitment, and sound decision-making of the elected and appointed retirement board members who set SCRS policies, and the effective leadership of managers and the staff who implement those policies in investing plan assets and administering the benefits. I'm working diligently to be a good steward of all that SCRS has achieved and to help SCRS move forward on important strategic initiatives until the new CEO is on board. Both SCRS and the county should desire, and I believe the plan participants expect and deserve, that the SCRS board have the tools it needs to attract and retain top talent at all levels of the SCRS management team. SCRS is governed by the County Employees Retirement Law, as you know, and it has a unique status in the county that requires the appointed and elected members of the board to bear the fiduciary responsibility and to manage the system to protect and continue to grow its assets. SCRS' decision on the proposed CEO's salary range was carefully and unanimously made by the retirement board based on extensive research, real data, and the input of experienced professionals in this specialized area of recruitment. So on behalf of the Board of Retirement, Mr. Fowler and I respectfully request that you affirm the Retirement Board's decision regarding the CEO salary for this recruitment. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ned. I have a question from Mr. Gill. The recommendation then from the county executive is to send this back, and yet the ranges are not significantly different. I mean, the upper range on what at least personnel, and I guess assume your office has looked at, was about at the 230. They're recommending the upper maximum salary at 253, and with the, I guess, the minimum, 181 for recruitment purposes. And it sounded like that there was concurrence with the Ralph Anderson Associates, comparison using the 7 agencies as the market comparison and so forth. It's just that it just didn't fit neatly in the 50% of median. But again, I think to the point that Annette's made and Mr. Fowler both have made, and the Retirement Board, I assume, has talked about this as well, is relative to the compensation. And this is actually the dollar compensation. It has nothing to do with any of the benefit package. Is that correct?
That is correct. Our recommendation, and our personnel director is here, the salary range is what salary range is. It's the difference between the 50th and the 70th percentile. Mm-hmm. And the explanation given on that is to attract somebody because of lower retirement tier, is the additional 20% in there. If SCRS wants to, SCRS board wants to hire somebody with that salary range, we do not have a problem with it. It's just the 50th to the 70th is what our issue was, to have more dialogue, understand sensitivity. They need to get somebody in. Yep. And that was our process today. The reason it's timed is to have this discussion and see if there's any appetite not to go at 70 but go at 50. But from the county exec side, from us to come back and say that we have to pay more from the 50th to the 70th percentile because the retirement tier is lower, you can imagine what kind of issues that creates.
Right, but that's how it's being said here. You're disconnecting those. The compensation would be.
It's in the report that's one of the rationale that was used, and that's why we made the recommendation. If they want to hire somebody, that's their decision. We don't. That's not what we're trying to get at.
No, I know, but I think to your point about what was used as a rationale. But if we determine that from a competitive marketplace relative to salary, irrespective of the benefit package, I mean, because obviously it is a package, and people will look at that, including where they live, cost of living, and so forth. So if we were to give that direction based upon the compensation package, the salary versus anything tied to retirement or medical or anything else, then that's a cleaner path. Is that right now? Is that?
I would, yeah.
Yeah, but your recommendation, at least in part, your analysis was because it was tied back to, at least in the rationale you received to the.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Mr. Kennedy.
Yeah, I guess I just, I'm going to have to respectfully disagree with staff on this one. I think that this, and I understand your rationale. I completely, actually, I appreciate your position in some ways, because what you're doing is you're protecting us through consistency, and that's important for the various reasons that you alluded to. This is a very, very unique position in my mind to the county, and one in which it's in thousands of people's best interest that we get the very best, and we make recruiting as easy as possible to get the very best. So I personally, and I'd be open, I'd like to hear what my colleagues have to say. I on this one don't mind deviating from the norm, because it's not a normal position in my mind in a lot of ways, and requires a significant level of expertise that, frankly, in that field, you got to pay for it.
All right, other board members? Ms. Peters.
Yes, so the former executive was earning how much?
It was $199,000.
199, and that was at the top of the range at that point?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you're asking for an increased range?
Yeah, so the board is broadening its range because, again, we're doing a national search. And
I understand that. Okay. So was that 199 in the 50 percentile that we usually do? I don't know.
It's certainly within the range the board is proposing. I don't think I'm not sure.
Ma'am,
if
I
it
think
gets,
the question
I'm asking a
is
more
for
technical
HR.
question, sorry.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, Dave Devine, Director of Personnel Services. I wasn't here when the retirement salary was set, but I was assumed, because the county's practice has been to set at the median, the 50th percentile. Also, this position receives, or part of our payroll, and they receive the same cost of living adjustments as all other county employees.
Okay, so I didn't quite follow you. If it's in the 50%
Is it at the 199?
percentile range right now, why was he not given additional raise within the range?
He was at the top step at the range at the 199, which was probably when the salary was set. It was probably set at the median, going way back.
12 years ago.
When the
way
range
this
was
goes is that whatever step that was chosen most likely was at the 50th percentile. And then each year with COLAs, and if there's pay increases, employees go through a step process, then they get to the maximum.
Right.
And what I think the interim executive is saying is that that individual was maxed out at 199. The new proposal that they have is from 181 to 253, so they're expanding it. And that's the difference between the old and the new one on this one.
and I would respectfully note this position hasn't been reviewed. The compensation hasn't been.
I'm sorry. We're talking to staff right now. Thank you.
Thanks, Annette. Stand by. Yeah.
You can have a seat while we discuss
Okay,
this.
I will do that.
Great. Thank you so much. So, David, the range is set by the percentile ranges when you start the position, not...
Well, initially, when the salary was set, it was probably set somewhere in the marketplace to the 50th percentile in the market, just like the same process they're doing now in establishing the salary at the 70th percentile. And over the course of time, with cost of living adjustments, the range has changed, and also how someone progresses through the range to the top step, the maximum.
That's just a piece of information I didn't have, or wasn't aware of. So how would changing the percentile, how would, if at all, would it change any negotiations here at the county?
Well, we've been kind of towing the line at the labor market median. There's been a lot of pressure for us to waver off that, and that is something that we've held steadfast. In fact, the board in the unrepresented pay plan was passed in 2001, adopted the median as a standard.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and then, okay, thank you, David.
Okay, Supervisor Frost?
So what you're saying is that it's not so much the salary range or the amount, it's setting a new precedent that would create a problem moving forward for the county, because it's our protocol or our policy to to go at the 50% range, and the fact that they took into account the retirement tier as their rationale, that sets a different precedent and creates future problems for the county.
That's what we're concerned about, that we're deviating off our 50.
Can I just ask on that, again, if Supervisor Frost is done with the question, but you're setting for the executive director, and again, your retirement administrator, and, you certainly you have a whole profile within all the ranges and all the positions, from entry level to top, administrators within departments, but I guess it would be the same for CEO, for example. I mean, this board makes a selection that we obviously look at market range. You want to be fair about it, but we have the discretion as board in hiring, to the position that you occupy. But I would just think that and it doesn't have to. I mean, this board retains the discretion. Obviously, retirement board has to come before this board because it is a county employee. I get that, but I think it is rather unique. So, was there any consideration? I mean, when you look at that, is that this is your administrator. You look at the market force, and also your recruitment. That trying to get.
Supervisor Natoli, again, we're not disputing the pay or what they did. Our concern is when you deviate off to 50 to 70. All of our positions, when we do the market, we look at the market and we give it a pay range, and that's what we go with. If that's what they think it ought to be, then that's what they got to pay for it.
Okay.
Our concern, again, I'm being redundant, being sensitive to it, is that if we go and start deviating, and I understand that this is unique and there's all reasons you can come up with, and I don't want to be flip about it, but there's other positions in our county that can make a very similar case, that they're specialized. That's what was done in 2001. That was board policy, is at 50%. If you want to deviate from this, that's absolutely in your prerogative to do. We felt compelled to at least let you know that if you do that, there are other positions, and we have hired on the 50th percentile for the last couple of years with a lower retirement rate, and that's the concern that we have. It's not about their employee or skirts. That's not what our concern is. Ours is more of a dialogue with you on the 50 to 70 jump and all the bargaining units and the questions that would be asked.
And they're going to have to hire at the lower retirement rate. I mean, that's not only prescribed in law going forward, but it's certainly, it goes back to, I think, even Rick's comments about, prudent administration, and certainly, both in negotiating benefit packages, but also retirement packages as a part of that. And certainly it ties very closely to obviously what the retirement board and retirement administrator are responsible for as folks leave county service. But again, I don't think that's path we're going down, and I would hope that whatever comments are made that tied to that. But from the standpoint of being within the market range, whether it's 50, 70, or something else, I mean, it seems to me that if you're recruiting, you may have to look at something a little different here. But okay, Ms. Peters.
My question to the county executive is there, or maybe it's to Mr. Devine, an opportunity to review the job description, and maybe the job is undervalued in the way of its job description, within the machinations of personnel. I'm not the expert on this, but I wonder if there is a way to push that into a different category.
Sure, we could take a look at the job itself and look at consequence of error, judgment, complexity of the job, which are all compensable factors.
I mean, it's been 17 years since, I heard 2001, or...
Well, that's when the pay plan, but I don't know when the last time...
The job was reviewed?
The job was reviewed. Because certain things may have changed since then. I mean, it just is looking at strictly
certainly the portfolio has gotten quite a lot larger,
right.
And we have more retirees now than we did then.
That could be a way to look at it.
I guess I would be interested in pursuing that and in keeping it at the 50%, but taking a look at the job description and seeing if it fits in is in the appropriate category at the moment.
Okay.
And I think it's important to move this forward today because the board is in the middle of a review, not a review, but a recruitment, and I think us not making a decision today would really slow things down. So I'd make that a motion.
Okay, there's a motion. Okay, and I have a question of Mr. Fowler before we vote, though, we could. Just, Rick, to get some clarification regarding how this got tied back, recognizing what the motion is on the floor here, but...
Some clarification on what, Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, clarification on, so was the communication to the exec's office that the reason you were going for a higher salary range because of the retirement tier? Because again, the sensitivity behind that is, as you well know.
No, that was just one of many considerations that went into it.
Okay.
And it could mean that many qualified people running retirement plans that are smaller or in other parts of the state wouldn't come here because it would be a downgrade for them in that important area. We simply recognize that, but we're doing a national search looking for talent that's not in the bottom half of the market and that isn't even looking for a job, but that we would approach with a package and attract them to Sacramento for all the reasons that we all like to live in Sacramento. I would say, though, to Supervisor Peters' suggestion that we picked the most conservative, lowest tier in that Anderson study. If you just go from the 7 lowest that we took, because we won't spend a lot of money. We run an efficient plan, and our proposal is designed to save the county money, not pay more. We believe that the wrong CEO will cost the county a lot more than
I trust you won't hire the wrong CEO.
So if we went to the 12 from the 7 peers, you close a lot of the salary gap right there, and we still haven't brought in the stress that any of our CEOs would get from the fact that CalSTRS and CalPERS are here in town with much larger salaries.
Well, they're paying a lot more, and they're not doing as well either.
No, they're not.
I'm not sure salary makes a difference in that sense.
Yeah. So, but my point is, you could certainly find a way to get to what we believe would be an appropriate dollar salary by taking a different peer group. But again, we went with the most conservative. We think it's fully justified. And as I assured you, we do not plan to recruit a person at the top of that range, but we believe we have to show them that if they come here, there is room for them to grow over the next 10 or 20 years, because if they look back at our history, they will see that we have held a CEO's pay, basically other than cost of living for 12 years and way below market. And so that's a fact we can't change for any candidate that looks at how this county relationship is for funding that position, and they would have to consider that soberly before they made a decision to move their family here and take this on. So we want to show that there's upside and actually not just recruit the right person, but retain him or her. So.
Okay.
Which is by reviewing the position, as I suggested, would be a positive note in your recruitment efforts.
Okay. All right. And we have a motion and a second by Supervisor Frost.
I just have a question. If we review the position, stay in the 50% range, does that address the sensitivity around the retirement? Does that take away
yes,
that?
Yes, it does. At least
it
from
does?
Yes.
Okay. And will they come back, or where do we go from here?
Would like to have the flexibility, since they're in the middle of a recruitment, that if we can get the review done quickly, or whatever agreement we have with them, if you can delegate that to us to work it out with the SCRS board.
Okay.
And would that allow you then to go to the 253? You want that delegated authority too? Within the salary range, depending on the duties, you could make adjustments up to amount within the...
If the board feels comfortable giving me that kind of authority, I'm comfortable.
I think that's getting the horse ahead of the cart.
No,
well,
that's where you want it.
Or behind
it. That is, yes.
That's generally where you would want it, wouldn't it?
Well,
before the cart.
I would be supportive of that because, and I just say, I understand the motions on the floor, which is the 230 cap, but to review the position and to what you just said in responding to Supervisor Frost, though, is that recognizing they're in recruitment, you're going to do this quickly. It just wouldn't be a...
But it might find out it's worth more.
Well, yeah, but so they could come back to us. I'm saying you give to the authority up to what the retirement board recommended, which was the 253. If it is more, then you're going to have to come back for additional authority on that.
Yeah.
But we would give you the authority between the 230 and the 253 to make the adjustment? I'm prepared to do that.
I think it's an important position, and you could spend a lot more by not having the right person. And so I would concur that I could support it.
So I would, again, to the chair, I would offer an amendment to the motion that would, in addition to the review and to taking the current action, the 50% of median, the 230 cap, to allow you to do a very quick but thorough review, and to authorize you to take it up to the 253 if that's what your findings were.
With the caveat that I report, do some kind of communication back to the board.
Yeah.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
So what does that equate to in approximately in the amount of additional time to the whole process?
It's more conversation and look at the data that they have and the
give me. Is it a week? Is it 2 weeks?
I would like
is
to
it
get
2
it
days?
done I'd like to get it done within a week.
Okay.
We do have board meetings next
So
week.
you can bring it
too.
back to the board if you want. I mean, we've got another, we've got 3 meetings next week, so.
Yeah.
So no more than a week.
More than a week.
Okay, so, yeah.
I'm hearing yes from.
Okay.
Okay, so you want to,
Yeah,
And if I run into
I guess I
trouble-
still say, I don't want the amount in there, because I think he could come back with more. I don't want you to feel constrained by that.
well, then why don't you just bring this back to us in a week? I would just say.
Since it's coming back so quickly, yeah.
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 So, all right, so I think in general direction, I had offered we had a motion on the floor, so you want to
Oh.
You want to withdraw or just...
That we move forward with the we do not send it back to SCRS, and we approve the 50 percentile range for this position, and that you return to the board with a consent item next week that may, in fact, change the position so it might qualify for a different salary range.
Okay. All right, so that's the motion. Do we have a second on that? Okay, second, okay. All right, so we're back to the week, understanding the motion. Anyone else wish to speak to this? All right, seeing none, please vote. Okay, we'll be back
Unanimous
here in a
vote.
week with maybe some further adjustments. So, all right, thanks, Rick. Thanks, Annette. Thank you. And thanks, Martha, and our folks from the other board members up there. Okay, we have one other item for the morning agenda.
Item 47, Property and Business Improvement Districts, resolution authorizing the execution of agreements with owners associations.
Okay, Mr. Davison.
Yeah, good afternoon. Bob Davison, the Division Chief of the County Engineering Division. On 2 weeks ago, on May 23rd, staff presented a Property and Business Improvement District Cost Recovery Plan in the form of an agreement that's required by law to be entered into with PBID owner associations. Of course, at that time, the board did not approve the cost recovery plan and directed staff to return with the agreement with the components of the cost recovery plan removed. So before you today is essentially the same agreement with those components removed, and the recommendation is that you adopt the resolution authorizing the execution of agreements with PBID owners associations, and that would authorize the Deputy County Executive to enter into those agreements with each of those associations.
Okay. Thanks, Bob. Thanks for your work a couple of weeks ago and for bringing it back quickly. So, any staff recommendations? Right. Second. Okay. Second by Supervisor Frost. Okay. Moving second to approve the staff recommendation. Nothing further. Anyone wish to address this item? All right. Please vote.
Unanimous vote.
Okay. Mr. Tardiglia, were you wishing to address the board off agenda? No? Okay, good. All right, Jeff, thanks.
You guys afterwards.
Okay, all right, thanks, okay. All right, that concludes the morning agenda, correct?
Yes.
All right, so, but we're in the afternoon, so we got a closed session, and we will return at 2 o'clock. All right, so we will go into closed session and return here at 2 o'clock. Good afternoon. Want to call back into regular session the Board of Supervisors, Sacramento County, for the June 6, 2017 meeting. I'll ask Flo to call the roll, establish a quorum, please.
Supervisors Cerna?
Here.
Kennedy? Peters? Frost? Here. Natoli?
Here.
And you have a quorum.
Thank you. And we've got a pretty full agenda this afternoon, but we do have one report out from the closed session item, so I'll turn to our County Counsel, Krista Whitman, to give us the report out.
At closed session today, the Board of Supervisors, meeting as the successor agency of the Housing Authority of the County of Sacramento and the Housing Authority and Redevelopment Agency, voted 5-0 to initiate litigation that shall be known as successor agency to the Redevelopment Agency of the County of Sacramento, Housing Authority of the County of Sacramento, Sacramento Housing and Redevelopment Agency, and Redevelopment Agencies Employee Association as petitioners and plaintiffs versus Michael Cohen in his official capacity as Director of the State of California Department of Finance et al.
Okay. Thank you, Krista. All right, with that then, do we have any items to be continued this afternoon, or we're gonna hear them all as ordered, right?
Let me just double check. Yeah, no, we're hearing everything.
Okay, very good. All right, Flo, go ahead and call the first 2 o'clock item, please.
Okay, for item 48, it's the public hearing on the benefit category change and levy of increased service charge for the Glenboro at Easton and Easton Place projects within Zone 1 of County Service Area Number 1.
Okay, Mr. Davidson, good afternoon. Excited this morning,
Second time this afternoon.
Good to see you.
With that, this benefit category change for the master plan project known as the Glenboro at Easton Place project is for 29 parcels, of which there's 2 owners, and it's to change their County Service Area Number 1 service charges category, benefit category change actually, and it'll be changing these parcels from the current category, which is safety light only, to one of 2 categories, decorative street and safety lights, and there's both residential and non-residential categories. I do want to point out that these changes actually, well, the changes kick in, but the charges only kick in if the homeowners association, who actually is going to be maintaining and operating the street lights, somehow falters and what's known as a triggering event occurs. If there's a maintenance agreement between the county and the homeowners association, if that trigger event occurs, then these are the service charges that would be in place. So with that for today, I'm recommending that you direct the clerk to tabulate the returned protest ballots, and depending on the results, so that the clerk will read in a statement, and then I'll make a second recommendation on adopting today's resolution.
Okay, all right, with that then we'll turn to our clerk to tabulate the results.
Okay. I'm not going to get a drum roll.
How's that?
Okay, for your first ballot, this is from Easton Development Company, and Easton has 19 separate parcels, and they voted yes. And then you also have another ballot from Aerojet Rocketdyne Incorporated. They have 10 separate parcels, and they voted yes. So I'm going to read the tabulation statement now. At the close of the tabulation, the board received 0 oral and written protests. 2 protest ballots were returned to the close of the public hearing today, which represented 100% of the property owners. 100% of the returned ballots are in favor of the proposed benefit category change, and 0% are opposed. Therefore, no majority protest was registered, and it is recommended that the board adopt the resolution approving the benefit category change for Glenboro at Easton and Easton Place within Zone 1 of the County Service Area Number 1.
Okay.
So with that, it's recommended now that you adopt today's resolutions with the changes in that resolution that the clerk just read into the record.
All right. Let me ask, does anyone wish to address the board on this item? We've heard it read into the record. All right, seeing none, then the chair would move adoption of recommendation, noting the ballot results.
Second.
Okay. Second, please vote.
Unanimous vote.
Very good. Thank you all. Okay, next item, please.
Okay. Item 49 is the Barrett Ranch East General Plan Amendment, Community Plan Amendment, Rezone Zoning Ordinance Amendment, Large Lot Tentative Subdivision Map, Special Development Permit, and Design Review for property located on the north side of Antelope Road in the Antelope community. The environmental document is a draft environmental impact report.
Okay, Leanne, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, members of the board. Leanne Moffett, your planning director. I do not have a PowerPoint. You previously heard this item on October 26th, at which time you certified the final EIR with the MMRP program and findings of overrides and approved the general plan amendment resolution. You took tentative action on the remainder of the items, which are what in front of you are in front of you today, the rezone, the maps, special development permits, et cetera, as detailed in your board report. So the item is ready for you to take action. However, there are a couple remarks I wanted to make before you do the vote. We did receive an additional comment letter. This is someone that our project manager, Charity Gold, has been in communication with, and so we did forward the board that comment, and it's a similar comment to one that had been made previously. And then Bob Davison is here because at the last hearing you did have some questions about the finance plan. Timing and schedule, and so before you acted on the board items, I wanted to have Bob Davison come up and give you a quick report back based on those questions, unless you have any other questions of me first.
Leanne, just a clarification. There was communication received as well yesterday afternoon about 3 o'clock that came in to each member of the Board
Is that the one from Sherry and Steve Lasik?
Yes.
Yes, that's the one I was alluding to.
Oh, that's when you're, okay. That's
yes. They were concerned, a prior version of the map had kind of an open space area behind their homes on the east side of Willarga Road, and that's now with the backyards. We were very concerned about creating a long strip of land where homeless could go and be, where there's no road and no ability for the sheriff to monitor that. But they liked that prior version where there was open space area there. We just had real concerns about safety with that kind of design.
Well, how does it compare? They would like to see it, one in open space, not in backyards, and maintained. Do they like to see something different than what's being proposed?
They would like to see something different, yes.
And they said they talked with all the neighbors. I don't know if they talked with Supervisor Frost, but they said they talked with all the neighbors and they're in agreement regarding the issue.
I mean, this was recommended for approval by the CPAC. This is the one comment that I'm aware of. So I can't speak to the other neighbors' issue. But it would result in a very long, very thin open space area. We didn't have, the Park District did not want to take that and maintain it. So it would be under the SMUD power lines, and we were very concerned that with no visibility, that a long strip of land under SMUD power line easements with no road along it and no visibility could become
So it gets incorporated into backyards on the new properties, and so they have this area that's, is it usable? Is it landscapable? What sort of restrictions go with
there is an easement over that area.
Sure there is. You've got overhead power lines. So
yeah, there's restrictions, but they can use it, for their dog area or just kind of open space area to keep it mowed.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
Yeah. All right. Bob?
Good afternoon again.
Yeah, good afternoon again.
So since the last meeting, we certainly received the direction to get the Antelope Financing Plan Development Impact Fee Program implemented in a quicker time frame than we had planned. So with that, we've had several meetings. We've had meetings with basically the Special District Section, Department of Transportation. We've had some internal meetings and also some meetings with developers and their representatives as well for the Barrett Ranch property. And with that, we have we've gotten the ball rolling on the discussions that are needed to take place so that we can move forward with this. Two, I believe there's concurrence with the county staff and with the development group on the recommendations for moving forward. Third, with that, we've developed a schedule in which an updated Antelope fee program could be before the board in the February 2018 timeframe. And finally, I just want to point out that a key milestone on that is that that schedule assumes that by September 30th, we have an updated roadway capital improvement program and an updated park capital improvement program. And, you know, to get there, it's going to take work with county staff, Department of Transportation, as well as we've already received some requests on some of the suggestions that the developers are proposing, which many of them were agreeable to. So with that, we will be before your board in February with that with the updated fee program.
Okay. Questions or comments, Mr. Davidson? Are any other efforts slipping because this one's been accelerated?
There's certainly a lot of things going forward, and a lot of them take our attention, and we're doing our best to accommodate that. I don't know of anything that is slipping specifically because we made this determination to move this forward.
Okay, well, the reason I asked that, I know you've chatted with me, but we've had some fee updates that have been long in the works, again, with certainly work responsibilities assigned to the county staff, but also obviously to development interests and other landowners in that North Vineyard, Vineyard Springs, Florin Vineyard Gap area, particularly when it comes to roads and some of the triggers there and so forth, and I guess updated park fees and some of the other things that will be a part of those considerations. But I just want to be sure, because I know that's when we've talked on a number of occasions about the status of that, and then we run into a snag here and there, although I think we're okay for this season, I guess. What is the contemplated time frame for that update?
That one, we're still hoping to get that one to the board before the end of this year.
Okay.
We're on a milestone I just talked about when the capital improvement programs are ready. County staff have been working with the engineers, and you have to understand that effort's a lot more complicated than the Antelope effort. As alluded to the last meeting, the Antelope capital improvement program is much smaller. But with that, that's coming to an effort. I was hoping to have capital improvement programs for roads by the end of May, and May has just ended, but we're very close, so. Okay.
So you're still looking forward before the end of the calendar year if possible?
That's what we're going to attempt to do.
Okay, all right. Okay, any other questions on the update? All right, seeing none, thanks, Bob.
Thanks.
All right, Leanne? I don't have a board member punched up here, but...
All right. I also wanted to note the applicant representatives are here today, including George Carpenter, if you have any specific questions for them as well.
Okay. Do you wish to address the board, George? Yeah. Okay. Mr. Carpenter, come forward. And I don't have anyone signed up to speak, so if there's any other party who would like to address this, please get a speaker form in so I can call upon you. All right. George.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is George Carpenter, Vice President of Wind Communities. First, I want to start off by thanking you for your action on April 26th. I think I heard Leanne say October, but it was April 26th that the formal action was taken. As to the letter that you received from the Lasik family, I did not have the opportunity to see that, but it sounds like it was a similar letter from before. We have a difference of opinion on how that land should be treated that runs along the east side of Barrett Ranch north of Poker Lane. We feel very strongly that should be in the backyards and not just a casual open space area. We think it'll be maintained better. It'll be an amenity for people who have homes that back up to that area. While there are restrictions because the easement, they'll be able to take advantage of using as open space, gardens, pet areas, play areas. So, we do think it would be something beneficial to those folks. I do want to say that your staff has been at its best in the last couple of weeks working with us on trying to figure out how to get these roads built out in Antelope and updating the finance plan. I'm very appreciative of the efforts they've made to move this forward, and not just to move it forward, but to move it forward in a smart fashion, a very solution-oriented team that we've been working with. So thank you very much to them for that. And then, I do just want to echo Bob Davison's comments about moving this forward. We think it's a fairly simple update to the finance plan. We've done a lot of homework already ahead of this to be prepared to be able to be responsive to staff to meet their time frame so that we can get it back to your board in February. The reason it's important for us that it keeps moving is the certainty of having it done allows us to spend probably over $1 million to do the design of those road improvements out there, and that's something that we're interested in doing sooner rather than later so we can get construction underway. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thanks, George. Any questions, Mr. Carpenter? All right, seeing none, thanks. Okay, Supervisor Frost?
Well, thank you, George. And also, I wanted to mention that that is the top priority for the community, that even in the CPAC report they wrote, can you please prioritize the roads? So we're all really excited about that project, and I would like to move staff's recommendations.
Second. Okay, let's move to second. Leanne, do you need to put anything on the record as to what that incorporates?
I'm sorry?
Did you need to put anything else additionally on the record as to what the motion incorporates relative to staff recommendation?
No, I don't.
Okay. All right. That is the motion and the second. Then, if there are no further comments, then please vote.
Unanimous vote.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you all. Okay. Next item, please.
Item 50 is the Hedge 22 time extension project, a 5-year extension of time for a vesting tentative subdivision map to divide 6.18 acres into 22 residential lots in the RD5 zone for a property located in the Vineyard community. The environmental document is an addendum to prior mitigated negative declaration.
Okay, Leanne.
All right, on this one, I do have a short PowerPoint. This is a time extension. I think the board is getting used to seeing these in the Vineyard community. This is when there are vesting maps that are being extended. They do need to go to the board. So the overview here is the site is located generally north of Gerber and east of Elk Grove Florin in the North Vineyard Station specific plan, approximately 750 feet east of McCoy Avenue. It's a time extension, and they are requesting 5 additional years. Back in, here's October rather than April, in October of 2006, the board approved a rezone, vesting tentative map, and special development permit and affordable housing plan to divide 6.18 acres into 22 residential lots. It's in the center of that map there in the red hash mark area, relatively smaller site. The original project expiration was November of 2009, but there were a number of statutory state exemptions because of the economy, and they have now filed to extend the map. Here is the project site, which shows still remaining vacant, and the details of the map on the left-hand side. And without further action, the map will have expired on November 10th of 2016. The CPAC is recommending approval on a 5-0 vote, and the Planning Commission is also recommending approval on a 5-0 vote. So with that, staff is also recommending approval, and the actions would be to determine that the mitigated negative declaration previously prepared is still adequate and appropriate, to approve the requested 5-year map extension, subject to conditions and findings, and recognize that the project is subject to the previously adopted MMRP.
Okay, this map was actually previously adopted back in 2006.
Yes.
And so when we extend this 5 years, it'd be 2020, it'd be 16 years between time of submittal to...
Yes, that's why they, that's why they come to the board.
But each time on extension, you do look at conditions that would be relevant, so the extension just doesn't get...
On the extensions, there is a limited range of changes that you can make to those conditions. You can address health and safety matters, but you cannot, change the color of a building or something more minor, which wouldn't be applicable in this case, but the sole decision is really to approve or deny. You cannot completely reopen all of the conditions.
Okay, so if something changed with the roads, over nearly a 20-year span, obviously lots of things can change. Some may stay static.
Right.
All the conditions that previously applied apply, but there's no. So when you say health and safety, what does that cover?
That would go beyond roads. I don't know that I've ever seen one with health and safety.
We have made some condition changes, and we have debated those before the Project Review Committee in terms of what is allowed under state law. I didn't attend the condition review meetings on this one. I don't believe that any major items were raised by the commenting agencies, but we do send every project typically through 2 rounds of review at Project Review Committee because this is a map. So it did go through that process, and if there had been major concerns, we would have been made aware of them.
Did this map require inclusion in the police CFD? Police services?
It did, yes.
I heard a yes, a whispered
Condition 27, I'm being told.
Okay. All right. Yep, I see it. Oh, it is. No, that's landscape medians.
That's landscaping.
Where's the police facilities district?
That would have been on the rezone, which has been effective.
So that's a condition you can't put on a map? Yes, we can.
Which one?
The police CFD, police services CFD. I thought.
At the time we did. I think it was when we had rezones. We added those conditions to
right.
rezones.
There were rezones, but if a rezone happened before the map came through, because we were.
Can we add it now?
If it wasn't on there.
On an extension.
Yeah. Right. Because you talk about health and safety. That's part of safety.
I don't know, without looking more into that, whether that's considered a health and safety under the MAP Act.
Yeah, I think if you want us to look into that, we would probably need to continue.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with the map. We've done a number of these, and it's kind of perfunctory. But I guess I asked that question because knowing that there was a limited scope, but then when you said health and safety, and I didn't see that in the conditions, and I know that was done in the rezone, but we also said parcel maps of bigger than 5 after a certain date that kicked into a subdivision, basically a subdivision map,
right?
Which could have the police CFD requirement placed on that. Is there a way while we're stepping in to see if that rezoning include this, or is maybe the project engineer knows this? Like, does Bruce handle this, or who's handling this?
If the project engineer knows, that would be great. Otherwise, my recommendation would be to continue it. I don't think they're going to be building anytime soon, and I'd probably need to come back and need more time to do that research.
Bruce, you don't know, Mr. Walters?
Don't have that information.
Okay, all right. And if you can verify that before today's session's over, I'm fine with that too. But I mean, if you want to hold it, I don't want to hold this up, but
okay.
I do want to, again, and maybe it doesn't even qualify, but when you said health and safety, the police CFD was coming into place, in that.
Why don't you hold it until after the Ogden Ranch item, and maybe we can at least get that information and decide whether it needs to be continued.
All right. Okay. Very good. Okay, that's fine. I don't have any other questions then. So let's just hold this item for a bit, and let's see if we can get an answer to that question. Thank you. All right. Let's call the next item, Flo. We'll hold that item for present.
Item 51 is the Ogden Ranch Project, General Plan Amendment, Community Plan Amendment, Rezone, Large Lot Tentative Subdivision Map, Phasing Plan, Small Lot Tentative Subdivision Map, Special Development Permit, Design Review, and Easement Abandonment for a property located at 8240 Bradshaw Road in the Vineyard community. The environmental document is a mitigated negative declaration.
Okay.
All right. This is the first time hearing this item, and I do have a PowerPoint as well on this one. Let's see. Well, if not, I have a hard copy. Oh, no, there we go. All right, so this is the Ogden Ranch project. This site is located at 8240 Bradshaw Road in the Vineyard community. The request is for 205 single-family lots, open space, trails, and parks on about 70 acres. There's a variety of entitlements associated with this project, including a general plan amendment, community plan amendment, rezone, a variety of maps, special development permit, design review, and abandonment of an easement. The site does reconfigure some existing general plan designations. from recreation and low-density residential, so essentially reconfigured, resulting in 38.6 acres of recreation and 31.8 acres of low-density residential. It also amends the Vineyard Community Plan, resulting in 38.6 acres of O recreation, 19.2 acres of RD7, 12.6 acres of RD10, with the flood and natural stream overlays remaining as they are. The site is currently zoned urban reserve on the lower right of this slide. The resulting zoning is 19.2 acres of RD7, 12.6 acres of RD10, 38.6 acres of O recreation with the flood overlay. So you can see about half the site is essentially undevelopable in open space and recreation configurations. I'm going to spend a little bit of time on this map here, trying to use the cursor because it's the colored map. It sort of shows a little bit better. The yellow lots are the RD10, the smaller lots. So essentially what they've done, because about half the site is impacted with open space, it is a smaller lot, gated project and product. The yellow lots are the RD10 lots. Typically in our zoning code, RD10 lots are 4,000 square feet in size. They do have a handful, some that are smaller than that. There are some smaller lots down in this area that are as small as 3,400 square feet. Many of the lots in the yellow RD10 are around 3,600 to 3,700 square feet. The tan is the RD7 lots. RD7 actually also allows you to go down to 4,000 square feet, but in this case there are a handful that are at 5,000 square feet. Most of them are larger than the RD5 5,200 square foot lot size, and there are a handful of larger ones in quarter areas that are between 8,000 and 10,000 square feet. So you have a lot of variation happening on the site, anywhere from a 3,400 square foot lot almost up to a 10,000 square foot lot going on here. We have a number of amenities. In the upper left, this site over here will actually be a park site owned by Southgate, owned and operated by Southgate Park and Rec. So that's the only public park area on the property with a trail going through it. This darker green site in the upper center will be a private amenity area. So the developer plans to put in a clubhouse, pool, and playground area in that green area as their central area, and there's some additional parking carved out as required there. This is access to the north. The site is gated on the left and the right of this entry area, so it is gated to cars. However, there are conditions requiring public pedestrian and bike access, so people can walk and bike in, although they cannot drive all the way through. This dark green here in the middle is going to be a private dog park. There's a drainage area down here that, while is a drainage area, is also designed to allow for a small private pocket park in that area. This is Laguna Creek, and there is a trail system all along Laguna Creek. A good portion of that trail system is a double trail. It's in part an equestrian trail and a bike ped trail that will be maintained and operated by Southgate Parks. This is the entry area to the east, and it is gated to vehicles as well. And the streets, I did want to point out, the streets are private streets. The typical cross-section does show parking on one side only, so the streets will not be double parked. So I wanted to point that out. So moving on, oops. This way. This diagram shows the large lot map and the phasing map, so the project will be built out in phases, and there is a phasing map associated with this. This is the small lot tentative map. I think I've gone through a lot of this in the prior colored map. Shows the number of RD7 versus RD10 lots. as well as the park. So looking at the design of the RD10 streetscape, this here is a photo of the typical homes that will be built. I wanted to pause for a moment on this diagram down here in the bottom right to show how these RD10 lots will work. It's become a fairly, not an uncommon product in more dense areas to have these smaller lots. And so what a lot of developers are doing, that these developers are also going to be doing, is basically you have your lot and it has a 4-foot side yard on either side. But for this area over here, so this is your neighbor's lot and this is your lot, you actually have an easement over their 4 feet. So rather than having a 0 lot line product, you actually own the 4 feet on either side of your house. But the person in this home here on the left of this diagram has access to the 8 feet to use, so it doesn't feel all walled off. So for your windows and your patio area there, your homes open out into that 8 feet, and you can kind of have more usable area. So that is something we see in other urban type environments.
I just want to make sure I'm clear, Leanne.
Yes.
Through the chair. When you say the 8 feet, is it the 4 feet on either side, or the 4 feet combined on one side?
The 4 feet combined on one side. So you have the 4 feet that you owned,
right? And
then you have essentially a use easement on your neighbor's 4 feet,
okay,
that is not fenced off.
Okay, so the fence would constitute the functional 0 lot line of the other house, right?
It's basically their wall.
Right, exactly.
Yes, there's no
Okay.
fence that's going to be installed.
Got it.
Yes, so even though your neighbor owns that 4 feet, you get the enjoyment of the full 8 feet.
Got it.
So that you can...
You can bounce the ball off of his wall?
Yes.
Do a mural.
Do a mural.
It is something we're seeing more and more of, and I have been in model homes that use this design and seen it in other jurisdictions where they've used these small lots. So, oops, sorry, going the wrong way. The RD7 streetscape is a little more typical RD7, RD5 style streetscape. I'm going to pause on this slide too much. So, with regard to some key points here, the site is preserving 36 acres of open space with 2 acres of public park and corresponding land use designations. If you took the average density over the whole site, not just the urban site, it would come out under 3 units per acre. Obviously, the urban portions are far more dense. There are 2 access points, Bothwell Drive and Bradshaw Road. I've already mentioned it is gated. However, there are pedestrian gates that are open for bike ped access. And this will be very nice to have this site built out, and it is a key link in the Laguna Creek Trail Corridor Plan. I wanted to point out a couple of the specific conditions. If you happen to look through the list of conditions, it's a pretty heavily conditioned, extensively conditioned project. I particularly wanted to point out, because it's been a point of discussion before, is condition number 5 does require a homeowners association with CC&Rs in condition number 5. We did indicate to the board, while we wouldn't always request CC&Rs in cases like this, we may, and so this is one. It doesn't have all the nuisance items in that condition number 5, but there is an HOA and CC&R condition on this one. Condition number 6 is extremely detailed and has a lot of conditions about each of the open space lots and what can and cannot happen on each of those. The police CFD condition is condition number 64. There are about 22 conditions related to Southgate Park and Rec, conditions 65 through 85 and 121 and 122. Number 83 is the trail condition, and number 122 is the gate condition, and we do have Eric Jones with the Southgate Park and Rec here with us today. So those were just a few of the conditions that I wanted to point out. Staff is recommending, the Planning Commission recommended approval on a 5-0 vote with their recommendations detailed there and so on the left, and their comments over there on the right. The Vineyard CPAC recommended approval on a 3 votes yes, 2 votes no, and 4 absent. The CPAC did, some members expressed some concerns about the density and the shared trails. So there's areas where the restrictions in the open space because of habitat don't allow an entirely separate equestrian trail from a bike ped trail. It is separate for most of the way, but there are a couple pinch points, and so one of the CPAC members was concerned and wanted it entirely separated, which we've not been able to figure out how to do. So that was one of the CPAC comments, and they did appreciate the open space preservation trails and parks. The Design Review Advisory Committee is recommending approval on a 3-0 vote.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
You said you haven't been able to figure out how to address some of the pinch points in the trail system, and I think I know which pinch points you're talking about here. Is that because there's not enough remnant space between some of those open space, wetted areas and the backs of homes or fence lines, I should say?
It's more, it's not just always the homes, it's in some cases the buffers that are required between wetland areas and the creek area
So
through
be
the
in conflict
permitting.
with their own condition?
And the
Possibly.
federal permitting
Yeah.
requirements, yes. So it's a combination of things, but in some cases it's the permitting requirements that don't provide enough space,
Okay.
not just backyards of homes.
Do you know how much equestrian traffic really is out there using this trail?
I do not know.
Okay. Maybe the applicant does.
And so the final slide is bringing the colored diagram up in case you have any questions.
Okay, so we'll leave that up for a minute. So let me turn to colleagues. Any questions of Leanne at this juncture? All right, Leanne, I had one, and I had a chance to visit with the project applicant, and he'll speak in a moment, last evening, and I mentioned this to Supervisor Kennedy as well. On your map, it'd be on the left-hand side, as I'm looking at it here, but up against the Sheldon, Smedberg ball fields. And there is a grade differential. I didn't see it was really very clear in the staff report, although I saw to mention about the retaining wells. But in talking with Mr. Spillman last night, you could have a grade differential from the school ball field side to some of those lots in that southern corner of maybe 10 foot or more. And obviously those be appropriately graded for drainage and such. But my point on all of this being that I asked what sort of fencing would be there. The school has their typical, cyclone fencing separates their property from the adjacent fields. And I guess they were going to have an upgraded wood fence. My thought is, we certainly hear from the applicant on this, but for something with that much of a grade differential, recognizing the school fence will probably be well maintained in place. It seemed to me on that western side where you can typically get a lot of wind as well with an open area there, a wood fence, well constructed or not, is going to have a certain lifespan. It seems to me we would much better serve the residents, but certainly the interface between active ball fields and homes, which will have a grade differential, significant in some cases. We'd better serve to have a split face or a slumpstone with some sort of cap on that as the defining boundary between residential and then active ball fields to the west there. So I don't know if, from a staff perspective, did you look at that? And if not, obviously I don't expect you to respond necessarily, but I'm going to ask Mr. Spillman when he comes forward.
Yeah,
as well.
I would have to call up Cindy Scher, our project manager, to see.
Well, I'm curious because looking at the interfaces, why did we take that into consideration? Hello, Cindy.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Yes, we did look at that, and we felt that a wall would be maybe too intrusive, having the single family. And since they were ball fields and not classrooms or administration buildings, we felt that between the grade differential and some of the trees out there's some oak trees along that border also, that a wood fence would suffice. And then the applicant's here if they want to contribute more to that explanation.
Okay, so that was your analysis from a
Yes.
staff perspective. Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
All right, that's all the questions I had. So, by the way, I don't have anybody signed up to speak on this. I'll invite the applicant up. If there's anyone here wish to address this, certainly get a speaker form in. If not, I'll invite then the applicant to come forward. Mr. Spillman.
Mr. Natoli, I do need to have them do a statement of vote.
Okay, yeah, so anybody who intends on speaking on this or think they might want to, please stand and be sworn.
Please raise your right hand, and the appropriate response is, I do. Do you swear that the testimony you are about to give this board is the truth, so help you God? If you do not swear, do you so affirm? And when you get to the podium, please state your name for the record and the statement, I have been sworn.
Okay. Good afternoon, Brian.
Good afternoon. Brian Spillman, Vice President, Silverado Homes, and I have been sworn. And it's my pleasure to be able to stand before the board this afternoon and present this project. It's the result of a lot of effort, a lot of time, a lot of reaching out to our neighbors, the school districts, and especially like to thank Southgate Parks for their help and guidance and working through a lot of the issues that this project presented. And we feel like we've really checked a lot of the boxes in terms of getting a walkable, sustainable community. It is higher density, but that density comes at a value of being able to preserve and conserve a lot of the open space areas. And it does such in a way that really integrates the community in the trail systems so that those resources can be appreciated, not from afar, but a little bit closer without intruding into the required buffers and setbacks alluded to. But with that, there was a question, I think, Supervisor Cerna, on the equestrian uses out there. Today, that there isn't a lot of equestrian uses because this part of the trail hasn't been developed wholly. I can anecdotally say that I've seen some equestrian use in the trails on the portions of the creek in the Fallbrook area along Laguna Creek, and then working through to lesser effect to Camden. But it's a rare occasion. I do suspect as you get further to the east and into the more rural areas of the counties that there may be a higher use of the equestrian trails. But the level of the traffic that we would expect and with the trails we have designed here, we feel we have an appropriate separation. Yes, there are a few pinch points that we brought together to avoid some of the wetland areas, but it would be an easy thing for courtesy to allow one group pass and not have to intermingle with the others. And similarly, we brought the trails together at the proposed bridge crossing where it's going to cross over to the creek and it ventures onto the Bradshaw Christian side of the property. And if I just may comment, Mr. Chair, on the wall, the fence issue, Cindy Scher alluded to it as well, that that fence that it is there existing separating the two properties, there is some growth, the trees, there's some brambleberry bushes and stuff that are growing actually on the cyclone fence on the school district side, and we felt that the wood fence, a nicer, not a dog-eared, but a nicer framed wood fence was adequate and suitable and appropriate for that border from a screening standpoint. Do recognize that a masonry fence would be more durable over the long term. However, it is more costly. That does create some discussions that would have to take place likely with the school district to get onto their property and how we construct the footing, the keyway, and get the appropriate benches and so forth. Okay. But that's one just complication. It's not necessarily undoable. It does come at a cost and some minor difficulty.
Okay. Well, I appreciate that, Brian. I guess I respectfully disagree with staff about being intrusive. I think I've seen that you've done right, particularly with some grade separation and acknowledging some vegetation. Some of that may have to be affected by any construction that goes on out there. I don't know how much that's on the site, on school site versus on the Ogden Ranch property. And again, I think about the Gramercy development right at Calvin at Bradshaw, a different setting, obviously, but where that basically has, a concrete or slumpstone fence, split face around the entirety of it. It's gated as well, much smaller, compact site. But I think, that has, it looks nice, it works well, the landscaping was done nicely, and I just think the durability, and again, we don't require it in every case, but when I saw the grade difference, as we talked about last evening, it just seemed to me that potential, not just for, the active interface, but I think with winds and that open space being and so forth, that over time you can see some degradation, and obviously it's a property responsibility. It wouldn't be yours at that juncture. So that was my thinking. So I guess we'll get to that when we talk about the conditions. But I appreciate your feedback and certainly and taking a look at that. So
thank you.
Yeah. Any other things you wanted to add, Brian, relative to
I do want to mention that our civil engineer, Dave Crisario, and one of the principals in the company, Paul Eblin, are also here in attendance today. Okay. Just saying from an engineering standpoint that I'm not equipped to answer. Dave is here to help as well.
All right. Anything they need to add at this point? No. Okay. Just available for questions. All right. Very good. Okay, I don't see any more questions of you at this point. I have no one signed up to speak on this, so is there anyone here wishing to address this item? All right. If not, then I'll invite Leanne back up and invite Mr. Kennedy to offer his comments. Yeah. Anything else, Leanne?
I don't have any further remarks. I would note condition number 11 is the fencing and landscaping condition. Okay. If you want to talk about that.
Yeah. All right, I kind of stated my preference, and it just seems to me that there may be some added cost, but I think the durability, long-term viability of that interface would be improved by having, that type of fencing versus the wood fencing. So I'll leave it to the supervisor of the district to make a call on that.
Can I ask a
Isn't this your district?
point of clarification?
Isn't this your?
No, District 2.
Just point of clarification, Don. Was your idea or suggestion just a full replace or I think you said split face masonry, right?
Yeah.
But for like a full 6 foot height, or for the first 3 feet and then a different material on top, or what was your?
No, for that 6 foot along that western, so it'd be along. You wouldn't have to be along the open space portion of that, but along where those lots are there. And I think for the. And Mr. Spillman could correct me, but they're actually going to have a point where they're actually going to make some cuts about midway there, and so the elevation will be a bit exaggerated. I don't know that going north of there towards the Tilson Parkway area that is quite as dramatic, but it just seems to me if you're going to put it in there, go along that entire line.
Are there other subdivisions out here where that kind of treatment exists between essentially the back of lots and a school property?
Well, there's not too many that back up to the school. I mean, you got some.
That's why I'm asking.
You got but you do have throughout that whole Vintage Park area, certainly in the streetscape, you've got the slumpstone with the capstone, and again incorporated there. I used the one being the more recent one at Calvine at Bradshaw, again a compact development on that 10-acre site where it was enclosed, and that they initially wanted to go with a wood fence some years ago, and we said no because of the interface, and I think it provided good separation, but a good durable.
Can I'm curious to hear Supervisor Kennedy's sentiment on this, but could I ask the developer to come back up? I have a follow-up question about the fencing material. So I certainly appreciate and understand the additional cost involved in doing a masonry structured wall versus essentially a good neighbor wood fence. In this market, and I'm asking your opinion, in this market, is it possible that additional cost, maybe not 100% of it, but maybe most of it, could be absorbed in the sales price of the unit? Because not every unit out there is going to have a masonry rear fence, essentially, right?
Correct. In fact, very few of them. That would probably be the only stretch that, if we were to adopt this condition, that would have a masonry rear. We do have some that we're proposing with the combination fence, with kind of a lower seat wall and then view fencing.
That's what I asked the earlier question.
Right. But with that, it's a different situation. The rear yards of these homes, you're going to be looking back up a slope, or maybe a retaining wall at the bottom with a slope to the top. Sure. The extra cost of that would probably be something if I was on the sales floor and saying, hey, you got a masonry wall, you get to pay an extra $10,000. It probably wouldn't work that way. In other words, you wouldn't recapture a premium by virtue of the wall versus the wood fence.
Even if the conversation went something like this, yeah, I'm kind of interested in that lot, but it backs up to a school. I wish there was something more.
Yep, and I think if it's a question of screening and privacy, I think both achieve that purpose. If it's a question of maybe sound attenuation, which there's not a lot of activity at that portion of it, most of the sound will be coming from the Sheldon High School, the football stadium, which is a little bit further away, wouldn't necessarily, achieve that intended effect. It would immediately, though, be something that would in terms of longevity, would be more durable, would weather better. It's just a question of constructability. What would be my, more so than the cost, be my chief concern at this point is how do we get in there and avoid the trees, and do we need any other encroachment or setback that we would have to bring the fence further into our property.
I know it's probably very difficult to assess at this point, but masonry wall is going to be what, probably good 8 inches, 10 inches, right?
In terms of the thickness?
Yes.
Yes.
So offhand, are there tree trunk diameter widths that are literally right on the line, so that if you were going to put in the wall versus the wood fence, you'd have to remove trees?
We would be into the drip line and into the root system, unquestionably on that situation.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay, Susan.
As long as you're discussing that particular issue, just my personal experience, a house that I most recently bought had as a masonry wall. And a couple of things. One, I find it to be retain heat much more than a wooden fence, so the backyard is hotter. And when you do want to put hedging or trees up there, you've got the concrete footing that's in place for the brick wall, which extends out even past the bricks, so you lose additional...
You mean down below the...
Down below, yeah, in the footing, and so you lose additional room. I have a small backyard, and so it's just something I thought I'd point out from my experience.
And I know the aspiring artists in the community have a preferred canvas, but I'll leave it there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well put.
All right. Patrick.
Okay, so I'm going to chime in here. Thank you very much. And I do want to thank also both staff and the developer. I've had many, many meetings on this project, and probably the most meetings I've ever had on a project this size, but it's a unique project with the wetlands and so forth, the vernal pools. So it looks like the only question out there right now that I'm hearing is whether or not there's a masonry wall or a fence there. And I just heard of the masonry wall this afternoon, and looking at, I agree with Supervisor Peters, and also looking at other examples of more urban settings in which houses are right up against schools. I mean, look at McClatchy and look at Cal Middle School, and these are all, the houses are right up to the ball fields, and they're all wood fences, and everybody's gotten along pretty well for a long time. So I think for all of the practical reasons and the added expense, I can't find a compelling reason, all due respect, Supervisor Natoli. Okay. So I would be inclined to support the staff recommendation, and I'll make that motion.
Second.
Okay, Leanne, anything else for the outline of the motion?
With regard to the continuance date, the board report actually requested an August date, but we have done counting, and we can, the 30 days would be available for July 11th, and I believe there is space on that agenda. So I just wanted to correct the board report and potentially ask for July 11th at, I believe, flow 245.
Correct, 245.
All right, so that would be incorporated into the motion along with all the other entitlements then that are included in staff recommendation, including the conditions of approval. All right, nothing further, then please vote.
Ms. Peters? Unanimous vote. Okay, so item 52, report back on Flood Protection Act.
Can we go back to hedge?
Okay.
I do
are you
have
ready?
a,
Okay.
yes.
No problem.
Just speak up. Don't be
Yes.
shy at the podium.
Sorry, I'm
So,
staying
yeah.
at the podium. I am extremely relieved to report that the original rezone condition, rezone sets of conditions for the hedge project did have the police CFD condition as condition number 3.
Okay.
So
very
that
good.
is in effect. So
Okay,
thank you
good.
for the
So,
time to figure that out.
Health and safety question answered for this time.
Yes.
Okay, very good. Okay, then,
And just for future reference, I did get an email from Susan Getz that the policy at that time was to add the CFD condition only for rezones, so not just for maps.
okay. Very good. All right, with that then, I want to call the item again, Flo, make sure we know, just recall the item, because I'm going to make a motion on it, so.
Okay, so we are now taking action on item 50, the Hedge 22 time extension project. It's a 5-year extension of time for a vesting tentative subdivision map to divide 6.18 acres into 22 residential lots in the RD5 zone for a property located in the Vineyard community. The environmental document is an addendum to the prior mitigated negative declaration.
Okay, thank you for doing that. Okay, then I would move approval of staff recommendation.
Second.
Please vote.
Unanimous vote.
Great, thanks for a quick turnaround on that. All right, now item 52.
Okay, now we're ready for item 52. It's the report back on flood protection actions for the community of Point Pleasant and to direct staff to proceed with various flood protection efforts for Point Pleasant.
Okay. Very good.
Okay, now that it's clear that Leanne is not going to do item number 52.
I bet you would allow her to, though, huh?
Sure. Michael Peterson, Department of Water Resources. Good afternoon, Chair Natoli, members of the board. This is a follow-up to a March 7th discussion that we had at the board regarding a number of flood issues with the community of Point Pleasant in general in the vicinity of the lower Cosumnes River. And the result of that was a request to come back today to discuss in more detail a number of items in relation to providing flood protection for the community of Point Pleasant. The staff report covers primarily 3 issues, and I'm going to talk through them somewhat briefly. I'm not going to read the entire staff report. I want to touch on what it covers and then really leave time for discussion and questions. But what the staff report covers is it gives some more framework on proposed home elevation and/or home protection projects that could be funded with Beachstone Lakes mitigation funds. Discusses the idea that's been proposed of a Lambert Road Bridge flood fight. And then it tries to address the status of the McCormick-Williamson tract levees and where the Nature Conservancy project may be going on that piece of property. So what I'll do is I'll just, again, run through those and then leave it for questions. Okay. The staff report lines out, so let's just go back. May 23rd, your board heard, approved acceptance of a FEMA grant for, I think there were 49 or 50 structures that are proposed to be elevated. What the purpose of today's recommendation is how would we fund home elevations in the Beachstone Lakes area with the Beachstone Lakes mitigation funds for properties that wouldn't qualify for a FEMA elevation. In other words, how would we operate a county-based home elevation or property protection program in the Beachstone Lakes area? So the staff report lines out some basic parameters for how we would envision carrying out such a program. It would run very similar to how a FEMA grant program would work. 75% county, 25% local cost match. It's very typical. In addition, we would propose that the county would pay 50% of the owner's 25% share up to $12,000. And this would be for elevation or any of the projects that are listed in that table, which I'll speak to in a moment. It would propose that for any candidate for any of these projects that qualifies as low income, according to state criteria, that the county program would fund their 25% share completely. We'd otherwise administer the program internally within the department, and we would follow general procedures mirroring the FEMA program in terms of, the owner contracting with whoever might do the project. We provide reimbursements, documentation of costs. It's all. I didn't want to belabor this item with the details, but we do the program with FEMA grants, and we would simply model it the same way, ensuring that we're also following any of our own accounting and
Are we offering any additional advantages then and/or considerations as a part of that program?
The other, aside from ensuring that permitting is going to be handled in a streamlined fashion through the permit office, and the ability to fund projects other than home elevation. Yes. Those are primary differences. FEMA grants wouldn't fund a flood wall, a berm, right, venting, or things like that. So that's where this program would depart from a FEMA type program, in that there are other options that would be considered for funding with the Beachstone Lakes funds.
Do you have a chart you could put up so people could see what maybe follow along? I don't know if I see the one that was in the staff report. I don't know if that's large.
I don't have. I can pull the one out of the staff report. I don't have a separate.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just again because you kind of described it, but it might be if we could display that and see if we can pull it up.
So, as has been authorized previously by the board, we have identified that a viable use of the Beachstone Lake mitigation funds would be to fund home elevations, construction of berms or low walls around homes, and then additionally pay for venting. There are structures that actually their floor is above the 100-year floodplain, but the foundation below is not vented properly in accordance with FEMA's requirements, such that it's not recognized. Venting could be done in certain cases that would help improve the flood insurance status for those properties. But this table presents a range of projects and just their relative costs. These aren't exact figures. Any project would have its own specific cost depending on the size of the house and where it lays. But the idea was to present the likely range of costs for projects that this fund could support in terms of protecting private residences, properties in the Beachstone Lakes area. A number of the elevation clearly would be the one that's most beneficial in terms of providing 100-year flood protection, as you elevate the home above the 100-year floodplain. The additional benefits of elevation are that FEMA would recognize the elevation, and that would change the flood insurance basis for that property. Flood insurance would still be required, but it would be at the most basic rate because the home's floor would be above the regulatory floodplain.
Okay.
Flood walls and berms, again, those are physical barriers that could be constructed around a home to, keep the water from getting in. The height would depend on where it's located within the floodplain. There would be some concern about going more than 3 or 4 feet high, but the idea is that this would actually provide some additional level of barrier to hold floodwater back from getting in a home, not to a 100-year level, and such a project would not be recognized by FEMA in terms of affecting flood insurance rates. So it would provide physical protection, but FEMA would not recognize that kind of project in terms of lowering the flood insurance rates for that kind of a structure. But it does provide peace of mind in that there's something that would hold the water back. Okay. And then again, venting is really a modification to a home that's already elevated, but perhaps doesn't have the appropriate venting within the foundation that would allow FEMA to recognize that the floor is actually above the floodplain. So this is intended to describe the range of projects, not the limited scope of projects that we would propose to fund.
Let me ask you, Michael, too, because when we had the meeting last summer, it's been almost a year ago now, you'd had a couple of folks who at the time wanted to participate in either the FEMA program and now, obviously, this iteration, I imagine they'd be interested, and they were, to put it mildly, were a bit frustrated because the whole idea about, I guess, cost benefit and some other things that factors that, frankly, I wasn't aware of that had been introduced into the program. And so I don't know how we resolve that, but in the sense if that's the FEMA piece of it, but with this, those folks are ready and willing.
This wouldn't propose a benefit cost analysis for
Okay,
you.
so you're not going to get into that. I mean, that just compounded, I think, and frustrated a couple of folks who were interested in previous hazard mitigation program participation and thought that they, had submitted their paperwork, and I guess in one case they hadn't heard back and were pretty frustrated about that. But so this would, again, but you talk about project prioritization. So how does that factor into the money that we have?
I have to include that there because in theory, were we at a point where we had, just a portion of the fund left, and we had a number of projects that would be proposed, we would have to ensure. The suggestion would be that we would focus on what provides the most benefit between the projects. What's that?
Then you are getting into a benefit cost ratio of a different sort of a larger.
In a way, and this is not a hard recommendation. This is something that's been suggested. At this point, we don't have anybody who's not in the FEMA grant. We have nobody who's on the sidelines of the FEMA grant.
Okay.
Within the Beachstone Lakes area. So we're not in that situation, and I would suggest that if we are at a point where we were starting to get some hot and heavy use of this fund outside of the FEMA grant, then we would need to bring that kind of potential constraint back to discuss further.
All right. Okay. Very good.
So again, the 75-25 is the basic parameter. The 100% cost share again would be funded by the county through this program for any candidates that meet the low and very low income criteria according to the state. The proposal does not. One is not saying we're going to use all the money that are in the two Beachstone Lake funds for only these projects. It's not restricting the use to just these projects, nor is it saying we're only going to use a certain portion of funds. It's saying this is within the realm of use for the Beachstone Lake funds, but there are certainly a number of other things that I'll discuss shortly that also would be a potential receive funding from the Beachstone Lakes mitigation funds.
That's an important parameter to point out. I'm glad you did that because I know I'd asked that question, but I think in light of some of the conversations, certainly about flood fight at Lambert and what that might entail relative to any physical investment. But then secondly, the discussion about McCormick Williams that you'll get to in a moment too, and about some level of participation in that effort.
It's not meant to be mutually exclusive. It's this is just trying to put a little more framework around what has been discussed, briefly in the past before the board. Let's try to frame it up a bit more. If I had a candidate come in tomorrow who didn't qualify for a FEMA grant, we'd want to be able to move forward.
Right.
So that's the intent of this aspect of the staff report.
Okay.
Let's speak to the Lambert Road flood fight item. And for the sake of discussion, it's always good to have a map. This is a map actually that came from the March 7th presentation.
Good.
And I've got a number of copies.
I think they were in our packet, I believe they were in our packet. Yeah, we got them, Mike.
This one may not be in there, but
we got different ones. Yeah, we didn't.
Yeah, this is actually came from the March 7th presentation, so I just carried it forward for the point of discussion. It shows the vicinity of Point Pleasant. So here's the Point Pleasant community. Here's Lambert Road and the Lambert Road Bridge. So when we're speaking to this aspect of the presentation, I just want to give some sense of where it's located. The proposal for a Lambert Road flood fight has been raised numerous times, and at the March 7th presentation, we had indicated that we would want to come back and provide some information on the appropriately potential district, either reclamation district or CSD, that might be able to carry out such an effort. But since then, and then based on discussion we had at a meeting in Point Pleasant a number of weeks ago, I think it was clear that let's first define fully what and share with the stakeholders in the community what the impacts might be for a flood fight. In fact, if anyone were to raise a linear barrier along the Lambert Road Bridge and on either side of the bridge, thus holding floodwater back, what could the potential impact be off-site to other properties? And modeling that's been done so far in regard to a 100-year flood shows that be about a half a foot to 7/10 of a foot potential impact to the south near Reclamation District 1002. But what staff is actually doing right now, and they should have this completed in about 2 weeks, is actually let's model what would the impacts be in a smaller event. In particular, let's look at the January and February storms. And if you've thrown a barrier up there, what might the implications be to other properties? And the intent of that is to take those results and then have a discussion again with the residents in the community, the folks who might potentially be impacted, the other reclamation district representatives, to simply vet that and have a good understanding of what that might mean. And then from that point, you can make a learned decision on whether this is something that we would want to move forward with, or to understand what the range of risk might be with such an action.
So with that time frame, could you be back to us by late July, early August with...
I knew you were going to try to push me. I mentioned August in the staff report because I think I want to make sure that we've got time to vet that information, but that would be the intent, is no later than August to come back with the results of completing our modeling, having that discussion with the community and with other stakeholders, and say, okay, this is what it would look like, everybody, and then from there, if
I think the community meeting was well attended. You had folks from certainly the Point Pleasant area. Walt Hoppy obviously was there. And other residents. You had folks from the Franklin Pond area. You had folks from 1002, which is shown on the map. Dead Horse Island, Tyler, and you had some state representatives there that represent some of the other areas in addition to that. And Nature Conservancy, obviously, McCormick Williamson was represented. Mr. Casio was there. I think it was a good discussion, and I think that one of the things I took away was that there was a recognition of, during the flood fight, of the common enemy, that being obviously the high waters and flooding, but also a clear desire by folks to have an understanding about what those impacts would be, whatever they might show, relative to holding water at one point in order to try to retain some element of protection, and what that might or might not do, at least under a modeling scenario. So if you can be back to us in that time frame, and for us to then have for our consideration, this board, what we might do relative to formation of a district going forward, whatever that would take, I think that would be satisfactory, recognizing you're going to have the modeling done, and you said in 2 weeks, putting a community meeting together sometime in July, and then coming back to this board in early August.
Correct.
So, okay.
Correct. And the idea is, not to keep moving this down the road, but if that kind of an action is going to be considered, then I think it's my suggestion that we want to make sure that we understand completely the impacts and benefits of that barrier, so that it's eyes wide open if that were something that we would move forward with.
Okay.
But to do so in a time frame that we can come back and make that decision with adequate heads up before winter.
Well, and I think that the item needs to have as a part of deliberations for this board and consideration beyond whatever physical aspect would be, whether it's sandbags or some barrier or some trigger point, all that being somewhat understood. I think what sort of entity we would use to actually accomplish that, because that in of itself can take some time, and I could see us being into the next winter season before some of that might even, maybe not, because there may be some other simpler paths. And I would ask, certainly County Council, working with Water Resources, the County Executive's Office, to have us, whatever that menu of and you've touched on them very briefly in this, but that would be what I would be expecting, at least in the August timeframe. So.
And depending on what that recommendation might be, there could be a period where we do the simplest one first, and then form something that's longer term. I just throw these out there that, until we've had that vetting, the community, and come back. But I'm saying I think there's options that we could consider given the time constraints.
All right, Supervisor Peters.
Are you talking about bringing the entire item back in August, or just a section on Lambert Road?
The Lambert Road portion.
Okay. I just wanted to point out an experience that I had when I first came on this board, and Woodside, a neighborhood in my district, has a couple of creeks that run through it. There's a T intersection there right at Northup Road, and Woodside flooded several feet. We had FEMA come in, offer this kind of split on the 75-25. No one wanted to do it. But the most interesting human nature thing that I observed was the residents of Woodside had prepared a barrier that went down Northrop quite a long ways. And it was a rubber bladder that they filled with water, and it was several feet high. And of course, that's a very highly urbanized area, and so the people on the other side on the wrong side, if you will, of this barrier were extremely angry and gutted the barrier. They got rid of it, and they were very clear that they did not think it was appropriate that one side should have better protection than the other at the expense of the other. Very difficult discussion, and it hasn't been done since, because it just kind of fell into the category of it isn't fair. Mm-hmm. It would have caused higher water levels on the other side. So, you're talking about wide open country. I'm talking about urbanized area, but I think the human nature part is the same.
Yeah, it is. Well, I think there's relevance to what you say, though. It's the upstream, downstream, where you are, and all the history that goes behind that. So it's those conversations, I can assure you, are no easier in the rural areas than they are in the suburban setting.
And I think
we were able to point out that if Woodside had been built under current standards, it would have had to have been elevated. People didn't know then 50 years ago that was likely to be flooded, and every few years it becomes a possibility, mm-hmm. and every 10 years or so it is an actual thing that happens. So.
And I'd point out, I appreciate the comments, because that is one of the reasons why we want to thoroughly vet the results of this analysis, but the settings in the Point Pleasant area distinctly different than in urban. There are a number of assumptions that you pretty well know what's going to happen in an urbanized setting. There's only about one way the water is going to come in. It could come from a myriad of directions in the Point Pleasant community. So even under a modeling scenario, that all presumes that your assumed conditions are in place. Otherwise, it's difficult to protect.
Who takes care of it? Who puts it up? And whose liability is it if it floods the people on the wrong side of the barrier?
Right.
Well, the next part of his presentation is to get to something where everybody can agree upon. We just got to figure if we can find the way to thread the needle and to work with the various partners, and you're going to touch on that. But there is some general agreement about the next piece of this report back.
So the other report back speaks to the McCormick-Williamson Tract levees, and I'll just point to the map. Again, here's the Point Pleasant community. Here's Lambert Road. You've got the McCormick-Williamson Tract, which is this area to the south. It's Reclamation District 2110. But this property is owned by the Nature Conservancy. And then this past winter, they experienced a levee breach right here. But anticipating that, a number of the Reclamation District worked together and provided a relief cut at the downstream end of the tract. And sure enough, there was a levee failure upstream. So that provided some interim relief in terms of floodplain elevations upstream. But now there's the situation, the decision for the Nature Conservancy is how to move forward. And I'll speak a little bit to that. Judah Grossman with the Nature Conservancy is here, just in case there's any questions regarding their projects. I don't want to try to overspeak for their intent or what they're proposing to do. But again, 2017 there was a levee break, the levee failure, and a relief cut was put in place. That island, that tract, call it an island, has had water in it since, and it's currently being pumped. About 4 to 6 more weeks of pumping to drain the island completely. The whole idea of the intent of the Nature Conservancy's project out there was to construct levees on either side of the island that would allow flow through the island as part of a habitat restoration program. And then one of the side benefits of that would be some reduction in floodplain elevations for the general vicinity upstream of McCormick-Williamson Tract, including the Franklin Pond and the Point Pleasant community. All depending, again, on what kind of storm you actually see and where the flows come from.
And it would have downstream potential
downstream benefits too by
Dead Horse and
holding
Tyler.
off a surge from a much larger levee failure. So the Nature Conservancy finds itself in this position where the levees fail during the storm, and they're at a decision point of just from a financial standpoint, just from as a landowner, do we want to just repair the breaks, the openings in the levees back up to their original height? That's one option that they could consider. The other option is to construct to a somewhat lower height an armored weir, not really the project they were proposing, but let's make the best use of the existing break and the relief cut and construct something that would continue to provide some level of flood benefit for the community. Going back to the first potential option, if they repair the levees back up to full height, clearly that eliminates the island from providing any flood benefit unless there's a catastrophic failure. So the Nature Conservancy is at a point where they're trying to decide what's going to make sense for their entity, repair the levees to full height, install something that's more stable and armored at a lower height, for an interim period until they're able to find a path to complete their restoration project and hand the island over to the state.
Mike, can I just supplement while you're right at that point? Yeah, I'm not going to steal your thunder. I know that Judah is in the audience today, and I appreciate his attendance on behalf of the Nature Conservancy. And I had a chance to talk to Jay Ziegler yesterday. I've talked with you and some other members of county staff. And I would just say that there's some other compounding factors here too. They've got the KCRA tower that obviously there's a lease there. They have need to have access to the tower, and I believe SMUD has some facilities, either overhead power lines or other facilities in the area that they need access to as well. I think, to your point, though, that what needs to be stressed here today, and why I think it has a relative urgency to it, is that as they pump the island out and they make determinations about both from a cost standpoint, but from a standpoint of where they are with Department of Water Resources state, the obligations that may come with the acquisition that they made nearly 18 years ago, I guess now, and kind of going forward. But I can tell my colleagues here on the board that I've received some very, very strong and passionate pleas from folks that basically certainly they're looking to the Nature Conservancy, but to anybody who will listen, that not to rebuild those levees to the height that they were pre-flood this year. That I guess about a 10-foot height, which allow for that modulation of flows, allow for usefulness of the island during certain parts of the season for farming, would provide, I guess, some flows down at the lower end, depending upon what was accommodated for wetter parts of the island, and then obviously you have to deal with the access for folks that have property rights for easements or access to their facilities. But they're going to be at a juncture here in the next 6 weeks about what they do, and I think the county certainly could play a major role, a positive role in all of these discussions, because I think part of it is the costs, obviously, and what the state was requiring for an endowment and getting access to those facilities I mentioned a moment ago. But we'll hear from a couple of folks today, but I can just tell you, I've heard from folks some of you may have seen letters that come through from Diane Kirkham and from other property owners basically pleading with this board to work with the Nature Conservancy and anybody else that is party to this to try to figure out some way to not build those levees back to the 19-foot height or 20-foot height, whatever they were pre them giving away in February of this year. So, I mean, there is some urgency. So, again, you and I have talked a bit about that. I don't know where we go next. Certainly, this board can give some direction, but I would look to you, Michael, to kind of say, do we need to call a meeting of the parties? Do we need to, and I think with the Beachstone Lakes Fund, I'm just be very, very blunt about this, that there's some opportunity. If this buys a reduction from 6 inches to 2 foot of flood elevation reduction, depending upon the event and where those waters come from, that's a big benefit. And it would certainly serve Point Pleasant, but it would serve the folks in Tyler and Dead Horse, all county residents, people in the Franklin Pond, District 1002, and basically all the local area in the county of Sacramento, whether they be in the Delta and or upstream. And if we can find a way to make this happen, something has been contemplated, not necessarily under these circumstances, but that was the whole idea. If we can help make that happen, then I think everybody would be better served. Otherwise, they build them back.
Correct.
To where you were just, that's why I wanted to interrupt you right there. No, at that point. So
no problem. Staff recognizes as well the benefit that would exist if the levees were able to stay at a lower elevation, something that's identified as being appropriate to allow for the use of the farming and the other uses on the island, but that would provide some sort of regular assurance that there would be some volume that could be taken off into the island during a flood event. And I've had a couple of discussions with Judah Grossman already in the context of how could we use Beachstone Lake mitigation funds to support resulting in a condition where those levees are lower, so that the benefit will continue to be provided during the interim period until the Nature Conservancy is able to complete their ultimate plan project, and they see a path to hand that over. In the interim, we'd rather not have the levees full height. We'd rather have them stay some, hybrid, in some sort of hybrid scenario where they're lower but armored. The intent and the recommendation is going to be that we're going to meet with any of the potential, players, whether it be SAFCA, the owners of the broadcast towers, the Nature Conservancy, State DWR, and looking at if you can design an armored interim weir setup, then what would be some of the costs ongoing, recognizing that the island would flood more frequently than if the levees were fully raised, but that it could be, if it could somehow be managed so that you can maintain a stable condition of those lowered weirs in the interim until their final project is established. That's where I want to go. So the discussions that I've had so far, it appears that there may be a path for us to do that. And again, it's basically 4 to 6 weeks is the window of time that the Nature Conservancy has before they have to start constructing one thing or another, because then summer's going to run out before we know it. So what we will do is call that meeting and have those representatives together. Let's look at what are the opportunities, and is there something that we could facilitate in the very near future. We've probably got about 6 weeks to talk about it.
Will you need any additional authorities? Again, maybe something to think about, and maybe for NAV too, as well. Is that any additional authorities in the event that, obviously we'll be out of session for about a 3-week period towards mid to end of this month. You obviously have certain authorities, and again, we have, but to give some direction, because it may come about very quickly, and they may need to have some commitment, and it might require some urgent action either by this board and or you, Nav, or Michael, to, make some commitments that, again, may still require board approval, whether they be fiscal ones or some policy framework. And so I just want to be sure that we don't miss it because, we weren't in session.
Well, I'm trying to reflect on the prior authorizations that the board has given in terms of, in general, how to use the funds, how they could be utilized for projects that benefit Point Pleasant. So I think we could get to the point where we could discuss.
And you could bring that to us next week. Even. That's the other thing. We're in session next week. So if you needed some broader authorization, some more direction around, a framework that, gave this board some comfort.
So
that,
we could secure that opportunity without being, bound by the board not being in session.
Yeah, because I don't think there's any disagreement, maybe with the exception of the water contractors downstream, and, they can fight their own battle. They're fighting us all the time. That certainly from a local perspective, flood, environmental, farming, residents, if there's any disagreement about how we ought to proceed with this thing, certainly in the interim period of time. So I think that this is an opportunity for this county, for our residents, for landowners, but certainly working in concert with TNC and anybody else who is involved from the state on down to, all the landowners and rec districts and so forth, that we have an opportunity here to really buy some long-term relief. At the end, it doesn't solve the issue at Lambert Road nor issues upstream, but I think it begins to put in place a critical and a very important piece of the puzzle, and one we've talked about for a long time. So,
well, no, I would certainly sit down with the county exec and Mr. Penrose and council. Let's just make sure that if we identify any gap that we want to have filled, that we could bring something to you.
If you need some authority,
next
then
week,
come to us next week with that. So, all right. Michael, anything else you wanted to bring together on this? And I got a couple.
No, I mean, I think that's the highlights. It's a very complicated setting, and we're trying to find ways to make some improvements in a number of areas. The opportunities with the McCormick Williamson property is a new strategy that we're looking at. So, and it may potentially be the most beneficial of these. So, anyhow, I have nothing else to share. And I know there's other folks who'd like to speak.
Great. Well, thanks for your work and that of your staff. And again, I appreciate the effort you put into it thus far. Okay. Any questions of staff? If not, I do have two speakers that have signed up. I have Walt Hoppy and Wendy Wilkinson. Walt. Well, Walt.
Chairman of the board, members, Walt Hoppy, 11556 Fog Road, Elk Grove, California. I live in the community of Point Pleasant and been with this issue for about 30 years now. There's one thing, a member from TNC here, Mr. Grossman, is here now, and if he was going to make a presentation, I would like to have him make a presentation before I speak, if that's allowable.
Yeah. Let me stop. I don't think you had any presentation.
No, I just wanted to be available to answer questions.
Okay. So he didn't have a presentation, just available. Okay, well.
I only have a couple things here. I thought at the March 7th meeting that by this meeting we would be a little further along than what we are. I thought there would be some final recommendations that would be made today, but now I understand that that's kind of put off until sometime in August.
August 7th, yeah.
And I certainly hope that we do have some final recommendations by that date. The one other concern that I have about this home elevation, and I think I've mentioned it before, we have a flood elevation, a FEMA flood elevation of 18 feet in our area now. Since that elevation was established, FEMA has decertified the Sacramento River levee, which will bring that water into our area, and it appears that it will raise it somewhere between 3 and 5 feet. So until we know what that final elevation is, we really have no way of getting a handle on the cost of home elevations. We're talking about, if with those decertified levees on the Sacramento River, the homes will have to be elevated from 6 to 8 feet. So that really makes them a 2-story house. So basically the existing foundations, I'm sure on all the homes, will not be adequate. So there will be an additional cost of building new foundations and the structure itself to support the existing home at that elevation will have to be substantially increase just to support that additional weight and wind loading. And so until we get a handle on what FEMA is going to do and what the flood elevation is in that area, it's very difficult to get a handle on what the costs are going to be, and also whether you want to elevate your house that high. If it's elevated 1 or 2 feet, it's one thing, but if you start elevating houses so you become a 2-story structure, and that's your living quarters, then us old folks got to climb those stairs or find some way to get up there, have a handicapped access or whatever to get up there, because there's a lot of elderly folks in that area, and that's a concern. I just don't know where that's at. I don't know that anyone here at the county knows where that's at, because FEMA, I don't think, knows where it's at, and it's a crazy issue. We certainly, back to the McCormick-Williamson tract, we certainly don't, are opposed to them building their levee back to the full height. That parcel was purchased with the intent to be used as a floodway. And between whatever goes on in the public realm that didn't get that accomplished, and now to put it back after it fails to its full height seems to be a great waste of public money. Okay. The public purchased that property back in, I guess it was 1999, for $5.6 million to be used as a floodway, recognizing that it helps both the upstream and downstream areas, Interstate 5, the Consumines Correctional Center, plus all the residents in that area. And now that seems to be falling apart, and
we're going to try to help bring it back together, Walt. We're going to try and help bring that together.
I certainly hope so. Yeah. So basically, that's the 2 issues I had. One is the final flood elevation that we're dealing with, and McCormick-Williamson. Okay. Oh, and obviously the Lambert Road right. Barrier is certainly a concern to us, too. I thought there'd be a little more on that here today, but
August 7th.
I guess we'll wait till August.
Okay, good.
Thank you very much.
And thank you for your help and work out there, too. Okay, then the other speaker I have is Wendy Wilkinson. Wendy? Last time Wendy was here, her house was underwater.
Oh, you guys remember me.
Yes, we do, Wendy. Good to see you.
Thank you. I actually don't really have too much to say, but said all of my comments. Yeah. Just since I am here, I'll let you guys know what's going on. Yeah. We were waiting to do any construction to our house, right. Waiting for the FEMA grant. That still has not gone through, as you know, so it was April, then it was May, now the proposal deadline's now June, so we started to go ahead and move forward with building our house. Okay. Just to give you guys a little quick update, working with our general contractor, a very rough estimate of elevating our house, and we are looking at having to go up at least 6 feet to get up above the railroad tracks. Really rough estimate cost for the bare minimum of elevating that much is looking at $160,000, $170,000, and that's still not putting up walls or any decking. So just to give you some cost figures.
Wendy, I'm curious, have you been working with our folks? We hear?
That's really the only thing I kind of got up here to say. Okay. Is I have been working with Sac County, with George Booth and Liz Carrington, and they've been amazing. Every question we've had, they've answered in an extremely timely manner. They've provided us a lot of information to give our insurance company. Okay. So I'd like to give a big shout out and thank you to them. So,
well, thank you. And hopefully you get your house rebuilt, and hopefully we can find a way to help you get elevated. So, and do some other things we're talking about here. So.
And the county personnel has been great.
Okay.
So,
well, thank you very much. Good luck to you. Thanks. Okay, those were the 2 speakers. Anyone else wish to address this item today? All right. Thank you all. With that, then we have recommendations, and I would move the staff recommendations with the understanding we'll be back first meeting in August. Is that August 7th? What is the...
Our first meeting in August is August 8th.
Okay. All right. So we'd like to move this to August 8th for a report back on the Lambert Road and the flood fight information there. And then McCormick Williamson will give direction if there's anything you need additional authorities in order to work with Nature Conservancy and all the players between the time we go to recess and come back, then you'll come back to us next week with that. Otherwise, you get sufficient guidance.
That's correct.
Okay. So, and then nothing in addition to the staff report, just so you could come back if you need to. So, all right, then that's the motion.
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded then. Please vote.
Unanimous vote.
Okay, thanks. Thank you, Gina, for being here. Let's see if we can make it happen. Thanks. Okay, our next item, and I know we have special guests in the audience. I think the Secretary of State's here on the next item as well as our voter registrar. So maybe we can do a brief introduction, so we at least get the item on the table, and then we'll invite our. Just go ahead and introduce the item, though. Just and then I don't want to do the whole presentation. We'll invite Secretary Padilla to call the item first.
Okay. Item 53, request to approve vote center model elections in Sacramento County beginning in 2018, and authorize release of request for proposal for replacement voting system.
Okay, thanks. And we had heard this item. We've got a lot of information you're going to get into, but certainly in light of the Secretary's schedule, we allow him to speak. So did you need to do any introductory comments, though?
No, I'll go ahead and let him go first.
Okay, very good. Mr. Secretary. Good afternoon. Welcome.
Good afternoon, members of the board, Mr. Chairman. Jill, thank you for letting me leapfrog here a little bit. Thank you for your time. Am I on? Oh, fancy. All right. Thank you for a couple of minutes to address you on this exciting, not just important, but exciting agenda item before you. And I really want to thank the leadership of your registrar of voters, Jill Levine. She's been working hand in hand with us to not just increase voter registration numbers in Sacramento County and increase voter participation, but even helping us improve the voter experience. And I think that's the exciting opportunity you have before you. The result of the California legislature having passed and the governor having signed the California Voters' Choice Act last year. The goal of the act is to provide voters with more choice of when, where, and how to cast a ballot. And while last year we actually broke a lot of records here in California, there's now more than 19.4 million registered voters statewide. That's in Sacramento County alone, that's 770,000. Sacramento County alone added 100,000 new voters since 2014. So we're making significant progress on the registration side. On the turnout side, equally impressive. 1 million more ballots were cast last November than in 2008, the previous high watermark for the state of California. Sacramento County beat its 2008 record by 30,000 votes. So we have a lot of excitement. We want to keep the momentum going. And while we have a lot to be proud of, the fact of the matter is there's about 400,000 eligible citizens in Sacramento County who have either not registered or have registered but not voted. And so that's the work that we have cut out for us. And with your vote today, we can not just make a dent on the registration side of things, but on the even more important part of casting a ballot. When we give voters the choice of when, where, and how to cast a ballot, make it more convenient and improve their experience, we know that turnout will go up. The vote center model that you're being asked to consider today will do exactly that, giving voters the option of voting on election day if that's their choice and what's most convenient to them. But if it's more convenient to vote early, in person, or over the weekend, vote close to home if that's the most convenient location, or frankly any voting location in the county closer to work, where we drop our kids off at school, the grocery store, the shopping mall, whatever it is. That's what this new model will allow for voters if they didn't vote by mail to begin with. And we're even making it easier for folks to vote by mail, because that's probably the biggest and fastest growing trend for voters here in Sacramento and throughout the county. Anywhere in other jurisdictions, other states where these reforms have been implemented, we see turnout go up. elections administrators actually see some savings involved in the process, and just happier voters based on that experience. So that, I think, is the ultimate win-win-win, and encourage and ask for your support of this item. Here to answer any questions, but again, working hand in hand with Jill, it's been exciting to draft the legislation, get the legislation passed, and I think Sacramento County can show some statewide leadership in being the first and the biggest county to move in this direction.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. We have a couple of comments. Mr. Cerner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, thank you, Mr. Secretary, for taking time out of your busy schedule to join us here in Chambers this afternoon. I think it means a lot to us and impresses upon the public in general how important this is when you take the time to walk the few blocks from your office here to explain in greater detail what's before us. I guess the question I have for you is, it's a general one, but what do you think is probably the best lesson learned so far in other parts of the country where voting centers have been used, that again kind of underscores why what's before us deserves our affirmative support?
Yeah, I mean, I think the legislation that was passed is built on both the experience from other jurisdictions, but also trends that are already happening in California, whether we realize it or not. You know, first and foremost, building on the popularity of vote by mail. We've had several cycles now where 60% plus of the ballots cast statewide are people voting by mail. Right? So we've gone from once upon a time, you couldn't vote by mail, you had to show up, and then you could vote by mail, but you had to have an excuse, to no excuse vote by mail, to now you can sign up to be a permanent vote by mail voter. Right? This continues to be the trend. And Oregon, Washington, Colorado, others, the states with higher levels of participation are the ones that automatically send ballots to the voters. So that's sort of one foundation of it. We also look at two other elements. While more and more people are receiving their ballot by mail, because you can fill it out at home without being rushed, whatever it is, the number of people mailing it back through the Postal Service, it's kind of growing, but you have more and more people wanting to physically drop off that ballot. I know Sacramento County hasn't been required, but has chosen to do the ballot drop box opportunity throughout the county with a lot of success. Or people who walk in on election day and drop their ballot off at the polling places. So vote centers can accommodate that and actually embrace that experience. But for the 40% of people who still want to vote in person, we can provide a better, quality experience for that through, flexibility of not just election day, but 10, 11 days up to and including election day, and the geographic flexibility of doing it anywhere in the county. So it's more convenient and therefore higher levels of participation. Through the vote center model, we can kind of professionalize the experience too. We're still going to need some volunteers, but the more experienced veteran volunteers coupled with some elections division employees to be able to better answer questions for voters, provide the in-language support for the people who need it. It's just, honestly, best practices wrapped up into one, and some savings to be realized along the way.
Very good. Thank you very much.
Good. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Thank you for your leadership on this issue, and certainly for being here today. Is this your first time in our chambers, or you've been?
It is. It is. I've been.
You're welcome back anytime.
I've been paying taxes here for many years.
Well, you own part of the building, so anyway, we appreciate your leadership and work, and certainly working with our registrar and those across the state, and your legislative leadership on this as well. And we're going to be taking up some questions and the information coming back from our discussion a couple of weeks ago. And I know your staff was here then, and we anticipate taking an action here shortly this afternoon. So you're welcome to stay, and if you have a busy schedule,
I'll take a
certainly.
seat for a few minutes. Thank you.
Okay, good. Thank you very much. Okay. All right, Ms. Levine.
Yes, I'm not quite as tall. Thank you. Okay. Jill Levine, Registrar of Voters for Sacramento County, and I was here on May 24th and made a presentation to your board on our current system and the need for a new voting system, and then the opportunity to move to a vote center model and an all-mail ballot. You had several questions at that time, and so you asked me to come back, and so I have, and hopefully your questions have been answered in the board report. You asked about the maps. And we have provided you with larger maps with the street names on. Just as a caution, these maps will continue to change as, the demographics change. More people vote, more people register, that type of thing. This is only a starting point for the data, and we will be seeking community input before we make any selections for a vote center. You also asked about the survey, and you asked for it to be cross-tabbed by district. That was included as an attachment to the board report. You asked for an implementation of the timeline. That was included in the board report. It is a very aggressive schedule. We don't have much time before, actually less than a year now before the next election. But we've got kind of two prongs going here. One prong goes towards working on the RFP to actually develop it and to review the responses, and the other prong is moving towards the outreach and voter education part of this. Another question was on the postage cost. And as stated, the Voters' Choice Act does not require the Sacramento County to pay for postage, but we could choose if you would like to. You asked me for an estimate for a statewide election, and that's about $300,000 per statewide election. But just to remind you that insufficient postage is paid by our county, and we work with the United States Postal Service to make sure that no ballot gets left behind. The cost of that is between $500 and $1,000 per election. A cost for a vote center. The estimate for the $4 million for the vote centers was the basic minimum of what we needed. And you asked if you wanted to add a few more vote centers, about how much that would cost. And that would be between $14,000 and $17,000.
Per location?
Per location, correct. Also, you asked for a comparison of the estimated cost. We wanted them to be compared from the vote center model to the polling place model. And then we broke it down even more as leasing versus buying it outright. So that's all broken out in your report too. So those were the questions that you asked. If you have any additional questions, I am be happy here to answer them.
Okay. Well, thank you for the quick turnaround, for certainly the mapping and for the responses. And do you have some questions by board members? So Supervisor Peters.
Thank you, Jill, that this information made it more clear in my mind, particularly had the comparison between renewing what we have and going to the vote center. One of the questions that I think I asked you years ago, so I probably know the answers, on the vote by mail postage. The question is, can you print on the envelope how much the postage is? I know whenever I vote by mail, I'm thinking, is this one stamp or two or three? And I know the county pays for the difference if I don't put the right postage on it. But remind me of your answer.
Yes, we can print on the envelope, but we order those envelopes in bulk, and we order them way ahead of the election to get the best deal and get kind of that particular purchase out of the way. So when we order envelopes, we usually order them for the June and November election. Now this time, the June ballot had 2 cards, where the November ballot had 3 cards. So if we had pre-printed the cost of postage, we would have been wrong. So we can either include in the with the ballot the cost of returning it, or make sure we have an insufficient postage account set up just in case.
Mm-hmm. Could you print 2 cards as 42 cents and 3 cards as
we usually include a flyer saying how much the postage cost is, and then we make sure the media helps supports us with that.
I think most people can afford to put a stamp on it. Yes. They just like to know they put the right amount on.
And we get that question a lot. Yes.
Yeah. That's really the only question I have.
All right. Other members? Yeah, Supervisor Frost.
So, Jill, I wanted to thank you also for the information. It really helped me also to kind of see where my district stood. And after receiving the full survey, I learned that my district is heavily opposed to the vote centers. Because 48% wanted traditional, while 33% wanted the vote centers. And I also looked in the survey for something that would indicate whether or not those who are in my district who weren't maybe comfortable with the vote centers might be comfortable if we did educational outreach and they learned more about it. And the problem that I saw in the survey was that there was no question that there was a question that asked, would you be inclined to vote for the vote center after learning more about it? But there wasn't a question that said, would you now vote for it? And the question of would you be inclined is a big difference from would you vote for it? And so I also went to my district and I talked to people, and there were a lot of people who had concerns relating to fraud. And so all that being said, I wanted to just ask my colleagues and throw out to you to see if you would consider including some requirements if we go to the vote center model, because I'm not sure I can support it based on where my district is at. And oh, by the way, I'm a vote by mail person, so, and I have been for years, and I prefer it that way. So this is not personal. It really has to do with me representing my district. But I wonder if we can put some requirements on the vote centers, and I've got 5 requests, and that would be to require background checks on the poll workers and require an under penalty of perjury contract of all employees at the registrar of voters and the vote centers. I guess in San Joaquin County recently there was a case of 2 staff who worked for a campaign and who were also counting ballots. And so that would be number 1. Number 2 would be prohibit contracting with nonprofits or other organizations that engage in political action of any form. In some states, contracts have been given to political groups to staff vote centers, and so that seems like a conflict of interest. Number 3, prohibit hiring of temps who work for a candidate's campaign or political parties or political organizations. And number 4, require the county to make the same provisions for observation that apply to recounts, provisional ballots, etc., for the vote centers. In other words, make meaningful provisions where people can come in and watch the counting. And then number 5 would be institute severe penalties if any of those violations are, violated. I can provide a copy of that to you if you want, because that was quite a bit.
Okay, good. Some of that will be code changes, actually a lot more than I think just Sacramento, so I'd have to look into that.
Okay.
And there has been a ruling on background checks. I'll have to get that back to you because of the cost issue and a few other rights issue. And so I'll have to check with the county council on that. And looking at your survey, after the cost was, after the vote, the people in your district heard about the cost, they did want the vote center, if you add that factor.
Actually, if the way I read it, it said, are you now more inclined? Mm-hmm. The question, are you more inclined in a survey? You could ask me, you could say to me, Sue, I'll give you $100 if you'll go to Monterey rather than San Luis Obispo. Would you be more inclined to go to Monterey under those circumstances? And I could say, yes, I'd be more inclined, but that doesn't really mean I'm going to go. Do you hear what I'm saying? It's a different question in my mind in a survey. That's not something that constitutes, a meaningful answer.
Okay.
So those are my comments and requests.
Okay, we have other members of the board, but so what about the other items that she outlined, Jill, like prohibiting contracting with political groups?
Campaign workers.
Yeah, right, hiring of temporary workers that work with somebody else can't. I mean, I guess they
We'd
have
have
to
to put in-
self-declare that they do or don't, and then basically hold them to that, I guess, right?
Yes, that I don't think will be an issue. So we can make that part of the hiring process. So.
Okay.
And
with your poll workers, do you do that now? Are poll workers allowed?
Poll workers are not allowed if they are working for a campaign, a candidate or working for a campaign.
And that's for a one-day stint, where these would be for a 10 or 11-day period.
So for the 11-day stand, it would just be a requirement for them.
Okay.
But self-determined? Self-determined?
Self-determined, yes.
But in the event somebody called them out on it, what's the penalty, I guess, to Supervisor Frost?
We fire them. Okay. At this point, there is no...
I guess that's pretty severe. I guess you
yeah.
do your job. Okay. All right. Supervisor Cerna?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm curious to hear your thoughts. I don't know that you've chimed in yet, but I'm prepared to make a motion to support the staff recommendation with the suggested, and only the suggested change or clarification that if you're working for a campaign, because we'll have extended days of voting, that the rules that we have apply now relative to prohibiting that conflict for a single day applies to all the days.
Mm-hmm. Second.
Okay. All right. Was there any other questions you had, Ms. Frost? I know you were relative to your points. Well, I would just weigh in on the motion. I certainly have thought a lot about this, and I know that there's going to be some folks who will be upset that they don't have their polling place right in their neighborhood on Election Day. I've heard that as we've consolidated precincts, and I think I spoke to the last hearing. Actually, we had one gentleman who I met with, and Jill was kind enough to kind of explain to him with consolidated precincts and so forth why polling places move from election to election depending upon who's conducting elections for what districts and so forth and so on. And I've heard from others that are pretty vehement who, again, find that traditional pathway. They don't vote by mail. They very much want to, on Election Day, go in and cast their ballot, which they'll still be able to, obviously, with a vote center, but it will be probably more distant potentially than where they currently vote. I would just say I think that when it comes to vote centers that, and we kind of talked about this a bit the last hearing, that in some of the areas that are more rural and outlying, they may not have the densities, and I know that kind of the sensitivity map that was done here, I do think it's important from an accessibility standpoint, vote by mail or not, that we look at community areas and that we place them appropriately, because there are some costs associated with that. But I would hate to see, for example, in the far South County, that you get one vote center for all those communities. They may not total anywhere near a suburban neighborhood even, but I still think it's important for that accessibility and the visibility that goes with having a location where, certainly as Mr. Secretary pointed out, but you'll have a period of a week and a half or longer to go to, but that be visible. I trust we'll be able to work with schools or fire stations or some places that have obviously the accessibility relative to ADA and some other things, and can accommodate the voters who come from all ages and all walks of life, obviously. And so I think this will probably take some getting used to for some folks, and I think look at the percentages certainly in District 5 that about 25% of those are pretty cemented in the traditional way of voting, and given a choice, it's going to be deliver that ballot on Election Day or go cast my ballot on Election Day at the voting precinct in my neighborhood. So it will be a bit of a change. But I think looking at certainly the models that are presented to us, the costs associated with maintaining that more traditional model, and certainly not discounting voter turnout and the encouragement, and certainly having more time in people's busy lives to contemplate and to cast their ballot. I think that the recommendation you bring us is one that's certainly prudent in that respect, but it also provides for the opportunity for voters to have a couple of different methods to cast their ballot. And I guess lastly, I would just say that the security of the ballot itself, people having that level of confidence, the integrity of the election process, obviously, job you're sworn to do, Joe, you and your staff, even to Supervisor Frost's comments. I get that that's essential. That it's one thing to have great turnout or to have, high registration numbers and, to do better than the last election cycle. But if we ever were to lose the confidence of the electorate or portions of the electorate as it relates to the integrity of the election process, the sanctity of their respective ballot, but also that of their friends, neighbors, opposing viewpoints, whatever it may be, then I think the whole system begins to crumble. So I think whatever we do, those safeguards need to be built in, whether it's the personnel that are hired temporarily, whether it's the personnel who are there permanently, whether it's the software or hardware that we employ. All of those things, in my view, are critical pieces. And again, we have some limitations, obviously, in our ability to make sure that all those pieces are exactly what we want them to be from the standpoint of the election integrity. But to me, that's the most critical piece, certainly the accessibility and being able to cast your ballot, but also that once you've done that to know with a great degree of certainty, if not total certainty, that your ballot is going to be handled in a way that there's not going to be, it's not going to provide for tampering, for it to be lost, or to be discounted or miscounted, or whatever it is. And again, obviously with our secretary and you, that's what you're committed to. But that to me is most key. So whatever process we take on, and obviously what we do here today, will reflect an investment of taxpayer dollars, but also of time and effort. And but that integrity needs to be the bottom line, because that's the faith and trust that's placed in all of us. So.
Yes.
Okay. Anyway. Anybody else on the motion? Then we have a motion to approve the staff recommendation. Any other comments about that? If not, then please vote.
And the motion passes with Supervisor Frost voting no.
Okay. All right. You'll keep us updated periodically. This is going to be a major undertaking, so can we maybe get quarterly reports back on kind of how things are going? I don't think it doesn't necessarily be an agenda item, but I do think I see the time schedule here, and that's going to be pretty aggressive.
Yes.
Okay, good. Thank you, Jill.
Thank you.
Mr. Secretary, thank you for being here. Okay. All right, we have another item, if you'll.
Okay, item 54 is the urgency ordinance, accessory dwelling units, and urgency ordinance to amend chapters 5 and 7 of the Sacramento County Zoning Code relating to accessory dwelling units due to recent changes in state law.
Good afternoon, members of the board. Leanne Moffett, your planning director.
Good afternoon.
We are here with an urgency ordinance in response to changes in state law that were made effective earlier in the year. Staff's initial assessment was that our ordinance was compliant with state law. However, upon further evaluation, we concluded in consultation with County Council that there were a number of changes that needed to be made. We have targeted these urgency ordinance changes solely to provisions to bring us into compliance with state law. They have to do with replacing our definition with one that precisely matches that in state law, addressing requirements in state law that allow conversion of existing space in either a home or a non-residential accessory structure into an accessory structure. Treating attached and detached units in a similar manner because they are different now in our code. And then finally, addressing parking requirements of state law, which are essentially reducing or eliminating our current code parking requirements. Staff is undertaking a more comprehensive review of our accessory dwelling unit ordinance, and we will intend to return to the board with a additional proposal for further changes, and we will do that after getting stakeholder and community input. However, that will take us some time to do, and so we would request that you adopt the provisions today as an urgency ordinance, and then we will bring you back a more comprehensive ordinance review.
Okay, thanks, Leanne. Supervisor Peters.
I would move approval of the staff recommendation.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. I did want to ask you a question about what you're going to come back with, and the reason for that is that I'm concerned that even as we speak, that some of these conversions may or may not be occurring, and I would just ask as you look at this that that particularly in some of the rural areas of the county where it may be unbeknownst to us in some cases, but where people are we had some, expansion in the code that allowed for accessory dwellings to have, particularly in ag res parcels, to have more square footage. And I guess when it comes to conversion to some of those units, again, we have some building regulations, but I know that we've got a couple pending concerns in a couple of communities I have. So as you look at this beyond just what happens in the suburban setting, look at those rural areas where we actually, with our zoning code, as you're well aware, Leanne, we did some broadening, allowed for double the square footage for certain things. If people were to convert that, you could have, the accessory could be bigger than the primary by double the size. And I'm not saying that's happened yet, but
yes.
Okay, so I want to just,
we will be taking a very comprehensive look. Clearly, in our zoning code update, we did one approach, and now we need to rethink that.
Right.
Yes, definitely.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
We will be returning back for a second reading in July, likely.
Okay, in July.
That, as well. And we did look at the 24 projects that we processed in fiscal year 16-17. None would have been processed differently, although we do have one building permit going through now under this new state ordinance.
One other comment, because we spent a lot of time talking about conversions of garages and people turning them into either daily or weekly rentals and carving them into rooms and, some of the specifications there. This, again, maybe takes us in a different direction, at least partially, and I think we need to take a look at that because we're trying to cover in some neighborhoods where people had taken liberties, either permitted or not, and we're causing issues, and I'm concerned that, this can maybe reopen some of those doors, too.
Yes, this will be a high priority for us.
All right, thank you very much. Okay. All right, motion second. Anyone here wish to address this item? Seeing none, please vote.
Unanimous vote.
All right, getting down towards the end of the agenda here. Nominations?
Okay, item 55 is a recommendation to remove members from the Adult and Aging Commission for failure of participation pursuant to the bylaws of the commission.
So moved.
Okay, we have a motion. Second? Second, Chair would second it. Please vote.
Unanimous vote. And now we're ready for your nominations. Item 56. You are continuing to July 11th, the Sacramento County Treasury Oversight Committee. You are continuing to July 25th, 2017, the Antelope Community Planning Advisory Council, Cemetery Advisory Commission, Cordova Community Planning Advisory Council, County Service Area 4B, Slough House, Wilton, Consumnes, County Service Area 4C, Delta, Delta Citizens Municipal Advisory Council, Developmental Disabilities Planning and Advisory Council, Equal Employment Opportunity Advisory Committee, Local Child Care Planning and Development Council, North Highlands, Foothill Farms Community Planning Advisory Council, Sacramento County Redevelopment Successor Agency Oversight Board, Sacramento County Youth Commission, Southeast Area Community Planning Advisory Council, and the Vineyard Area Community Planning Advisory Council. And for your matters today, first is the In-Home Supportive Services Advisory Committee. Mr. Natoli?
Yes, chiefs are interviewed, and they're recommending Ariel Taron and continue the remainder to August 8th, 2017.
Okay. Next, Maternal, Child, and Adolescent Health Advisory Board.
Again, the chiefs have interviewed. Their recommendation is that for the child advocacy group, that Catherine Andrew be nominated and appointed and continue the remainder of these to August 8th as well.
And then Supervisor Frost, we have Orangevale Community Planning Advisory Council.
Continue to July 11.
Okay. Next, we have the Sacramento County Mental Health Board. Mr. Cerna.
Please continue to August 8th.
Okay, and you had two of those seats, and then Ms. Frost.
Continue to August 8, please.
Okay. South Sacramento Area Community Planning Advisory Council, Mr. Cerna.
I'd like to nominate Virginia Jameson.
Okay. And then Mr. Kennedy.
Continue to July 11th.
Okay. And that concludes the nominations.
Okay, thank you, Flo. All right, we'll go to county exec comments.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, next week, starting June 13th at 9:30, we have our budget deliberation. We have reserved 13th, 14th, and 15th if necessary. In the afternoon of the 15th at 1 p.m., we did put an agenda item, which is the selection of an assessor. As we came to you a couple weeks ago, it's a public process to pick an assessor. With the current assessor retiring, there are 3 applicants that we got application from, and the public is more than welcome to view those applications at the clerk of the board's office. So that's at 1 p.m. on June 15th.
Okay, anything else?
That's it.
Okay. For the schedule for, when will we have the schedule out for the board hearings on the budget?
By this Friday. On which departments and the sequence?
Right, yeah, what sequence, so people can know. So you won't have it until Friday? You got any idea at this point?
Basically, who we're looking at presenting is Sheriff. We understand the DA wants to present. Parks, we have Animal Care, and DHA, which is the main homeless component. So we're trying to figure out what time, which date we want to have those in. If I can get it done prior to Friday, I'll get the notice out sooner.
Okay.
So, can I ask a question?
Yeah, sure, you bet.
So I just want to be clear, I heard what I heard. We won't know until this Friday when the various agencies you just outlined, what day or hour of what day?
Hour and date.
Okay. I'd feel more comfortable if we can let the public know sooner than that.
Okay.
No, I absolutely want to strive to that. I just have to finish the budget message when I get upstairs, and then our tradition has been is that we do county exec comments at 9:30. After that, we do law enforcement, and depending on how much presentation is needed, we tend to reserve the next day for Health and Human Services, and that's what I'm trying to stage. Is most of this budget has a lot of initiatives in DHA, which is in the homeless component.
Sure.
That's the date that I'm trying to figure out. I said Tuesday afternoon, or do we go Wednesday on that?
If you'll indulge me and my colleagues, I'd like to suggest that, and you may already be moving in this direction, Nav, that this year we take Parks and DHA on the same day.
Okay.
Any objections to that? Okay, all right.
And I just want to ensure, we are going to hear DHHS.
Oh, I'm sorry, yes.
Okay, all right. I was going to say, it's a big hole.
You got lost in the alphabet there.
And again, just, I haven't seen your budget recommendation. You and I have talked pretty frequently, but I would say on the animal care aspect of that, we've had some markers out there, and we're not hitting the markers. And I guess I know you've given some direction, but I don't know that positions have been, even with current budget, have been filled and so forth, Nav. And so again, just anticipate that. Again, I've held my peace for a few months here, but that'll be the time. I know you're going to report back on spay-neuter, but I would just say that as to markers to get us to that 90% performance measure when we're, this past month we're at 67. I think that we've got a long ways to go for all the way that we've come, and I won't get into any more than that before budget, but I just think I want to give you a heads up. I know we've talked, and again, I appreciate some of the initiative that you've put in that, but my expectation is that in 17-18 year, we're going to get a lot closer to that mark than we got this past year, and it's going to require, I think, us to do some things more than what we've been able to do thus far. So I just kind of heads up. I know you're putting your letter together, and maybe we'll have some pleasant surprises in there, but I think that certainly the proof of some of that is in the numbers, and we've got some challenges there. So, any other suggestions for budgetary items?
Sure.
I
want to confirm that the CEO's recommended budget's going to come out no different in terms of timing for the public versus a regular board hearing. So it'll be this Thursday afternoon, roughly?
Planning on getting it done by Thursday morning. If I can get it done tomorrow evening, is trying to get it out.
All right, I like that.
So has it been published yet, though? Because you have to publish the document. So is it being published as we speak, or what?
No, I mean, the one that needs to be published is the final budget now. That's the 10-day requirement in September.
Well, we used to have a preliminary, so we don't have that whole big...
No, we're going to have a whole budget that's coming out. That's what we're publishing right now.
Yeah, you are. That's what you're saying. You are publishing that now.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. No, there's going to be a budget letter that's going to have all the attachments as it did last. And then there's a whole budget document that's going to be in a companion document with it.
And then you've got all the other things that we want, the position control and all that.
That's all in the budget document. And one other thing that is, since we're talking about budget, and I had mentioned this when I did the briefings, is that on this agenda in the past, you would have had about 30 contracts putting stuff in place for next fiscal year. And I heard the board loud and clear on this one that you all felt like that's kind of putting I think the expression we were using today, the cart before the horse here. And what we're going to wait is have the budget deliberation done, and whichever day we get to do the budget, then the consent item with all those contracts will be in front of you for you to adopt those.
Can I make one observation and suggestion that's probably already been implemented by our CEO, but I thought last year, Nav, at least I really appreciated the way you distilled down the understanding, kind of how the Russian dolls are nested, if you will, in our budget, from starting with an all-funds budget, our general fund, noting which agencies are enterprise funds, they're separate revenue generating entities, and then within general fund net county cost. I think it's not only easier for us to understand it in those terms, but I'm always very concerned with my constituents who are trying to rightfully monitor what we're doing and understand the lexicon of Sacramento County budgeting. But I think when you keep it at that level, it's helpful across the board for everyone.
So page 2 of the budget letter will be the first slide when I present on Tuesday.
All right, very good.
Okay, good. Any other comments then for next week's preparation? Okay, anything else, Mr. Gill?
No, that's it, sir.
All right, board members. Ms. Frost, any announcements? Okay, Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Cern. All right, I have none as well, so that takes us to the close of today's agenda. Thank you, Flo and Krista and Robin, who was here earlier, for assisting us. We'll be back in session then next Tuesday morning at 9:30, start budget hearings, and we'll have a full week next week. So with that, we will stand in adjournment.